Welcome to another exciting edition of the Voice of the College Nation radio show. I'm the chief host of College Genesis, guiding you through the next few hours into some explosive, interesting commentary, debate, and opinion. Your opinions are valued, but mine are most valued, so you can call in, share your opinions and views. This is an open exchange of views and ideas. I need views and ideas because we need to be clear about this movement, the Pan-African movement, the repatriation movement. Is it real? Is it going to work? These are things I really need to know, because be honest with you, I could be doing better things with my life when I've been dealing with Negroes and trying to set Negroes free. I've been a captain, camping for Negro Mari for years and whatnot, and I want to start seeing some results out of this. I'll be honest with you, right? And when I say results, is if I put something out there like a tour or something like that, I want somebody to be like, "Yeah, Kyle, I'm going, I'm down. I hear you, man. I see your passion. I want it down." If I give you my information, don't take my information, because I'm scared to give up my information nowadays, right? Because all I keep getting is inboxing. People think they're my friend. They keep inboxing me fucking nonsense and everything. I don't give a damn about what the fuck Donald Trump said. Stop sending me videos. I don't give a damn about Trump, the Jews, Iran. Please, the only thing I'm interested in is can I build this movement? Why does people think I gotta know that I'm on the same page with them on this other stuff? I don't care about the illegal aliens. I don't give a shit about them. That's not my damn issue. So don't talk to me about that. Stop inboxing me. If you ain't inboxing me about my tour, Liberia, please don't talk to me. That's what I feel about it. I'm just cutting people off, So that's the way I feel about tonight, Tonight it's just it's gonna be a rough night for me because a lot going on in the personal life and everything like that. So I'm gonna try to get through this show, do the best I can to get through the night and everything like that. I'll tell you why in a little while. Something that that I'm going through. I don't know if the public should know, but I just like sharing everything so people understand why I'm in a really bad mood tonight, whatever like that. Then you understand. You can be like, okay, yeah, Kala. So if I go off and say certain things to certain people, please give me the benefit of the doubt. Just give me the benefit of the doubt that Kyle is in a really bad mood. And, he's going to say things when he's in a bad mood that he really means, but he didn't mean to say him at the right time to hurt your feelings. Okay. Yeah, of course he really means that because he means what he says, but he didn't mean for that to come out the way it did and hit the wrong time, whatever like that. So that being said, now when you got titles like It's Finally Here, Black Political Irrelevancy, it's going down tonight. It's going to get hot. You need to grab a bag of potato chips, some soda, whatever, some wine, and some popcorn, put in a nice bowl, and sit back and just watch the sparks fly because this is a Friday night session in a College Nation show and whatnot. What's going down. Now, when you look at shows like the last show, we had a real friggin' knockdown drag out with Amara versus 1776. Oh my God. See, 1776 went up against the wrong one. Oh boy, Amara, man, that's my boy right there, man. Don't tell me, man. Amara, he ain't the typical African guy, man. He don't take no shit. He sure ain't gonna take no shit from some Americanized Negro or not. I love Amara. He ain't gonna take your shit. He sure the hell never took my shit. Mara's the type, man. He'll tell you like it is, man. He's a fucking scream. But yeah, that was a good thing. 1776. I don't know what this brother's all about. But 1776 is not as bad as what's his name? Pan-Mulattoism. That's like the worst YouTuber. That is the worst person on YouTube. We have a reward for who's the worst person on YouTube. We're not, and hands down, it has to be Pan-Mulattoism. How can you be so fucking stupid? Pan-Mulattoism. And then what gets me is, why do you come on a Pan-African platform? What makes him think I want to hear his opinion? What makes him think I care about fucking mulatto, whatever the fuck he's talking about? Why is that important? No, it's not important. I don't give a damn about you people. If you all disappear tomorrow, I would not lose any fucking sleep. You know, I don't give a shit about no mulatto movement, right? So why do you come on my platform? Now, if I was basically trolling his platform, and you have these people that talk this stuff on TikTok. I don't comment. I just scroll right past. Most of the people nowadays, I just scroll right past. I don't comment on the wobbles. We were already here, Negroes. The fucking I'm a pretendian, all this kind of stuff. I don't even bother. Again, the FBA people, I don't fucking engage them, because I am too high up the chain to be engaging with fucking minions and freaking peons and idiots and whatnot. I'm too high up there. So when people call my show or not, be prepared to have be intelligent. I want some more intelligent people calling my show. I am so sick and tired of dealing with idiots. I mean, it just bothers me. That's why I'm glad I take Thursday nights off. I need one night of the week, man. Just like, and also, the end of July, this show renews. I don't know if I'm going to renew the StreamYard. I might just do videos, upload them, because I don't know if I can keep doing this platform, right? Because sometimes I'll be thinking about some of the stuff that I say on this platform that I don't really mean, but I don't really come out like that. I am not a mean person. I'm not a racist person. I'm not a mean person. And I think this platform brings out the worst of me, I don't know what it is. It just brings out the worst of me. I don't want people that I know to be hurt by some of the stuff I say, like that, like when I talk about black girls, big girls, whatnot, I don't want one of my big sisters hearing that, it's really mean, somebody say, I want to be a kinder, gentler caller, can we have though the world wants to see a kinder, gentler caller, kinder and gentler, I'm trying to be a kinder, gentler caller, but it's not going to be long before people come in the chat room and they trigger me. They're going to piss me off, whatever like that. And then the old evil caller is going to come out. So I'm trying. I start the show every night trying to be kinder and gentler caller, right? But evil caller rears his head when people come in the chat room with their nonsense. The usual suspects: Audrey, the Black Putin, Henry the Black Putin, whatever his name is. Chukwo. What's the other ones? Ross Moisture. Princess P. What's up, classic man? How you doing? So when people come in the chat room and they just annoy me, it brings out the evil spirits of me. It rises the evil spirits of me, right? And everybody has an evil side, and my evil side comes out, when people say stupid stuff on the show, So if you want to see my evil side, just keep saying what you're saying, pissing me off. But it is what it is. I try to be nice, everything. But to the topic, let's get to the topic, right? That's me rambling. Black America has finally become politically irrelevant. You know what that means? Just basically forget it. I don't want to hear nothing about reparations no more because it's never going to happen. New York City. I want to know who. I want to get this guy's name right. Milani, whatever his name is. Let's see. Let me see if I can find this. New York mayoral candidate. New York City mayoral candidate. New York City. NYC mayor, okay, his name is Zoran Mamdani. I think he's an Indian American, right? But from what I'm hearing from Baruti, said he was born in Uganda, basically Africans probably voted for him because he's an African, dumb motherfuckers, That's why I said when people don't even know their racial identity, that a white man can't be a fucking African, right? Things are going left, We had a debate the other night on the show, and some people are telling me that friggin' Elon Musk is an African American. Let me speak to that before I get started, right? And this was on my mind last couple of days, right? The African American descendants of slaves have taken that term African American for 200 something years, 250 years almost, right? Sometimes we rejected it, but it's always been there, right? So basically, when you say African American, you're talking about a story. What is the story of the African American? It's descendant of the transatlantic slave trade. That's a story. So when people call themselves African Americans who are not from that lineage, that is theft of identity. And too many people are doing it. You got people call themselves African Americans, that are freaking. I just one lady that was on TikTok, right? I'm gonna play a video. She said, as a first generation African American, and then the comment section went crazy. So in other words, black people have, despite what you think about the FBA, Black America has not given up on their identity as African Americans. People like, miss, you are a Ghanaian American, right? And there was even white people saying, you're a Ghanaian American. You're not an African American. You can't just claim African American because basically you're claiming our history. You can't do that, right? Just like Elon Musk can't just call himself an African American. He's not an African. And African American refers to this. Can we have something? Can we have any? Could the African American have anything for themselves? They took everything from us, right? And always said what always left with was our identity. We're the African American. We say about what's the story of America? What's the story of America? Well, the story of America is descendants of the transatlantic slave trade that lived on the eastern seaboard of the United States, were not culturally assimilated into the Black American culture, right? No, Caribbeans are not African Americans. No. They're Black, but they're not. African American is a specific ethnicity. Let us have that, Chukwo. Let us have something. You guys take everything over. You guys say, "Oh, hip hop came from Africa. Jazz is African." This is everybody wants to claim something that we have. Can we have we don't ask for much. We don't have a nation. We don't have a flag of our own, right? Can we at least have a fucking identity? Is that too much to ask for, Chukwo? Goddamn, So, but I want to get back to that. I just had to get that off my chest. I'm sick and tired of people trying to devalue what it means to be African American. The culture. We came from slaves, and we basically became Americans and changed this country. It wasn't for Black people in this country wouldn't be the multiracial society you see right now. And that's because we were at the very bowels of American civilization. We were the Africans. We were told it was almost impossible. We'll never be nothing but a slave. But we proved them wrong. We showed our humanity. We showed all these things that made us a great people in this country. Don't let anybody tell you that we got all these problems. We're a great freaking people. African Americans are the greatest people that God's ever created. All right, to achieve what we achieved under this much hatred and everything, and then change the world is amazing. Yeah, Solomon. Yeah, it says nobody can be African except African. People want to change that. Yeah, they want. It's like I hate even saying this, right? Because it's like they don't have any respect for our heritage. African American. Okay, we steal everything else from their music. We steal their style, their culture, their lingo. Let's go ahead and steal their identity. Goddamn, can we have something? We have the African American Museum. I guess that means everybody. No, it means people, African American people, the Africans experience in America. America's African story. America has an African story. It's 400 years old, almost 500 years old. That's America's African story. And we are the descendants of that African story. We're the inheritors, the guardians, of that African story. We're not foundational Black Americans. We're the African story of America. America has an African story. How many times do we have to tell you that, And the African story began on the transatlantic slave trade in the auction box of the slave. That's the African story. Now these people try to say, "Oh, Ghanaian, I'm a new African." No, you're not a new African. You're a Ghanaian American. Your identity was forged in Ghana. You're a Nigerian American. You're a Sierra Leone American. You're a Liberian American. But for God's sake, you're not an African American, especially if you're white. That's so freaking disrespectful. They got these FBAs running around. Oh, see, they call themselves African American. No, these people are trying to hijack our identity, as African Americans, Just because we made it something fancy, African American Museum, they want to change that because you got these self-hating a small percentage of self-hating Black people who want to be white like Tariq. don't like identifying with Africa, at all. I'm proud of my heritage. My ancestors come from the Congo region and whatnot, and I'm proud of that shit, So the bottom line is this. My ancestors came here 400 years ago in the 1600s, right? In the early 1600s from Africa. That's it. That means I'm an African, what would say? But I have an American story. I'm an African with an American story, or I'm an American with an African story. However you want to put it, So anybody basically try to change that and whatnot, that's cultural theft. We got to stop that shit, That's what leads to a lot of tensions between Black people and Black immigrants, Black America and Black immigrants, and stuff like that. Is that cultural appropriation and theft of identity? No, it doesn't. It doesn't mean we're connected with other Africans, bro. It says we're not. Hold up. So you're telling me a Zulu is connected to a Yoruba? No. You tell me a Maasai is connected to a Yoruba? No. Is a Maasai connected to a Hausa? No. Just like what you call it, is a Zulu connected to a freaking Haitian? No. So why is it that African Americans are always got to be connected with everybody? No, we're our own fucking people, So the bottom line is we're our own people. That's my side I'm on, There's no identity crisis, Say, yeah, I know what you call it. I know the U.S. Census says, for the most part, they lump us all in together. I get that, Black or African American, or they say Black African or African. They only say African American. Sometimes they say Black or African American or Black African descent. Yeah, I get it. You're like, but culturally and ethnically, you understand that when you say African American, right? Someone asks you specifically, you mean the descendants of the transatlantic slave trade. You're not talking about Haitians. You're not talking about Jamaicans. You're not talking about Nigerians. You're not talking about Ghanaians. You're talking about African Americans, the descendant of the transatlantic slave trade. The original Africans that came here in the 1600s to through the 1700s. For the most part. So do people assimilate into the African American culture? Sure. You can assimilate, right? But what I'm talking about is these new age people just get off the boat talking about, oh, I'm African American. No, you're not. No, you're not. You're a fucking Kenyan. You're a Ghanaian. You're a Nigerian. You're a Sierra Leonean. You're Senegalese. You're all these other people, like I said. And so when people, I hate that when people go around the world, like you got a lot of Nigerians and people that live in China, breaking laws, doing all stuff like that, and they basically wearing hip hop gear and whatnot, and people are saying, "Oh, these African look." There's no African Americans as we know it in fucking China, but some of those Nigerians over there got U.S. passports, so they assume they're African Americans. No, we gotta start gatekeeping our culture and everything like that. It's not hate or anything like that, but we gotta be specific. On the FOSO application, click there, says you want me to choose between African American, Jamaican, and Nigerian. I'm glad they're doing that. Yeah, I'm African American. Whether Jamaican, click Jamaican, Nigerian, click Nigerian. I think that's how it should be, because these people should have their own identity. I think Jamaican Americans is a proud culture. I think Nigerian Americans are a proud culture. I think all these people are great people in their own right and everything like that. They should have their own identity. There's no need to mix them with us, So we kill that out of there. Then we can have some sort of pan-African discussion. Once every group knows where it belongs and what their priorities are, then we could worry about things. Haitians could worry about Haitians, African. Then we could come together as a greater Black people. But every group of people have to hold down their own race, their own community, their own section, their own set, so. Yeah, but it's finally here. So this new guy won the New York primary without the Black vote. I mean, this is incredible, Look, Poppy goes, don't mix my Jamaican. Nobody wants to mix with Jamaicans, bro. Honestly, man. I mean, I'm just telling you like it is, man. Don't get over yourself. Nobody wants to mix with Jamaicans, Everyone appreciate their identities in order to create. Yeah, I just don't want my identity to be erased. That's all that what I've been talking about. I don't give a damn what my Jamaican brothers do, the Haitians brothers do, and everything like that. But I don't care. I don't care. It's not. There's no hard feelings or nothing like that. We're different. We're different people. That's why I said when we start dealing with white people, we have to be clear about what we're talking about. When that's the stuff I hear coming out of fucking Africans' mouths and Caribbeans' mouths, it just basically them getting on their feet, bootlicking the white man for giving them a fucking better life in America. I hate that shit. You mean you tell me you're so fucking pathetic? You gotta kiss ass to our worst fucking enemies just because he gave you a little fucking green card. We're not green card holders. That's the difference between you guys and us. So I'm gonna fucking be proud of the fact that they can't fucking deport us, whatever it is, and everything like that. You can go on bootlicking them and whatnot and worship them. And we don't worship white people here. Black America, we don't worship white people. That's the difference. Everybody else got their fucking nose up the white man's ass. We don't do that shit. No, ain't nobody do like that. I'm just pointing this out. For the topic is Black America is politically irrelevant. One of the reasons is no one knows what is our fucking agenda. Fighting for a reparations check, that was our agenda. We got freaking communities fucking dying in Black America, right? And they freaking housed all these fucking illegals and everything like that. Who got that done? All these freaking Congressional Black Caucus people. Why? Because most of them are from the islands. There's a new movement now where it's like immigrants groups versus everybody else. It's not even about Black anymore. It used to be people came here from another country and they were part of it. They made the Black community strong. Now these people are basically joined in together with open enemies of Black people, Mexicans and Hispanics and Chinese and Indians. All these immigrants are enemies of Black America, real open enemies of Black America, because their sole purpose is to come here to take, use white people to make sure that they don't, white people do not want too many Black people in the mainstream of America, but they will put friggin' other people here because white people know that their biggest threat, it's not Iran. The biggest threat to America is the large number of African Americans still in this country, descendants of slaves. That's a friggin' that is the biggest threat to America. Make no mistake, it's not even the Mexicans. Yeah, there's not even Mexicans. You'd be surprised how many white people have empathy for Mexicans and whatnot. Why do you think they could bomb police cars and say what they want? You have a vice mayor talk about where's the Serranos at? Please. If that was a Black person saying that shit about law enforcement, they would be put under the jail. But they able to get away with it because subconsciously, white people don't really have a problem with these Mexicans and stuff like that. They don't. Their real target is they're going to go after these Haitians, these African immigrants, and these Asians. That's what they really want. They don't really care about Mexicans, especially white-looking ones. They don't care about that shit, So it is what it is. I'm just telling like it is tonight, Kwame. I ain't no. Look. I said, look, the Caribbean. The Latinos are notorious for hunting Black people in California. They really, really do not like Black people in California, right? And so when I see a Ghanaian girl talking about she's out there with the Latinos, whatnot, solidarity, I got a problem with that. I got a fucking real problem with that. That's why Black America has been real. We don't know who the fuck we are. We let people come here from other countries, fucking hijacking our political strength and power. We're not. It's just freaking ridiculous, So it is what it is. The Black vote means something. The Black vote is what brought sanctions on apartheid. We overrode President Reagan's veto and whatnot and brought sanctions. 5 years later, Nelson Mandela was released from prison. Yeah, the Black vote does work. So know your history, you fucking illiterate, So it is what it is, But I said, I don't know if you're going to war or not, Kwame, but I'm telling you right now, you people need to choose a side. Either you're going to roll with us or get the fuck out of the way because we will fucking crush you, Y'all immigrants are lukewarm. You don't know whether you want to be with us or you want to fucking sound like the fucking white man criticizing us 24 hours a day. Y'all better pick a side. Pick a side. Either you roll with the white man or you roll with us. There's no in between. There's no more lukewarm shit. So let me see if I can find this video. I would give everything. If I could just have, if somebody could give me a pet sea otter, I'd quit the whole world and just raise that thing as his dad. I love sea otters. They are so adorably cute. I could watch them all day. I would have a pool in my backyard, with the log on it, you could dive in and whatnot and stuff like that. They are so amazingly cute. I love sea otters. They're the cutest animal on the planet. I would sit there and love that thing to death, man. I would need nothing else ever again. If I have I got a soft heart for animals. I go to the park sometimes, man. I bring a bag of popcorn, throw it to the squirrels and whatnot. Then one squirrel comes by and he brings his girlfriend by and his kids. I'm just throwing out there. And he's just like looking at me like, what the hell's going on, man? You gonna throw the popcorn down or what? All right. Earl the squirrel. Okay, Earl. And then the geese, man. We have these Canadian geese in Virginia Beach. They're here in the summertime, man. They're like thugs, man. When you go in their territory, they're basically they were walking around like, I got a video too. I'm gonna upload the video to YouTube. They were eyeballing me like, what the fuck are you looking at, nigga? What the fuck are you looking at? They're like, you ain't. I'm like, damn, geese are no joke, man. Geese will attack you. The Canadian geese are no joke. They walking by my bench. I'm sitting there like this. They just walk right by, pause, look at me like, are you gonna get up and leave or what? This is our territory. I'm like, nah, I'm gonna sit here for a little while. One night I was like, all right, I'll be gone in a little while. I'm just sticking around for a little while. Yeah, Canadian geese are no joke, man. But then I make friends with them. I throw them out some popcorn too, and whatnot, and they get really happy, So they let me stick around, Yeah, so like I said, one thing I do like about animals are so innocent and cool, and not like people. People always got ulterior motives, I love animals, Animals are the best thing God put on this earth, So everywhere Garvey must go. Yeah, April Randolph was a fucking coon. Who cares about April Randolph? And we're not talking about people like Marcus Garvey. Marcus Garvey came here and he said, the first thing he said was, I found my people. Now, why did he say that about Jamaica? Because he was rejected in Jamaica. He came to America at a time where black people were looking for a leader, And he said basically, these are my people, and we always accepted Marcus Garvey as a leader, So it tells you that we, among anybody, black people, we will accept other people that don't come from our lineage as our leader, But what's happened over the years is lately, these people coming from the islands in Africa don't love us. They don't love us like Stokely Carmichael did. They don't love us like Marcus Garvey did. They don't love us like what's her name? That ran for Congress. What's her name? What is that? I forgot her name on top of my head. Shirley Chisholm. They don't love us like these people. They don't love us like Harry Belafonte did. They don't love us like freaking Sidney Poitier did. These people come over here with that hate in their heart, judging us, and telling us that we complain too much. This one video I saw when this girl was talking about, she said at the end of the video, she said, I get it now. She was told by her family, don't go over to America like the Americans. They complain all the time. Black Americans complain all the time, and blah 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 blah. Well, the bottom line, that complaining is what friggin' changed America. Really, that complaining all the time changed America. See, people want the benefits of Black America, our political power, our numbers, and everything, but they don't want to do the work. Oh yeah, they like the fact that you could buy a house and nobody can outright tell you we don't sell to black people. No, we don't freaking loan money to black people. No, we don't. That neighborhood's a high risk. Who stopped all that? It was us that did that. See, people want all the benefits of being able to buy a house in America, to get college student loans and all stuff like this. But they don't understand who are the people that made that happen. And I'm going to have to keep telling this because I think people forget this shit, you know? So the bottom line, so it seems like, oh, we're always complaining. Well, oh, I'm sorry if we make you uncomfortable sometime. But this is a reality. We've been in a fucking war for 400 years in this country. And it's not stopped because you guys come over here and want the good life. Instead, that's why we tell you, if you don't like what the struggle is, then you need to get the hell out of the country and go back to where you came from. You know? And we don't need your pan-Africanism. You know, I'm trying to set the new trend right here because I'm sick and tired. I'm watching the whole Pan-African movement. Everything was a complete disaster, failure, because we don't have real black men standing up. I'm going to show Black America that me, College Genesis, is your man. I'm the guy just looking out for you first. You know, Pan-Africanism comes second. You know. So the bottom line, no, I don't have no 1776 mindset. I'm about my people. My people are here to the 1600s. My people, America is just a sojourn, you know. It ain't where we finish off, you know. And we have a future in our own nation. That's our future right there. You know, so I'm not going to sit here and be like, well, America, that's it. No, I don't care. America is just a transitional place. This is what we need to learn, what we need to learn, and whatever we need to learn to take on the world, whatever, it's right here, you know? So the bottom line is this is what we need to do until we could transition to our own civilization again. It doesn't end in America. We didn't begin in America, and it's not going to end in America, you know? I don't care what all these immigrants, they come over here because they abandoned their country and they can't go back because they ain't got the intelligence to build their own countries, you know. Now, FBA is not brainwashing me, Kwame. I'm not brainwashed with FBA. Common sense is fucking me. I don't like the FBA movement. FBA believes America is their foundation. America is not my damn foundation. But this is a place that where my people are. This is a place that my people are. I'm going to rep it, you know, until we have something else. But until then, yeah, I'm with my Black America. You know, that's what I care about, you know, first and foremost, you know. Everything else is secondary, you know. All that Black unity, Pan-African that hasn't gotten us anything, right? You know, show me anything. Show me any gains from the so-called Pan-African movement. Nothing. Listen to Dynasty show today. It was like, had this guy say he built homes in Ghana. Why do we got to go to everybody else's country and build their shit up? Why is that? You know, and he says, well, you got to build your own road. Why don't we have the ability to have our own government that we could finance our own road projects and whatnot? You got Ghana. You tell me they can't even provide basic roads and basic infrastructure. You got to build housing. You got to build your own infrastructure. And I mean, this is a fucking mess, man. You know, what is the point of that? You go to a country and they have no roads, no infrastructure, no nothing. And you're going in the middle of fucking nowhere and whatnot. What the fuck? Why? To learn what it's like to starve? What it's like to friggin' live without, neglect, and all this kind of shit like that, you know? I don't know what you're talking about, Chukwu. You know, I have no idea. So Chukwu don't know anything about Black America. We have more than this. We've been triumphing for, look, I don't know what you're talking about, Chukwu. Do you know there was large numbers of Black people in this country, even during slavery time, that were millionaires, that had business? Our whole history is not tied to slavery, you know? So that's what you think. You look at the white man's point of view. He doesn't know that there was Black communities like in Baltimore, Maryland. In 1800, there was a well-known Black shipbuilding company in Baltimore, Maryland. There was a huge business community in places like Richmond, Virginia, in the early end, while there was slavery, you know? There were places like Nantucket that had a Black business community. Paul Coffey was part of it, you know? So this idea that, everything is about slavery. No, you know, that was the Africans that came here in chains and whatnot. There was a large number of Black people they call Atlantic Creoles that lived on the coast of the United States since the 1500s. They were brought here by the Spanish, the Dutch, the English, and all the other people. They were mostly from Europe or some other colony that they settled here in America. And they built these Black communities called Atlantic Creoles because they spoke different languages other than African languages, you know? So all Chuko knows is black people are slaves. No, that's one story, you know? That's the African side of the story. But we also had black people here in America that were free, that did a lot of stuff, paid taxes, you know, some even owned slaves themselves, you know? So it's not our entire history. So we don't sit there and dwell on slavery, but yeah, it needs to be talked about, you know, and we don't care about white guilt. I don't know what you're talking about. If that was so white guilt, then white people have never given any reparations. White people have taken more from us than they ever give back. They get everything. They get the $1 trillion that we generate every year. They get all that. You know, they still control most of the power in this country and everything like that. So what the hell are you talking about, Chukwu? So I said, Chukwu don't know what the hell he's talking about, you know? So it is what it is. So it is what it is. I'm not gonna agree with nothing 77.6 says because he says a lot of stupid shit, you know. You know. DK says Pano dead as anywhere. Yeah, it's dead. It's dead. It wasn't us that killed it because we went into this shit believing that shit, you know. First of all, Chukwu, everybody knows that 99% of black people never heard of reparations, you know. Chuko listens to a couple of idiots online, uneducated people online talking about reparations, and we know for a fact that is, you know, white people don't feel guilt. We know, Chuko, you don't know. White people don't feel guilty about anything they fucking did. They think they did us a favor, you know. PLO Mama's doing great things, like what? Everybody's doing great things. I don't see shit. I don't see no great things. I just see fucking people talking, you know. White people don't have any guilt about slavery, you know. You know, so they believe they did right. They said they did this a favor because their argument is, look at how many black people are trying to come to this country. You know, that's their whole argument. Once that's out there, but you could thank black immigrants for telling them that they did nothing wrong by them coming over here, waving the American flag, said, "I just want to be American." That basically throws all the fucking people out of the friggin' the black Americans argument out the door. So I don't know what Chuko was talking about. Like those are reparation. The money would go back to the hands of I don't know. I can't read nothing because everybody keeps typing. I want to read what the real Donald Trump has to say. He says today's black people don't deserve reparations. Oh, they deserve it, but they ain't gonna get it. You know, they ain't gonna get it. It's not gonna happen. So I'm not gonna sit here and be like, we need reparations. No, find something else, you know. Yeah. Like I said, yeah, if you do give black people reparations, it's gonna it's gonna be the biggest stimulus package for white America ever. You know? The only reparations is if you have a nation state, you know. Yeah, look at he's talking about Jason Whitlock and Jesse Lee Peterson. Lord have mercy, two of the biggest fucking coons in the world. You know, like I said, these are not real black men, Chukwu, you know. Fucking Jason Shitlock, Jesse Coon Peterson, you know. Oh my God. Chukwu, you got whatever little credibility you thought you had, man, you lost it, you know. Yeah. So it is what it is, folks. But yeah, but yeah, it's finally here. Black America's political irrelevancy. Now, when you can win an election in New York without the black vote in the Democratic primary, something is definitely going on, man. There's something going on. You know, what the hell's going on? Black people, how do you miss the ball, you know? You know, Colin, you think Eric Adams got a shot? I don't know. Eric Adams never looked more good to me, you know? He never looked more good to me. But you know what the problem is, black people? These people that tell you to fucking stay home. I don't look. If you go out there and vote, right? I don't care who you freaking vote for, right? I don't care. Just get out there and vote. That's a powerful system for participating in an electoral process, So it is what it is. I don't know. I haven't been in New York, everything like that. I don't think Eric Adams that bad. I mean, however, I don't like. I don't. I went down back to New York in 2021, right? And I'll be honest with you, the Bronx wasn't the Bronx the way I remember it when I was a kid. You know, it didn't look like a third world country. It didn't smell like a fucking Bangladesh. It didn't smell like goats and fucking open sewers and manure. The Bronx was fucking beautiful. Webster Avenue was beautiful. Look, first of all, voting did change the living conditions. We have a huge middle class in Black America. The majority of Black people in the middle class. Almost all Black people, every Black person has running water. Do you know before we started voting, there were Black people lived in sections off the grid. We didn't have electricity. We didn't have indoor plumbing and stuff like that. No, the Bronx used to be a nice place. Up by Fordham Road, Gun Hill Road, and whatnot. I lived there for 1 year in the Bronx. That was a beautiful place, man. Tracy Towers. Now Tracy Towers is a lot of. I heard a lot of Ghanaians in there now. It's not the same. It used to be a nice place. My aunt had an apartment there. That was nice. It was like in the 60s, in the 80s and 70s and 80s, that was like a futuristic place they built. Tracy Towers, those two towers, they were like a freaking futuristic place. All the apartments were real modernized, everything. They had balcony. It was real nice, Tracy Towers, Congressional Black Caucus Foundation. Yeah, look, the Congressional Black Caucus Principe belongs to the Black immigrants now. Y'all can have it, take it. What y'all need to do is take the Congressional Black Caucus and bring it and distribute them all throughout the islands of the Caribbean. That'd probably be better served there, That's the South Bronx. That's the South Bronx, Kwame. That's the South Bronx, I used to hang in the South Bronx too. But I used to hang out in Gun Hill Road, the Concourse, Soundview, places like that. Those are cool places. Tracy Towers, those are places. The North Bronx is really nice. That by City College and whatnot is really nice. It's really nice. Actually, in 2010, when I was up there for my cousin's graduation at City College, Bronx City College and whatnot, it was nice back then. A lot of Dominicans moved in, but now you go there, man. What the hell happened, man? Just one friggin' what was like 11 years later, man. Holy shit, man. The place turned into a fucking shithole, whole shit turned into a fucking shithole, man. Like, damn. New York ain't the city I grew up in, I'll tell you. I don't know why, it showed you too. The fact that people are talking about reparations as it's a real political issue showed you that I'm really, what I'm saying is most of the people that on social media are low IQ. There's no possible way a reparations will never happen. Even Afro Think Tank said that today. He said, there's no way. There's no possible political path to victory in reparations, So when people talk, that's internet babble. It's like internet babble is going nowhere, So why people keep talking about it, reparations, then this government is not going to give you shit. Brother, it has changed life for us, put laws on books that was there were but resistance to our civil rights. Yeah. So the bottom line is this: anybody tells you voting didn't work, they're fucking lying to you. Either what is voting done? And spoken about like somebody who's never been in this country and we don't know the history of America, So it is what it is. Well, anyway, I care about somebody's reparations, but Jelly mentioned. Yeah, I don't. I just think, MP, that Black people, you got to be a little more intelligent. You got to be a little more. I get it. We want to clam on to something. You feel like America owes you something. Blah blah blah. But you got to keep that to yourself, because when you guys start talking this stuff, it makes you seem low IQ and friggin' emotional and silly and foolish, and people are just laughing at you. So the bottom line, and then when somebody's saying, something, you better move on to something else. It ain't because they hate you or whatever like that, or they're jealous of you, or they're jealous of them. Like, you got black people running around thinking immigrants are jealous of us because this is where I agree with the immigrant argument, right? The immigrants are not caring about your reparations. They're like, if you get it, you get it. That's fine. It's on you. Black people actually convince themselves, that they got reparations coming, that immigrants are going to get something that they deserve. They already got the money spent. You got people out there. I remember years ago when Barack Obama got elected, man, people were like, so how long you think so Obama started giving out reparations checks? Yeah, I tell no lies, man. Back then when Obama got elected, I was like, how old was I? I was 40 years old when Barack Obama got elected. I was 39, 4 years old, right? And Blog Talk Radio, I heard people that were twice my age actually basically, oh yeah, I don't care about them saying I'm Caribbean. They're freaking stupid people. I had people twice my age talking about, well, that B Michelle's living in the White House. She living good with her kids and whatnot. Where do we get out of it? We put them in the White House. We could put him in the White House, but we're not going to get a reparations check. And you have so-called Block Talk Radio talk. Yes, but sister, Barack Obama is this. He's this. They were like attacking Obama. So I started out on Block Talk Radio defending Obama. That I would love to see Black America is not getting no damn reparations. It's not going to happen. Yeah, it's a debt, right? But it doesn't mean anything. If you can't force it, how you going to do it? Reparations happens through force. You ain't got no ability to force America to do anything. So it's not going to happen. We decided that we want to become Americans. We wanted civil rights. We wanted integration. We also that forfeited thing. Now, if we were left America, went to Africa, established our own land, nation, everything, and then brought our case before international courts, whatever, yeah, you probably would be getting reparations right now, but you chose to be part of America, so it is what it is. You chose to be part of America. That forfeited any sort of debt that the white man, America, owed to you, It doesn't matter poor, right? That's not even an issue, the bottom line is this: white people figure not only that we give you civil rights, they give you welfare, they give you jobs. They got the argument is that this Black America, like the only Black middle class in the world. The argument is also that they elected a Black man twice to the White House, the highest office in the land. They're like, well, I think we've done enough for Black people. That's their argument. When you was up there jumping and shouting, yeah, go Barack, hope and change, all that. They're sitting there saying, see, these niggas are happy. We gave them a Black president and whatnot. Well, we'll let them have it for 4 years. That'll make up for all the fucking shit we did to them. All right? Yeah, Barack, now you back to reparations. Like, no, we gave you reparations when we elected Barack Obama twice. In other words, we failed. Reparations should have been paid right after slavery. It should have been us settling in another country. Well, if you international court, if you basically bring the United States before the international court and whatnot, and you could have the international rule in their favor, and other countries could basically say, something, the court said this, and they'll start taxing American goods and services. However, if you got somebody like Donald Trump, will say, look, if you do that, we're going to put 100% tariff on any country. So, no way, there's no path to fucking reparation. That's the only path you have. You would have to be your own independent nation state. And you would have to have all these countries in the Security Council, everything vote to sanction America to give you reparations, And what's the chance of that happen? None of these countries give a fuck about Black people, Yeah, the Mexican willing to sell their souls. Yeah. White people hate us. Black Americans hate us. No, we don't hate you. But we're just different from you. We're just different. Once you understand we're different, and you don't come here talking what we need to do, what Black America needs to do. I hate that shit. I hate when people give me fucking advice. I hate that shit. No, what you call it? It's not like nobody dislikes Black immigrants, but when you step over your bounds, right? You step over your bounds because most of us don't know enough about Black immigrants to talk about them, right? But we're always on their fucking mind, That's what I said, So nobody hates you, Kwame. I don't hate you. I'm just saying, look, you got to understand, we're a people just like you're a people. You guys don't want to respect the fact that we are a people, you know. Anyway, look, that's another thing. The bottom line is nobody cares about reparations. Nobody's serious that cares about reparations. And also, if they handed it out, I would say, look, extend it to. My whole thing is this: if they're gonna give reparations, give it to everybody. All Black people suffered, so just give it to all the Black people. That's the way I see it. A lot of Black people don't like when I say that, but I say, look, give it to all Black people. If a Jamaican says, I want my reparations check, give it to him. There's nonsense about like this. We all suffered from slavery and colonialism, so let's fucking all get paid, But since I know that's not going to happen, like this, so it's never going to happen. So, and I put it out there. I said, look, if we ever get reparations, you guys say it. I say it right now. Everybody could basically carve up my check. Y'all can have my money. He's like, yeah, Colin, bet, man. You said it, man. I'm gonna take you to court because you said. I'm like, okay, go ahead, man. You can have my share. You can have my reparations check. And you got people out there, Colin, where's your address, man? Because I'm coming for reparations. You got people actually really thinking they're gonna fucking get. There's gonna be a reparations check. Then I'm gonna hand it over to. I mean, if I told you, like I said, I'm so confident it's never gonna happen that you can have mine when it comes. That's right. Okay, good. I want college section. You got, like I said, do you understand how much of a bunch of morons you guys sound like? You guys, your reparations Negroes, what you guys sound like when you talk about you going to take my reparations check. It's never going to happen, Yeah, let's get college share. Yeah. Okay, you can have it. But is you going to have a share of nothing? Because it's never going to happen. And then when I say that, people get mad at me and start calling me a tether and start saying I'm an immigrant. They say I'm a Caribbean and all this kind of stuff like that, You know? Oh no, I say, look, y'all can have my share of the reparations check, Principally, there'll never be a majority Black state in this country. You think the white man haven't thought about that already? You know? You think there's enough jobs or resources in one state for Black people? No. He makes sure if a large number of Black people moved out to fucking Utah or Wyoming, they would starve. There'll be no jobs, no nothing. They'll fucking literally die, Because infrastructure and industry and opportunity don't follow Black people, It follows white people historically. Black people got to go where the opportunity is. That's why how you gonna have a majority Black state when you can't even have a majority Black community anymore? Atlanta, it's so bad in Atlanta, Blacks aren't the majority no more. New York, all these places like that, Detroit, all these places like that, because Black people got to move to other areas, where there's opportunity. Ain't nobody bringing no opportunity to a majority Black area, and it would be a catastrophe if Black people became a state. Think of Baltimore on steroids. If Black people ever became majority in any state, ATL's a shithole, Yeah, Baltimore, DC are like friggin' Baltimore and DC should be wiped off the map. I'm serious. The black section. I tell the story all the time. 2010, I took a train from Newport News all the way to New York, right? Well, I had to go to Baltimore for something, right? And we went to DC, stopped at the train station. Not that bad, right? But when you drive on Amtrak, you get to see the worst side of look, I had no idea up until then how bad fucking some black people lived in this country, because I got to see the fucking ghetto of Richmond, Virginia, and then I got treated to the ghettos of Washington D.C., then the ghettos of Baltimore. That really depressed me. Holy shit, I had no idea people lived like that. Goddamn. And then basically Philly. By the time I got to Newark, I was just fucking drained. I was so fucking depressed. I was like, God damn, man. I had no idea. Because I'm always, when I travel up in the eastern United States, I'm using a car, I take Route 13, 17. I said, it's not so bad. You pass through small towns in Virginia, Maryland, and Delaware, but all that. That's beautiful, right? But that's how the first time I took a ride or a train ride up that area right there, not on the coast, but in that inner area right there. Oh my God, man, that was the worst experience. Baltimore was the worst place in the world I've ever seen. Holy shit, man. And Newark too. God damn. And then also I see a lot of Hispanics. I didn't know there was a lot of Hispanics in Newark. I see a lot of public housing. I drove by on the train tracks. I was looked down about I see a lot of Hispanics down there, I was like, damn, Philly was a fucking mess, man. I was just looking at this stuff from a train, looking at the train, looking at these cities. I'm like, this is what people be talking about. I just never understood. What do people talk about when they say poverty and stuff like that? I was like, holy shit, man, holy shit, man. Holy shit, holy shit, holy sheep shit, I'm like, goddamn. MP, Atlanta is, only people that like Atlanta. Let me stop for MP gets mad at me. Let me stop. I was going to be evil collar, but I'm not going to be evil collar. I was going to say something, but I better not, Let me stop. Let me stop. Let me stop. Let me stop. I'm not going to say nothing, Come on, land is definitely better than Monrovia. I don't know about that, Yeah, would you compare the developing country to a first world country? I mean, Atlanta looks really. That's Diane Samir. Diane has nothing good to say about Atlanta. You know, you know. It's like this: you give black folks any city and whatnot, anywhere in the world. There's this video out that I'm going to play about this lady in South Africa, Zimbabwean, that lives in South Africa. She says South Africa's infrastructure is crumbling. It's going but the way of Dynas doesn't like Atlanta, He's like, he has nothing good to say about Atlanta, It says ghetto, you know. Yeah, so but she said that the whole thing is, what is it about black people? We can't run cities, every 7 years you change the pipes out in the city. You make sure people. South Africa, once a first world country, now has sewer problems. And Lozy got this. I want Lozy to come here tonight. He got some explaining to do. Lozy got some explaining to do. Let me play this video. Let you know what I'm talking about. Lozy has some explaining to do. He thinks the immigrants in South Africa are the problem. It's Negroes in South Africa. So Lozy got some explaining to do. See, let me find this video, folks. I just think about it, man. Black people and New York, you're so freaking irrelevant. God damn, man. How the hell did that happen, man? You know? And New York used to be a center of black power years ago. Okay, here's a video right here. Now, this video, this lady is saying, she's saying South Africa is going to fall like Zimbabwe. That's sad, man, you know? It's sad, sad. Once a first world country. I thought South Africa would be the only black first world country, man, but I guess black people got to feel more comfortable. We made it a third world country, you know? I hate this buffering shit. Oh.
Hi guys, so we just came out of a meeting with Hopewell, and well, hopeful? Yes and no. I think the sad and dark and depressing part of our conversation was when he spoke about the condition of Zimbabwe and how Zim didn't get the way it is today overnight. It was a slow and steady decline. It wasn't a big bang approach or like an asteroid hit the country and all of a sudden things fell apart. He said they slowly started to see decay in infrastructure. I mean, he mentioned the place that he lives in Harare and how quite affluent it is, but they don't have running water. And that is because the water was not being treated, because the money was going to the pockets of corrupt politicians. He looked me in the eye and he said, South Africa is where Zimbabwe was in around 2007. And the writing is on the wall. The signs are there. If we keep going in this direction, pretty soon we'll find ourselves telling a similar story. What do I mean? President Cyril Ramaphosa said in his capacity as ANC president while speaking at the January 8th statement that he knows for a fact that municipalities are struggling to provide clean drinking water to many households, and that sewage is seeping through the gardens of some communities. He mentioned that he knows that refuse is not being removed, electricity is not being supplied. They're well aware. Those are the signs. Red flag.
This is for fair use, folks. Fair use.
Potholes are everywhere. Infrastructure, like the property just behind me, they're dilapidated. A crime hotspot, place for vandals, drug and alcohol abuse, and absolutely a health concern. So that was the dark and depressing part of our conversation. But you know what inspired me about what he had to say? That indeed the power is in our hands to make a difference. We can and must change status quo. You and I can stop and say no. We the people can make a difference. And I think what encourages and inspires me the most about Build One South Africa is that I'm surrounded by people who are already seeking to make an impact one way or another and are already on the ground doing so. How much more when we are in official positions and we can have that kind of authority of the state and use it wisely. So I have that food for thought. I hope it gives you food for thought as well. We don't have to continue in this current trajectory. You and I, we can make a difference. Vote wisely.
Oh, there you
Monday
go.
CRM
My
has the
point I'm
best
trying to make
AI
about this
features in
video
days.
is
especially in sales.
the fact that whether it's South Africa, Gary, Indiana, New York, Baltimore, Newark, New Jersey, and whatnot, it just seems that for some reasons there's something wrong when somebody gives us something, a city, whatever like that. Why is it that we can't run it right? Now, my good friend Eddie in the chat said that they should have had land reform, right? Land reform would have made it worse. The areas where there's still white people in the municipalities are running good. But the black area, so in other words, basically, let's just make South Africa one big shithole. But so long as it's black, that's what I said, man. So long as it's black, man, we don't care if there's no running water. We don't care if there's sewage seeping into the water table and you're drinking piss and shit. It's okay, but long as there's black people in power, man. That sort of stupid mentality is what has to go. It's sad that in this 2025, man, I still don't got the confidence of saying a black-run society, run completely by black people and whatnot, and I want to see that before I leave this earth, and I don't see it for the most part. I got bright spots with Namibia, but they got a lot of white people there. Rwanda, I'm holding my breath. It's just one city, Kigali. Botswana, it's too small. So I just want to see one strong black first world country. Can I ever see that? A black, I want to see an Afghanistan, a black African state, a strong black African state, Will I ever see that in my lifetime? Oh, is that too much to fucking ask for? God damn, it's like, it is what it is, So it is what it is, folks. I don't know, it's just freaking sad, It's just sad situation, Yeah, Kagame basically is an authoritarian ruler, and that's seems like the only thing that works in Africa, that's the only thing that really works is when you put your foot down and say we've had enough. We don't give a damn about your feelings. Fuck your feelings. This is the way it is. This is the way you're gonna do it. That's the only way I would ever run a country. This is the way it is. The Supreme Council already decided. You fall in line. Burkina Faso is a beautiful country and everything like that. But it's too fucking poor, Kwame. Maybe I don't know. Maybe 50 years from now it might be something, but right now it's just too fucking poor. It was what you call it. Ibn Traore got the right idea. He got the right spirit. He could keep it up. Burkina Faso will be good, but I'm talking about a real first world country right now, not on Jamaican standards, bro. I don't want fucking Caribbean standards. I'm talking about our standards, first world standards. So that wouldn't be a bad option. Was for power outages being colder now due to that winter down there. Well, South Africa is all right, but you can't ignore the crime, crumbling infrastructure, and social unrest and upheaval. I give them solutions, MP. What are you talking about? I get plenty of solutions. Just nobody's listening. You better off building a house in Jamaica. Going, nah, I don't think so. If I gotta go to Jamaica, man, they'll stay right the fuck here. If that's where my fate is, going to Jamaica, no, I don't think so. So anyway, links to the chat. Want to call in? It's finally here. Black political irrelevancy. It's New York. If you can win in New York without the black vote, then what chance does the rest of the country have? Not a damn thing. Not a damn thing. If New York is the largest one of the largest black concentrations in America, if somebody can win without the black African American vote, that means, man, the rest of the country has just moved on from black people, I mean, look, I'm not saying that, Jamaica's a bad place, Kwame. It's just not for me, man. It's not for me. Ain't nothing wrong with that, You know, y'all picking on Cuddy, man. Leave Cuddy alone, man. You leave Cuddy alone. Cuddy's all right, brother, man. You know, he don't know a whole lot when not. You know, he may be dumb. You know, dusty, but he's a good brother. You know, I got a soft spot for my dusties. You know. I am not bothering Cuddy, Frenchie. You know, I am not bothering Cuddy. I love Cuddy. You know, no, I'm not trying to sound like no damn 1776. I kill myself for whoever's made me. If I ever fucking wave the American flag or salute this fucking look, let me tell you something. Let me break it down to you, 1776. I know you guys love people. It's like I said, people love to claim me and whatnot. No, look, let me tell you something. I basically have been good. This America, I guess my life is pretty good, whatever like that. But at the same time, right, I'll never give them the satisfaction of telling them that, you know, never. Because I know America is built, 1776 is a lie. America was built on a lie. It still is. And I can't build nothing on a lie based on the truth. If I believe something is a lie, then I cannot rock with it. I don't care how good it sounds, how much it is. Like I say, yeah, I could easily be like, I'm a pro-American, I'm a business owner and whatnot, I'm an American success story and whatnot, but I'd be telling a lie. And I could easily say there's no racism and I'm cool with that and whatnot. I could be a Jesse Lee Peterson, I could be a Jason Shitlock, you know, but I'd be lying. I'm perpetuating a lie. America, my friend, is a lie. It always has been. That's why we have these problems in this country. America's a lie. It always has been. You know. So go ahead, Steve.
Colin, I just came on here to address the Cuddy comment.
What's going on?
Why you had to call my man dumb?
I mean, I didn't say. Did I say he was dumb?
You say he might be dumb. Well, you ain't say he was dumb, but you say he might be. Or
Well,
maybe
yeah.
I heard wrong.
Well. You know, first of all, Cuddy, when somebody starts talking about shit they don't know, like Liberia, he don't know shit about Liberia. And when I try to educate somebody and they still don't go through their head, I call that person dumb. You know, he obviously don't. He's dumb. He don't know what he's talking about. You know. So that's it. But I have nothing against Cuddy. You know, I give him. He got balls for going out there trying something new. You know, something
Right,
new.
like he's he's just a fellow North Carolinian, so I'm gonna look out for.
Yeah, well, hell yeah. Look out for send him some money, man. I don't need you to look out for.
Oh man,
Get that
Cuddy's
money
doing all
back.
right, man.
No. That nigga's starving, man. You know that nigga's
No,
broke.
he's not. He's starving. He
Well,
might just be a small dude.
how's he make a living? You know, people get online and they front. You're like, okay, we understand, man.
Colin, he's a jeweler.
Yeah, okay. How
Yeah,
much does he sell?
I mean, I don't know the
I'm not
man.
sure, but he doing good, man. Leave that man alone.
Have you seen his money?
I don't know the man business, but he's a
Oh yeah,
jeweler. That's his
so
occupation.
you're taking it at face value that he's a jeweler, right?
Nah, he promotes his business on
Okay,
Dynasty So
okay.
Week
How
and
about
all.
this? Why don't you guys just send him $100 a piece?
I would. I would send him
All right,
$100.
I'm gonna hold you to that. I'm gonna ask tell Cuddy, did you get any money from Kwame and Steve? You know, I'm gonna hold y'all to that. You know,
Yeah, if he asked me for it, yeah, I would send it to him. Well, I'll send it
yo,
to him.
1770 says if America's a lie. See, I get to these people when I say what I say. He said it's a good lie. There's no such thing as a good lie, bro. A lie is a lie. You know. Now we go along with it. I play a game. Like it's like you. It's like you. It's like your thing where you going along with a gag. It's like when you're a kid and then you put on a costume and you're scaring the little kids and whatnot. And they didn't know that's really Uncle Steve or Uncle Kwame behind that, but you know, and also after a certain
I
amount
gotta
of
be
age,
me though.
you know, it's like Santa Claus, right? You know, after a certain age, you figure out that, you know. Let me ask you both a question. What was the age you stopped believing in Santa Claus, and you know your parents doing it? Steve, what age were you?
8 years old.
Not Kwame.
My
You,
when
I
I
would
was
say,
5.
Kwame, I would say you were like 14.
He said 14.
When I was 5, because my dad told me he ain't gonna have another man taking credit for what he got me. So he always told me the truth that I
Man, your
got you those
father
good.
robbed you of your innocence, man. You know.
I don't agree with that, and I agree with my father. If I'm doing something for somebody, I'm not gonna let nobody else take credit for it. Why I
Yeah,
look
the
like
whole idea is selflessness. Ultimate selflessness. You let the kids think Santa came there and whatnot, and they'll say after a while they figure it out. But you're like,
Kylie, you know what?
we deal with reality.
Kylie, you know what made me not believe in Santa Claus?
what's that?
Because New York, we don't have no chimneys. So I'm like, if he's
Well,
sliding down,
how yo in Jake and Queens they got the cellar door. How you know you didn't come out through the cellar door? You know.
I mean, I'm just going over visual. I know that the white dude slide down the chimney. So I'm like, well, if we don't got a chimney in the middle,
You didn't figure that shit out, Kwame. You was like 15 when you figured that out.
nah, like route 8.
Yeah.
And I think one time when I was like 7, when I first came up here, like I left out.
So that's why what I'm saying. My point I'm trying to make is, at a certain age, man, I realize when people say America, the land of the free, home of the brave, at a certain age, you grow up and you realize, that's myth, that's fairy tale, that's fantasy. Same fucking thing. So I'm like, this, no. By the time I was like 12, I was
Hey,
like,
Kyle, I'm not going to convince no African American if they don't want to, if they believe America is the greatest country. I can't stick my
I
nose in
mean,
African American
realistically,
you could
America
believe.
is
Hey,
the
look, like
greatest
I
country.
said, hold up. Just like you could believe in the Tooth Fairy, you could believe in the Easter Bunny. Right? We go along with gags. Remember that? You ever see that viral fight of the Easter Bunny fighting the guy on the street? You remember that a couple years ago? When
Yeah, I
niggas
know what
on the
you're
street
talking
like,
about.
yo, the motherfucking Easter Bunny, the guy Easter Bunny, this guy beating a girl, the Easter Bunny stepped in and said, the motherfucking Easter Bunny fucking shit up, man. Niggas on the street like, yo, man, they got fucked by you got beat up by the Easter Bunny and whatnot, But the
So
bottom
so y'all so y'all don't believe that America is the greatest country. Now I don't agree with everything America
Look,
does, but y'all
I'm
don't.
like this. Hold up, this is what I'll say. I do believe America is probably the greatest country, but what does that say about humanity?
Probably the greatest modern country.
Let's say,
I
hold on,
wouldn't say
no,
the greatest
no.
country.
Let's be honest with ourselves, right? What's the hold up? That as far as like GDP, standard of living, and stuff like that, just whatever it is. America is probably the greatest country. I get that. It's just like going to Disney World, right? I love going to Disney World, but do I want to live there? Do I want to make that my home? No. People say, "Oh, yeah, Colin. If you went to the Playboy Mansion, you wouldn't." No, I wouldn't. I'd probably go there, have a good time. You would hear if was alive, have a drink with him and whatnot, and then go home. Do the bunny hop, with some people, and then go home. Right? You don't want to live there. America's the same thing. Okay, it's a great place to make money. A great place to make money. Great place to live, build, go like that, get yourself together, whatnot. But the whole thing is, when I look at the history and everything America did, how they wiped out the literally wiped out the Native American, enslaved Africans.
I agree, Carla, but I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this one more time. Our people went through a lot to be in this country,
Hold on,
but
hold on. First of all, it has a thing. Our ancestors did not ask to come here.
no. Let me finish. I know they didn't ask to come here,
Yeah,
but
so
a lot of
that kills the
let me finish.
argument
Let me
right
finish, Carla. I know that, but we got to be real. A lot of the places that we come from, America is much better than those places. Now, I'm not saying
Hold on,
America is.
hold on. I say a mistake in history was we should have spent the last 150 years building Africa. But our
I can
leaders
agree with.
left our leaders, so-called leaders, misleaders, left us with nothing. They told us believe in a flag that wasn't ours. A country that wasn't a country that clearly made it clear that they was going to terrorize us. What does it take? Them burning down major black success in this country. Well, what does it tell you that America maybe is a lie? What does it? They tell you. If somebody tells you to reveal themselves to you, believe them. They many times told you, nigga, we don't want you here. Nigga, you ain't American. Nigga, you ain't
I
shit.
agree with you, Carla, but you gotta understand something.
There's no but after that. Go ahead, DK.
A lot of our people want to be here. They rather fight
Because
racism and
they have no other option. That's why, you know.
Yeah, I think
they
that's
had
the problem. Is
Liberia.
That's the only problem.
that
That's the only problem.
they
If
they
black
do
people
have another option.
had an
Like you said,
option,
they could.
Colin, they had
there's no
Liberia.
real, there's no
America
real
keeps Africa
viable
poor.
option. That's the problem.
Yeah,
There's no
DK,
real
don't you
viable
understand
option.
this? DK, you understand this, right? America is going to make sure Africa, the Caribbean, stays poor. Why? To psychologically keep the black community in America in their place. You know, that's it in a nutshell. So all the Africans who keep opposing us and whatnot, this any thing, the reason why you're impoverished, you know, this is why a Burkina Faso will never rise, because if black people are inspired by this guy named Ibrahim Traore, that Donald Trump they figure they'll lose power over it. It's all about power, psychological, you know? Yeah. So bottom line, if this keeps going on, they're going to take him out, you know? As simple as that.
And I do agree with that, Kyla, but I'm just saying that you saying that we don't have no other option. We do have an option. We just don't want to do it.
Oh, no.
And somebody made a great point.
Let's be honest with ourselves, right? Black America, right, are first world people, you know? That means our health system, our diet, everything like that is based on us living in a modern society and everything like that. We cannot duplicate that in large numbers without that system. You cannot go to a country where you have no doctors, you have no health care, you have no medical supplies. Millions would die, you know?
Right.
No vaccination, millions would die, you know? And so therefore, you know, also this way of life that we have and everything like that. We're not used to not having running water, not used to having this and that, you know, the modern world.
So right? You can't think the white
go to Africa, most countries in Africa, that's a luxury. You know, if but
then you just say we should have been spending the last 100 years building up Africa.
If we would have basically, it wouldn't even take much. And we would have looked at the Asian model, right? But the thing is, when people in Africa, what they do is black people, even when they go to Africa, what's the first thing they talk about building? A big house, a mansion. You know, no one talks about building infrastructure, you know, making sure that everyone's on the grid. You know, when I say the grid, that means everyone lives within within reach of sewer lines, water table, treated water facilities, electricity, and all stuff like that. Roads, hospital, one hospital per 50 miles, and one clinic per 10 miles. You know, basic stuff like that. Hospital, doctor's offices, you need one primary care doctor for every 400 people. That's a full panel. That means if you're going to have a population of 1 million people, that means 1 million people you have to have a certain amount of doctors for that. What's 1 million divided by 400, you know?
Colin, they got hospitals in South Africa, but unfortunately,
South Africa's hospitals are now starting to fail because they got people flooding in from other countries, and they're basically overburdening the system. You know,
I mean, unfortunately, in South Africa, they have a large amount of illegal immigrants that cross the border just to use the medical facilities.
Yeah,
so that's a problem. You know,
they overburden their system there, so I can understand why they would deny them service.
Isn't that what leads to the xenophobia?
Well, that's more to it than that. It's also the cultural change. You know, when somebody's in your country, and then like I look at what Nigerians be saying about Black South Africans, right? Someone comes in your country, right, and they feel like they're better than you, man. That's what leads to xenophobia and hatred. If somebody comes to your country that you've been holding down, like the Black South Africans are holding it down. You know, they basically change apartheid. They fought against apartheid, and other people coming here reaping the benefits of their pain and struggle. Man, of course, they're gonna be some backlash. All right, I'm gonna get 1776 on. Dude, I do not honestly, man. I'm not in the mood. I do not want to hear your bullshit. You know?
Hey, 1776. You walking on eggshells tonight, my man.
These guys know me. I'll delete your ass for good.
No, I'm in chill. I'm in chill mode tonight. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm in chill mode tonight. But like
your white rib don't hurt tonight.
Listen, man, I give up. I understand what it is, man, that this is an anti-American, you know, nobody loves America, you know. Nobody wants to leave America.
Nobody said nothing like that. I'm saying if I don't feel like I don't feel the same exuberance and zeal as a white person, I could understand. If I was white, if I was white, I'd be like, yo, man, this place is a great place. And sometimes, you know something, I feel like that too, right? but then I get a reality check. You
All right,
know,
I was listening a little bit to Donna's show today, man, and that thing made me really embrace and love America even more, man. That brother is over there trying his damnedest to build a functioning society, and the government isn't giving him no help. He got to build his own roads, his own infrastructure, his own sanitation. And you really want me to believe that this is not the greatest country in the world? I mean, I love America, man.
It's the greatest infrastructure, the most advanced civilization.
No, but Kyla, keep it 100, man. It's so many different people in this area from DMV to the Tidewater that all get along, man. You know, it's just a great.
Hold on, look. I have probably more white friends in the association than you do. You know, but at the same time, the same time, right? You know, there's something I have to keep for myself, right? Anybody who doesn't have, like, let me give you a perfect example. When I was growing up, right, I had Jewish friends, right? They're cool with you, play basketball with you, talk to you, learn how to rap or not. But at a certain time, right, they have what we call privacy. That means there's a time where they're like, well, no, man, I'm going to do something. You can't be a part of that, right? You know when, okay, well, it's not the time. He's doing his Jewish things. Right now, with the way you talk, you have absolutely no space. You have no privacy, no space, no agency.
But Kyla, I understand. I understand that. I understand. I understand in the victim Olympics, everybody wants to gold medal. But look. I had Italian friends, right? Look, they always tell me, yeah, I'm going to Naples for the summer. I'm going to Sicily for the summer. And all stuff like this, you know. They said, what's going on? No, something you don't know about. Kyla.
They have the mask. They have the community where they do the thing for like the Jewish bar mitzvah. You're not gonna be at that bar mitzvah.
I went to bar mitzvahs before, man. Maryland has a lot of Jewish people, you know.
You have no privacy. Tell me what you have.
Hey, but Kyla, I understand what's going on. This is gonna be short. Like angry.
You gotta answer the question. Tell me, what do you have that the white man don't have?
What do I have that the white man doesn't have?
What do you have that the white man don't have?
I mean, James Brown, huh?
You have a white man. James Brown. Hold on.
James Brown told you the thing that differentiates a black man from a white man is we have soul. Hey, we have soul, and we're super bad. You understand that?
Exactly.
We got the soul. White people.
We got soul. That's the only thing that's different between a white man and a black man in America is we have soul. Whatever.
Yeah, it was sold for sale. We didn't own soul music.
No, but I'm saying, what, like, Kyla, we are part and parcel of the fabric of America. You can't do that. I mean, without Black America, America wouldn't be America.
DK back on. DK, what's going on? What do you think?
Yeah, I wanted to hear 77.6's opinion on the New York City mayor situation. My opinion is that I think if they elect this Muslim socialist, I think it'll be the worst thing that happened to New York since 9/11.
On Twitter, man, there's like a referendum that's going through the conservative community where, like, there's a pushback on foreigners running. I don't believe foreigners should be able to run for office. Just like in Mexico, if you went to Mexico and became a citizen, I can't run for office. And if this Ugandan gets in there and raises the taxes 15%, New York is done. I could see a mass exodus of New York people moving to Maryland, D.C., Virginia, South Carolina, Florida, and the South.
How's Uganda?
Yeah, he's an African, Indian, Islamic.
He's a white guy. White Indian that lived in. He's not Ugandan.
No. Kyla, you gotta he's a Hindu Indian. He's a Hindu Indian Muslim.
Hold on. Yeah, I know, but he's an Indian that basically resides in Uganda. He's not Uganda. Uganda is from
that makes him a Ugandan citizen, though, Kyla.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah. On his national ID, he's Ugandan.
Hold on. Yeah, look, you can have a national ID all you want. But is he a real Ugandan? No. And
Yeah,
when
he
you
eats fufu. He eats fufu and
Yeah,
jollof rice and all that.
yes. He's a
Bro, Fufu
Ugandan.
Jollof
He's
is
a
not in Uganda.
he's a
And he
Ugandan citizen.
how is he Ugandan?
and he eats with his hands too.
Hold on,
He's
first of
definitely
all,
African.
Hold on, let
Ugandans
me
are not Hindu. So how's he fucking Ugandan?
call it. The Indian people from Uganda claim that
Yeah,
they say
hold on.
they're Ugandan.
Indians basically are not Ugandans. The Indian and
You
it's
have
Oh,
also
I
Indians in
understand
South
what you're
Africa,
saying.
no,
That
Indians.
they are
Hold
Ugandan
up,
citizens.
hold up.
Indians in Trinidad,
Hold up.
Guyana.
Hold on. Indians, when Idi Amin kicked them out, they were holding British passports. Now, some of them came there just because they wanted to get land. They basically friggin' got Ugandan citizenship, and Uganda accepted them back because they need some of their expertise. They're not Ugandans. They're Asian people that were
No,
imported by the
they're
British.
they're a
Are
part of
Chinese
the
people in
they're a
Jamaica?
part of the Indian
I
diaspora.
said, check us out. All said, no, that. DV said Ugandans don't eat fufu or rice. So what the hell are you talking about? They don't eat
But
fufu.
hold on,
Yeah,
Carla. Let me
they just
like
eat it without
that's a
meat, Kyla.
You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is.
that's a good point. 1776. He said that they're part of the Indian diaspora, right? So once
Yeah,
again, they are Indian, but they are Ugandan citizens. No different from a
Yeah,
Chinese person in Jamaica.
you could be a Ugandan citizen. Yeah, a national.
Uh,
Just like
So that
I'm a
all
makes
right,
them a
Kyle.
Ugandan.
hold up.
Hey,
Hold up. Just like I'm an American, a U.S. national, but I'm not an American. You understand?
huh?
They're
Hey,
Ugandan
Kyla, do you consider
That's just
somebody from
semantics.
Trinidad an
That's
Indian
semantics.
or a Trinidadian? You,
I'm a U.S. national, but I'm not an American.
That's less playing semantics, Carla.
That's not
I get,
playing. Yeah,
I
it
get
is
what. No,
semantics.
no, no, Steve. I get what he's.
This guy is not a Ugandan. He's a Ugandan national.
I get what Kyle is talking
he's
about. He's a
African,
subgroup.
Kyla.
So,
He's a
no, he's
subgroup.
not African.
Oh yeah,
And
he's not
Cloud Monkey,
His
say it
African.
his.
one more time. You're out of here, bro. Say it one more time.
Oh my! All right, man.
Say it one more time.
Christ. All right, he's Indian. He's Indian. All right,
Yeah.
we'll move on.
We
No,
don't play
he
that
said
shit on
that
this
you can't
platform.
call him an African.
You don't devalue African heritage. Right? Not everybody can just be
But
African, whatever like that.
No, he's not an African. He's
Kyla,
not an
if
African.
Africa
He's not.
invites
He's
people,
not an African.
Kyla,
Look. He may be an African national or African by government or birthright, whatever, but he's not a real African. A real
Right,
African.
right.
I
That's
didn't even.
right, Colin.
I thought the dude was from Pakistan or something like that. I didn't even know. And I'm in New York.
Yeah, he had a cup of coffee in Uganda. That's what he
Where?
did.
But
hey,
where did
so
he come? Where did he
Kyla,
come from?
so not to get in trouble, what to call him? Like just what to call him?
He's
So
a
I
fucking
don't
Hold on,
Hindu.
understand.
He's a
17 Let me
Muslim,
just
whatever
make
it
this
is.
point real quick.
He's going. Look, he's
Almost
going
Indian.
by. I'm a Muslim, like socialist.
Bro, I
Okay.
only heard
He's
of
a
Chris
fucking Muslim
Como
socialist. What the fuck does
and
that got to do with Uganda?
Well,
Eric
He won.
Adams. I
He
didn't
won.
even.
He won the primary. He won the
hey,
primary.
Yeah,
So
I just seen it, but
DK,
where did he
we
come
have to
from?
DK, we have to pray
Oh,
that Mayor Adams wins
he was
because if
basically.
this guy wins, if
The
this
only reason why he got elected was because he was throwing parties and whatnot, and people like, oh, and young people with Twitter and TikTok and whatnot. That's how AOC got elected. He was the same AOC.
Khaled,
Young
he
people
hey
like,
came out
Kyla,
of nowhere. He came out of left
Kyla,
field.
Did you see 50 Cent said he would give him 300,000 just to go away?
You guys are so uninformed. The guy was on the city council in New York. He was born in Kampala, Uganda. He's of Ugandan nationality.
so the fuck what?
No, I'm talking to Kwame who said where did he come from?
Oh,
Kwame, you don't even know your city councilman in New York?
Elvis. I concede that he's a Ugandan national, right? But what we're doing is we're taking agency ownership of our black identity, right? And he's not a Ugandan. I can't just go to Europe
Hey Kyla,
Germany. Hold up. You cannot go to Germany, right? Be a black person, right? You can have a German passport, right? But you're not a German. You're a German national.
hey Kyla, Elvis. How long do you have to live in a country to actually become that? Like in your
You
estimation?
got to assimilate. So race is real. Now German, like
we
if you
understand that,
assimilate
Carlos.
majority, Look, the bottom line is, and this, like I said, a lot of Africans don't understand this shit, right? You're never gonna be a fucking British. You're never gonna be a Frenchman.
Yeah,
You're
yes,
never
you
gonna be
can
an
be British.
Italian.
They can't be English.
You're never gonna
They
be
can
Turkish.
be British.
You're never gonna be fucking Russian. You know, you may be. I don't care how many passports you got. You may be a Russian national, a Chinese national, a Swiss national, but you're never gonna be a Swedish, a Swede.
We understand that, Carla, because some of these countries,
Tyler, I think you're confusing and intertwining ethnicity and nationality, right?
exactly.
That's what it is. National.
No, it's not the
Look,
same. It's not the same.
okay, check us out. Spain recently basically offered Africans $30,000 a piece to leave. And these are people that had Spanish passports, leave.
Well,
Why? Because they feel like the Africans are same thing going on Ireland right now. Irish want all these people out. Why? Because they say you guys are poisoning our fucking culture or stuff like that.
Hey, Carla. So suppose like people from Jamaica that live in England for like 30, I say 100 years. Are they British or they're Jamaican still?
They're still Jamaicans, Black people.
Well, that's not true. I mean, what are you guys coming from with this idea?
The bottom line is this: you're gonna say all you want. You're not an Englishman.
Okay,
I mean, that's what I'm saying. You can talk about that. Yeah, you can say ethnically they're not English.
Oh, this is what.
But there are English nationals.
Check this out. How many years has people lived in freaking? How many white people they've been living in Hong Kong and places like Macau, Taiwan, Shanghai for 150 years? Are they now Chinese, Elvis?
I mean, if they have a Chinese citizenship, yes, they're Chinese.
No, they're not. They're not Chinese.
Yeah,
no, Chinese is a nationality, Carla.
Oh yeah. So in other words, this is why I say why Africans, you guys are so weak and poor. You don't have any fucking identity.
The reality is you're conflicting two things, Carla. Being Chinese is a nationality. In China, there are different people of different ethnicity who are also Chinese.
Elvis, it's like that in Japan. You can't be a
I'm not the only one that
Japan,
just heard about him. Low-key Poppy said he just heard of him 2 weeks ago.
Hey,
because you guys are not intertwined in it. I'm on the left. I heard about him a long time ago.
I never heard of
him. The only person I heard about was Chris Como on the left, and I heard about Eric Adams. He an independent now. Well, Republican independent now.
Yeah, he's a democratic socialist, just like Bernie Sanders. He wants people to be taken care of. He wants to bring the price of rent down.
He said all businesses got paid $30 an hour. New York people
yeah, they want a minimum wage, a living minimum wage, something that people can live off of.
How about
Carla,
skills and education instead of sitting around thinking your Burger King job's gonna pay you $30 an hour?
You're gonna see an FBA
anti-Semitic though.
You're gonna criticize Israel and say that he would arrest Netanyahu if he comes to New York.
Because
I think he's being anti-Semitic.
Do a whole campaign about him, talk about he's an anti-Semite, and it's a lot of people talking about they're gonna leave New York if he get elected. Most of the
because he's a Muslim. He's a Muslim, so there's a little fear there. I get it. But,
yeah, man. Like, listen, man. But I don't understand. What I don't understand about like.
They came out to the city to pray and all. I'm like, yo, he's bringing out all the Muslims.
Let me tell you, New York City is going, man. New York City's going down.
In the Constitution, there's no text. There's no religious text.
Let Dama speak. You just down the panel. Go ahead, Dama.
All right, I'll just say this. And what's up, Colin? What's up, panel? But I'll just say that I think that the problem with Black communities is that it's the structure. It's not that Black people can't have successful communities or cities. We have in the past, but the problem that I see is that since the 60s, most areas where Black people predominate, they tend to be ruled over by liberals. And what happened is these liberals, they have a culture that makes it easy for other like interest and stuff to come in and gentrify those communities. Like that's all they really do. They don't actually make the indigenous Black people in those communities strong or powerful enough to where they can actually like own the land and the businesses in those areas. That's a recent thing. Like recent years, we see communities like Stonecrest, Georgia, DeSoto, Texas, places like that, which are up and coming, Black suburbs. But historically, like cities like Philadelphia, Cleveland, Chicago, like Chicago is crumbling like right before our eyes. And now Atlanta is crumbling too because they want to take Bankhead and make it its own city. So Atlanta's crumbling too. But look who runs Atlanta. It's like all these Democratic, liberal.
Oh, Buckhead. They want to make Buckhead.
Yeah, Buckhead. Yeah, all these LGBT, and it's just weird how that woman that was the prosecutor that was prosecuting Little Dirt.
Fannie Williams.
Fannie Willis. That's her story is so weird because I remember 2.5 years ago, Black conservatives were cheering her on. They were like, "Yo, we need to protect this woman because she's getting rid of, all these antisocial rappers and stuff who are committing crimes and stuff and plaguing our community." I always thought she was like some type of conservative or something. Like the way she was going after those rappers and stuff, trying to prosecute them. I said, this woman gotta be some kind of, secret Republican. I thought she was some kind of Republican or something. And then all of a sudden the Trump thing came around and she gambled on trying to prosecute Trump. And she gambled and she lost. And now she's looking at federal time. It's like,
yeah,
you know what I mean? Those are the kind of people that you have in these positions in these Black cities and stuff. And that's really what the problem is. But go ahead.
And Dom, you made a great point, man. It's like we're under this hypnosis of Democratic leadership. And Democrats run every city they run is like a slumlord. If you go to New York, you go to Philadelphia, you go to Baltimore, potholes everywhere. Like they just run things like slumlords. They never give people autonomy to grow or get better. I haven't lived in a Democratic city in a long time, man. In a long time.
You live in Baltimore, don't you?
Nah, come on,
I was about
man.
to say, don't you live in Baltimore?
No, I don't live in Baltimore, man.
I mean, these guys are just talking a bunch of nonsense. The poorest state in this country are ran by Republicans. Go to Mississippi. Go to Louisiana. Go to Alabama.
But
all of those states are Republican states, and they're poor as hell. A lot of Black folks are living in squalor. They have poor educational system. What are you talking about, man?
Let me respond to that.
Let me get this. Only 1 second. If you go to Mississippi, Jackson, Mississippi, that's run by the Democrat, is a shithole. The rest of Mississippi, Biloxi, and the surrounding areas are beautiful.
They're beautiful. Well, yeah.
All the cities within the state.
Being beautiful don't mean that you have a good educational system. What are you talking about?
No. Ole Miss, Mississippi State, they're great institutions. Ole Miss, Mississippi State, Mississippi has great colleges, but the areas
what
that
the Democrats run, bro? Mississippi is one of the poorest states in the union. What are you talking about?
But the cost of living is nothing. You've never even been there. Like, how are you talking about?
What are you talking about? It's one of the poorest states, the least educated state in the union. What are you talking about? You can't tell us a lie and try to portray it as true.
Let me respond to that. All right, now here's the thing, Elvis. Is like the argument that you're making is this whole, blue states are always rich and highly educated, and
you came up with that dumbass argument because you want to go against liberal.
Let me finish.
Don't try to pin me on
red states are poorly educated, and they're not as rich, so therefore they're poor. But the reality is this: is that the only reason blue states look better on paper is because they have more rich people that park their money and their assets in those states.
Hey,
So
Kala.
that's why it looks like California on paper. It looks like it's this rich place because you a lot of
I mean, are
wealthy
you out of your
people.
mind? Most of the
Yeah, let
Ivy
me
League
finish. Yeah,
schools
let
are
me
on the
finish.
East
Let me
Coast,
finish.
Kala,
ran by Democrats. What are you talking about?
No, the only reason
I don't
it
know.
looks rich is because you have a lot of
Yeah,
rich
and Dami,
people that have
you making
mansions
some
there.
you
I'm
making
Okay, but
about
if
to
some
you look
step
at the
down.
actual state itself, like the infrastructure in California, the school systems
you
are
making
all
some invalid
overcrowded.
points.
California is the richest
Hey,
state in the
hey,
United
Kala,
States. It
Kala,
will be
Yeah,
the
and
top
hey,
10
I'm
richest
about
school
country in the
to.
world.
systems
It's
are
ran by
all
Democrats. What are you talking about?
I'm
overcrowded
about to.
But
I'm a.
because of
I,
illegal aliens. Everything in
I,
California, all the infrastructure
You
is
came up here with
overcrowded.
this talking point about
And
liberals
see, here's
and
the thing.
conservative.
It's
We
like
started a conversation.
let me
leftists.
say
They
something
but
real
if you
quick.
claim
look at,
they. Now, see, here's the thing. It's like leftists, right? They claim that they're for the working man and the poor and stuff. But all y'all do is worship rich people, and you worship places where rich
I
people
mean,
used to
you
live.
sound stupid, bro. Do you know what the conservative
And
party is
you
about?
say that
Giving
those
tax to
places are the
the
best
wealthy.
places
but the whole.
Trump
because
gave
rich people live there.
a $2 trillion
And
tax
these
cut to the
other
wealthy. What are you
places,
talking about?
if
Hey,
a
but
You're
place
just
the whole
projecting, bro. You
red,
don't even understand what political
the whole
system you're
had
red,
from.
the
rich
whole red
ass
state,
people,
blue state paradigm is like really backwards because if you look at the state of Maryland, our whole state is red except for Baltimore and Prince George's County. If you look at Virginia, like Virginia is red except for Northern Virginia and the Tidewater. If you look at New Jersey, the whole state is red except for Newark and the major urban areas. So a lot of states are red, but they get
I mean,
pulled away.
you must be stupid or high on drugs. Look at the national election. If you say the whole state are red, how does those
It's,
states vote?
it's,
Do they
it's
vote for
red, then
Republicans
you
or
would just see
Democrats?
blue
Election
pockets.
Because most of the
Do they
population,
vote for Democrat on the national election or Republicans? What are you talking about?
Hold on.
But,
Trump
but
won most, like 80% of the counties in America.
I'm
exactly,
talking about
thank
those
you.
states. I'm not talking about counties. Did
But
he
you
win New
have
Jersey?
strong.
didn't he win
Did he
60%
win
of
Maryland?
Not 60%, 40%
Yeah,
of California?
Maryland would be a red state if it wasn't for Prince George's and
I
Baltimore.
mean,
Because a
you
lot.
sound stupid, bro. You sound
No, I'm
stupid.
telling you facts, man.
Those
I'm
states
telling you facts.
usually vote
Listen,
blue when it comes to
listen.
national election.
If it
That
wasn't
means
for
that
Northern
every
Virginia,
eligible voter who voted in that state, they tend
If
to
it
vote
wasn't for
blue.
Northern Virginia, Trump would have won Virginia. If it wasn't for Baltimore, Trump would have won Maryland. You
Whatever you
just
say,
these
bro.
urban areas.
Whatever you say. The reality is the majority of the people in the state voted for a Democratic
Oh,
candidate.
that's a categorical lie, man. In
Oh, so
Maryland, Trump won out of the 26 counties in Maryland. Trump won like 23.
but a sparsely populated county. What are you talking
Oh,
about, bro?
all right. I'm not going.
I mean, don't you have a brain in your mind?
Look, hey, Kyla, please tell him about Virginia. That if it wasn't for Northern Virginia and all the federal work is there,
Yeah, if
Trump would have
5 million people live in Northern Virginia and you have 1,000 people living in the South, it doesn't matter. The people that have the most population, they vote
So
for you. They're going to
the
take that
rural
election
counties, the rural counties don't matter.
Virginia used to
because it's
vote.
sparsely populated. The majority rules. What are you talking about?
All right. Okay.
If you win
Yeah,
100
sparsely
county and
populated
it
towns.
accumulated to 100,000 people, and somebody won two
Even
county,
in
and
a
that's 2
liberal
million
state,
people, the
even in
person
a
that won
liberal
2 million
state,
people
even in
won
a
the
super
election. What are
liberal
you
state
talking
like
about?
California,
That Northern Virginia across the DC border and the 7 cities where I live at, that went blue. So that's how it was. The rest of the state is red. Yeah, he's right. Rest of the state, Northern Virginia, but that's the largest population. That Richmond's blue as hell.
But
Virginia blue as well. And you got Portsmouth, Norfolk, Newport News.
you had some white conservatives in Maryland was thinking about giving PG to DC and Northern Virginia. They was talking about making DC a state and giving them Northern Virginia and PG County so so that DC would go to the Democrats and Maryland and Virginia would go to the Republicans. And that was a referendum here because just those counties tilt the balance in favor of the Democrats. Most people in Maryland are conservative. We don't have a bunch of faggots running around Maryland.
I mean this is your ignorance, brother. In most state in this country, their metropolitan area tend to be heavily Democrat. Most states,
that's true.
right?
Agreed.
And that's where the concentration of the population is. So usually those places are the ones that decide elections, especially national elections. So I mean, come on, bro.
not
We don't
really
got to argue
true.
with you.
Not the
Because if
sparse
that was the
population
case,
area.
if that was the case, most of the country would be blue right now. What you have is nowadays is you have
Outside of this last
yeah.
election,
Well, let me. Hey,
Trump
Elvis,
lost every popular
Elvis,
Republicans
stop
have lost the
interrupting me,
popular
bro.
vote in the last
Stop
20
interrupting me, bro.
years.
So yeah, be quiet.
This is the first time they won the popular vote in a long time on the
You get
national election.
emotional and you really talk over
I'm
me
just
when I
telling you
call you.
facts, brother. Don't
Here's the
start
thing.
going to the name calling. We don't
Here's
want
the
to get
fact
into
of the
that tonight,
matter.
right?
Another factor that you guys aren't looking at is you're just looking at the race factor. You're not looking at the gender factor. You're not looking at if you look at place like New York City with Trump with this last election, record numbers of people all over New York City voted for Donald Trump in this last presidential election.
Did we
And
win New
the
York?
thing is, they can't, what it is they can't account for it. I mean, if you look in Texas, as many as 50% of black men voted for Donald Trump within the state of Texas. So what it is they don't have, like they've never seen this type of movement when it comes to like black men anymore. They don't. This isn't in their
I
playbook.
mean,
Like
bro,
how
spells all this nonsense statistic you're giving. This is Trump last time running. It
no,
doesn't even matter.
this is
The
all
last
Trump,
this
Trump
20
is
is going to
all
run
years in this
that
again.
country,
he
right?
is
Trump
done.
is Trump
The
is going to
last
run
20
again.
years in this country, the majority of the voting population have voted for a Democrat.
Yeah,
The
and
only
that
reason
is
Republicans got
changing.
elected is
That
the
you
Electoral
going off
College.
of
You know
All
outdated
this.
right.
statistics. You going
You
off
know
of
Exactly.
this.
outdated things
Hillary Clinton won by almost 3 million votes and lost the elections.
okay, Hillary
Barack
Clinton
Obama
fucking
took the
lost,
popular
bro.
vote.
We don't care. Hillary Clinton lost. I don't care what
Yeah,
she did.
that's the
She
point I'm
lost.
trying to tell you.
Hey,
Majority of the
And
United
what I'm
States
trying to make
always vote Democrat.
is
But
that
based on the electoral system,
the
you
point
can
I'm
get a
trying to make
Republican
is
winning. So
that
don't try to tell us that
Hey, Elvis,
this
a lot of
Elvis,
state are
urban
Republicans. It's just
centers.
not the
see,
truth.
here's the thing.
No,
It's
the
like this.
majority of Americans don't vote Democrat. Only urban centers vote
Yeah.
Democrat.
And
Major
see,
On the
cities.
here's
That's
the
national
thing.
about
election,
it.
Here's
when we
the
look at
thing.
the
It's
popular
like with
vote in the last
Elvis,
20
the
years,
argument that
Democratic
Elvis is
presidential
making,
candidate
right?
has won the popular vote.
No, the
Donald
argument.
Trump in his last election was the
Yeah,
first
yeah. Okay, well,
Republican
look.
since I think Ronald Reagan to win the popular vote.
The argument that he's making is this: is that if you look at like black communities, right? The men are starting to vote one way, and the women are voting another way. So you see this divergence. So that's another
But somebody
factor.
playing something in the background.
That's another factor is that they're not looking at it,
Is
So
that you,
that's
Kyler?
changing. Like in the future, you're gonna
The
see
bottom.
because here's my prediction. I think that Latinos are gonna be more. They're not gonna be. They thought like I don't know why, but like the Democrats, they thought that Latinos was gonna be like black people. That they're gonna be matriarchal and they're gonna be heavily democratic. And that is
Hey,
not that
hey,
turning out
and
not
Donna,
to be the case.
what,
What it
what you got to
is
understand, my
is
fault.
their vote is splitting. And it's the men are heavily for the Republicans. So that pretty much is going to knock the Democrats out of power for a long time in a lot of these
I
major
mean, you
urban
guys
areas.
are, man.
But
Kyler, where
what
are
you
you,
got to
Kyler? Where's
understand,
your
That's
topic for the show tonight? You got
what
these guys
Elvis
talking
don't take
crazy, man.
into account.
almost all of Americans are Republicans. The only people who support the Democratic
That's why I just
Party,
gave you the statistic,
the
and
only
you didn't
people
hear what
who
I
support
said.
the Democratic Party
Republican had not
are
won the popular
all these
vote on a
people that
national
support the
level
Democratic Party
since
are weird
Ronald
white
Reagan,
people,
bro. So what are
faggots,
you
and
talking about?
blacks. That's the only three groups that support the Democratic Party. Outside of weird white people who don't fit in white
Based on the
society,
statistic on
blacks,
a national
faggots,
level, when
that's it.
popular vote is counted, meaning that each individual who they voted for, Democrats have won a popular vote in the last like 10 election cycles. Donald Trump just broke that duck.
76. Are you saying
But
the
Elvis said
90%
most of
of
that
black people
popular
that
vote,
vote Democrats
most of
is
like
faggots?
two
What'd you
states.
say, Kwame?
Are
Hold
you
on,
saying
Elvis.
the
Hold up.
90% of
Check this
black
out.
people that
Most of the
support
popular
Hold
Democrats
on.
is
Let
faggots?
Collison.
I mean, they support the homosexual agenda. Like my daughter was going to school and you had trannies trying to teach. I said, nah, none of that. None of that. See, it's like none of that. None of that. See, the thing with the Democrats, because I used to be a Democrat. I'm a JFK. When I was a Democrat, I was a JFK Democrat. I believe in unions, right? And the working man. If the
Yes,
Democratic
there
Party gets
are
back to
gay people who are
unions,
Democrats. There's also black grandmothers who go to church who are Democrats. There are also social worker nurses who are Democrats. A Democrat is
those are
not all
JFK
gay.
Democrats.
So you use that to try to demonize
I
people.
see the
But we're
Democratic
not falling
Party
for that
saying
stupid
this used to be
trick.
the JFK Democrats was all about trade unions.
Nah,
and
your grandmother was probably a Democrat.
The
Your
Obama
pastor in your church is
Democrats.
probably a Democrat.
Hold on. Let me
What are
say
you
something.
talking about?
Obama Democrats initiated the peanut butter jelly jam crew, the dildo crew. Obama initiated a weird crew, man. Where like every time I see a Democrat,
Bro, you know how many secret gay Republican congressmen who talk against gay people have been secretly claimed to be gay themselves, having sex with young boys? You know how many Republicans are in the closet and got caught out, and most of them got exposed for being gay secretly?
They're about just like Drumline. Drumline, when I was coming up, was cool. The new Drumline got a faggy in it, right? So this new Democratic Party is really an LGBT.
Yo, look, you can't use that word. I'm gonna get flagged.
My fault. I mean, sugar boys, diabetes boys.
Bro, you hate gay people, fine, but it has nothing to do with politics. It's just that one party says, you know what, if you're gay, you're welcome in our party. The other party says, well, if you're gay, hide it and pretend not to be gay. That's the difference.
Every time the Congressional Black Party talks about issues, they first talk about LGBTQ.
The vice president of the former vice president, Dick Cheney, had a daughter who was gay and got married and married her to another woman. Your vice president of your party that you support.
First of all,
she's not a politician. We got Andrew Gillum, fucking that closeted gay guy. They try to sneak in the governorship in Florida.
You have an openly gay Democrat in Pete Buttigieg, right? He was a mayor in South Bend in Indiana. Gay people and Democrats don't try to hide themselves.
So yeah, well let me just say this, and see this brings me to my next point though, Kala. Wait, hold on, DK. Let me just say this. This brings me to my next point though, Kala, is that a big problem that I see with Black communities in America is like wherever Black people are in power, the culture is heavily like matriarchal and pro LGBT, and that's what I've seen. I have yet to see like a major Black city have like conservatives in power who are anti-LGBT and who are pro-family and pro like patriarchy. Facts. And it's like when you put Black, even, and you see this even in Africa with like African tribes and stuff. What I see is many African tribes, if not a lot of them, are unfortunately they are matriarchal in the sense that they put the woman in a place in the society that they don't occupy in other societies. Like for instance, the white woman had to create feminism just to get to the same spot, in white society that the Black woman had in Africa. In Africa, Black women had their own guilds. They had their own military units. They had their own secret societies and everything. They were socially they were very advanced and stuff. And those institutions were revered. By the African society. But the problem.
Pass that baton. Let me build real quick, man. Look, I'm assimilated into white society. I know a white man better than he knows himself, man. The only people who become feminists are ugly ass white women. Beautiful blondes.
We know you know white men, bro. We know that.
Not true. Not true. Nowadays,
the only guys that become Democrats are the guys who didn't make the football team. Okay. These are socially awkward, moist, damp, sweet sugar diabetes type of dudes that become Democrats. You don't see no guy cutting lumber who's a Democrat. You don't see a white man who's working in a steel mill who's a Democrat.
I mean that's because it's that's what gay people do, right? Gay people who are hiding their sexuality, they try to find things that they think is masculine and try to mask themselves behind it. There are a lot of masculine men who are Democrat. What are you talking about? You say stupid, silly things and you don't even think about it, bro.
He just exaggerated, but
he's thinking that if you say you're a Republican, then it means you're not gay. Like I was trying to tell you, there are a lot of Republican men who will tell you that they're anti-gay, and some of them turn out to be gay.
Psychology majors, painting, visual arts, those are gay.
I got a question for you, Elvis. What's the Republican equivalent of Andrew Gillum and Stacey Abrams? What's the Republican equivalent of that?
You said Stacey Abrams?
Stacey Abrams and the closet gay Andrew Gillum. What's the Republican equivalent that you mentioned earlier? What's the
Yeah, I
Republican?
mean, I can't think about their names now, but I know there's been scandal, at least 3 of them that I've seen on the news, where there was a Republican congressman who was caught to be a cross dresser. He was dressing as drag and he was gay. There was another Republican congressman who was
What's their
highly.
name? Names.
I mean, you can search it. I don't know their names by heart, but the point is, you can search it out. Who went to a gas station to have sex with a 17-year-old? You know, there's been there's been people like that, congressmen, not just the regular Republicans, but congressmen. So Andrew Gillum was a bisexual guy. You know, Democrats don't shame him for being gay. They're gay people. What are we gonna do?
I mean,
If they want to lean with the Democrats, fine.
America.
Democrats is not against gay people. Neither is Republicans. I don't know who told these guys that Republicans are against gay people. They're gay people in the Republican Party.
No, I'm saying
gay people are in the Republican Party. What are you talking about?
Republicans uphold Americana. They uphold the ideals of the Republic. Democrats, the new Democrats, is far, far left. And that's not what I come up on. The new Democrats is just about wearing skirts,
You don't even understand the Democratic spectrum. What are you talking about?
Listen,
there are liberals, there are progressive, and then there are leftists.
No, but all AOC, she's leftist. She's far left. The camel girl from Minnesota.
That's not even true. You don't even understand what far left is. What's far left? You know what far left is?
This Indian guy in New York City.
You don't understand the spectrum, bro. Far left are people who are socialists and communists. That's what far left is.
The Democratic Party is too far left.
You don't understand the spectrum. You don't even know what you're talking about, bro.
Bill Clinton and Obama were centrist.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Because we thought he was a centrist. Then he went far left. Democrats are never going to win another national election again. I'm telling you.
Democrat won 12 out of the last 20 years of the presidency.
But they screwed up these last,
Okay, well, see, here's what I will say. I do think that, especially with this last election, we've reached a point in America since we reached some sort of like a turning point, because now, if you notice, black men are going Republican, Hispanic.
Bro, stop with that bullshit, man. What was the percent of black men that voted Republican in the last election?
Asian men are
18% or something like that. What are you talking about?
And see, this is why I say that we're on the precipice of a
black men overwhelmingly voted for Kamala Harris. What are you talking about? It wasn't even close.
We're on a precipice, right? We're on a precipice where the black man is no longer following the black women anymore in terms of politics. Like, black men are going on their own.
This is what weak men says. Real men lead their family. They're not complaining about black women leading them politically. Real men don't say stupid shit like that. Like, you remind me of that dude T. Khalid on Dynasty Show. He always complaining how black women are always telling black men to vote for the Democrat. We're not going to do that anymore. Don't real men say that. And you're trying to project yourself to be masculine. Talking about black women are the ones that's scaring black men to vote Democrat.
I mean, there's some truth to that, because I heard some, women talking about that you can't sleep in the bedroom, you can't do this, you go vote for them. So
and the Democrats are fixing to have Saucy Santana run for office. That's the type of dudes the Democrats put forward, man. I'm telling you, man. Even this guy Westmore of Maryland, it's just something about him. I don't trust no black man with a clean face.
This is what I'm saying. These guys are so insecure. They want to hide behind what is perceived to be masculinity. That a regular black man who is clean shaven now is not masculine. I mean, what is wrong with these?
But you're not supposed to.
You're not supposed to shave like
Are you surprised? Most Republicans, they got low IQ, so I ain't really surprised.
Right. So, Kwame, you a Democrat?
I'm not a Democrat, but I see most Republicans is dumb. I'm not gonna lie, most Republicans.
Nah, man, listen, man. I'm not a Democrat or a Republican. Let me finish this. But what the Democrats been doing these last few years with this LGBTQ stuff, and it went too far, and that's why most Americans support Trump.
This is a free country. When
it starts involving children. When you start bringing children into it, it's too far.
This is why I embrace the 1776 mentality.
Most of the Republican states is low budget low, like dumb people.
No, but
All
we
I
right,
ain't gonna lie to
the
we get
y'all.
that,
Republic.
but at least just like I said, you got the whole what was it? Like trainees going to school trying to read to kids and all that. Like why? What's that
I
for?
disagree. I disagree with that. I disagree with all that.
That's exact. Then that's why most people didn't like the Democrats. They went too far.
And then
Kwame,
the
I
Democrats
think most
taxes
people,
are too high. You know, they
most
overtax people. They push the
But you gotta
hey,
admit,
LGBT.
hold, Kwame, I didn't vote for Trump or this
Oh,
Indian
and I voted for
candidate.
Trump. I voted for Trump, man. The last three
but you
elections,
gotta
man.
admit,
Trump is
if every time
the last ditch effort to save this country. Like manliness was going away. Now that you have Trump, you don't even have pride parades anymore. All that pride stuff went away, man. You just have a new archaic type of man.
You must be a special kind of dumb. There was
I
literally a
mean,
pride parade here in Minnesota like a couple
yeah, but
of weeks ago.
Minnesota is
What's
a
the
gay
point of a
state,
pride parade?
Elvis.
What's the point of a pride parade?
Minnesota is one of the
You
most
stupid,
moist
bro.
states in the union.
You
Everybody
stupid. I'm
is
starting to
gay.
question your sexuality now
you gotta
Like
admit,
because
can I
Listen,
everything is trying to
everybody
match
in
beyond
Minnesota,
masculinity.
don't
Straight
if you
men
don't
don't
play
really worry
hockey,
about what's
if you don't
masculine or
play
not.
hockey in
They're just
Minnesota,
themselves.
if you don't play hockey in Minnesota, you're gay. That's the bottom line. Is hockey or
okay,
gay?
I mean,
brother, can
this
I
is
say
why Carter don't want you to be on the platform because you say
can
the
I say
most stupid and outrageous thing I've been thinking about it.
can I just say something real quick? Let me just say something real quick. Every time the Republicans um get in office in America, the country go under every single time. If the
You're smart,
Republic,
Carmen. They were talking about Trump being this economic genius, something that he inherited from Obama, right? And he rode that Obama economic wave, and and people started seeing some economic prosperity. Once the economy was down in the toilet, he hasn't done a damn thing to raise it up. Matter of fact, he did the opposite and tempted the stock market with his tariffs and stupid shit like that.
Okay, but see, here's the thing, Elvis.
yeah,
The stock
Obama
market
took over from
now,
a
the
recession, a
stock
great
market
recession,
now is at a
and
record
left
high.
the economy
Okay,
booming and
the
handed it over
tariffs
to
have
Trump.
not stopped
Hey,
our stock
hey,
market.
Steve.
Boeing is still delivering
yes,
airplanes to
sir.
countries all over the world.
Yeah,
Okay,
and
our economy is in a upswing right now. But you
and
still, you know what I mean?
GE is coming back from China too. The steel mills and steel mills are opening up in Western PA. Man, Americana is back. We back, motherfucker.
What are you talking
1976.
about, bro?
Listen, we
The
back,
price of regular
Elvis.
commodities are up because of Trump's stupid tariff. What are you talking about?
Elvis, you had countries that was putting 300% tariffs on us, and we wasn't putting anything again on them. So Donald Trump said, if you play fair with us, we'll play fair with you. We have so much
Because
investment
that's how
from
tariffs
Japan,
work.
so much
If
investment
you
from China,
import a lot of
Saudi
goods from
Arabia.
another country and
America's back,
they're
bro.
not buying enough from
America's
you,
back.
you'll be in a deficit
America's
with that
back.
country. That's how tariffs work. What are you
America's
talking
back.
about, man?
Trump right
Listen,
now is
listen.
begging the Federal
You think
Reserve
we
for money. Trump right now
listen?
is begging the Federal Reserve for money.
But we ain't gonna pay it back because we a G. We got the guns. Come on, Kwame.
There you go. This
This
is
ain't
your
no,
mentality,
this ain't no
Carmen. You're not
African.
intellectual.
This
You're
is no
just
African
idiots.
IMF. Like when Africans lend money, they gotta pay that shit back. America, we ain't pay. We owe shit. We owe France money from the Revolutionary War. We ain't paying back, man. It's Americana, man. America's back, man.
So
And we
you
letting
think
people
that's
know
how
our
it works?
arming it.
exactly.
We
You
got
know,
new warship coming. We got new planes coming. Man, the new age of manifest destiny is back, man. America will strike from Toronto to Panama, right? From California to Cuba. Listen, man, if it wasn't for Pan-Africanists, we going to Africa too. Shit.
but I got one thing to say about them Cuban women, man. Them Cuban chicks, they have the fattest asses I've ever seen.
And Dom,
You know,
come
Yeah,
on,
because
man.
you got to understand
Dom.
people
those
talk about
Cuban,
Where the
those
hell?
Cuban.
Where's Colin,
Listen,
man?
people
This
talk
damn is
about
turning to
So
something else.
Kwame,
Where's
we
Colin?
gotta stay focused.
you got
you
to
get Cuba.
We
Them
have to
chicks
stay
have the
focused,
fattest
brother.
asses.
because you know why? You don't know why. I'll tell you why.
Bro,
Because
be
they eat
quiet. Let Colin
polio
speak, man. You
and
talk too damn much. Go
Yo,
ahead,
look,
Colin.
I'm saying, I'ma cut that shit out. I don't want to hear that
We
shit
gotta
again.
stay focused, brothers. We gotta stay focused.
That's
Remember what Umar
stupid.
Johnson said.
Stay focused, brothers. But you have to be real though. Trump has been tanking the economy.
that's a lie.
It's true, brother.
Kwame, if you tell one more lie, I'm gonna call ICE. I'm telling you, I'm tired. I'm tired of you, Kwame.
You gotta be real though, brother. You gotta be real. Trump
Yo,
has
GE is coming back from China over here. iPhones, if they don't play fair with us, We're not playing fair with them. America's back. You can just feel the spirit of manliness. I see dudes in church and I shake their hands. You know, that manly spirit is back, man.
Like I said, you're masking something, brother. And we can see it. We can see it. You try to masquerade it, but we can see it.
But Elvis, why
masculine men don't come up on platform and talk about their masculinity. They just exhibit
all it exists. If you're not
they
masculine,
just exhibit masculinity. That's what masculine men do. They don't come and try to hide behind things that they think is masculine.
Listen, a man is supposed to exude masculinity. That's what makes
you don't come in. You don't come in and say, "Oh,
your girl, Elvis." You probably go to yoga with your girlfriend. You on the mat.
You're masking, bro. You're projecting now. You're projecting.
You doing Pilates with your girl and stuff. Nah, that's no.
You're projecting, brother. You came on here and try to yap about masculinity. You're projecting.
Listen, men don't drink tea. Men drink coffee.
1776. Can you speak on that?
Who said stupid shit like that?
And what has Trump did to improve the economy since he's been in office?
Nah, Trump is the principal. We had Joe Biden. That was like the substitute teacher for the last 4 years. Shit was going awry. People was doing whatever. Russia, Ukraine was just doing whatever. But the principal is back, right? And he's going to run again and win again, too, right? So he's bringing back order. Like, nah, you know, Lesotho, they going to put tariffs on us. And you're not even a real country? Nah, 1,000% tariff. They came to the table. You know, send that carpet and rugs over here.
You want Trump to run again in 2027?
Oh, he's going to run again. Yeah, they're investigating the 2020 election, what everybody know was stolen. So that's going to give them the right to run again. There's going to be a lot of people go to jail. Stacey Abrams, a lot of Democrats are going to jail off that 2020. A lot of black Democrats, too, at that.
Of course, that's what you want. Yeah, you wanted to target black Democrats. I mean, you're such a cone, bro. It's not even fun anymore.
That's the thing is that here's another thing I noticed is that Democrats. I mean, you want to talk all this Democrat stuff, Elvis. Democrats are the most indecisive people when they do get power. When Biden was in there, he had a chance to make DC a state. He actually could have made it a state. He could have solidified it. You know what I mean? Given the he could have given the Democrats an extra state in the House, and he.
Do you know what it takes for a territory to become a state?
He didn't want to do that.
Do you know what the threshold is for a territory to become a state?
Don't do anything with it.
President can't make states. It has to be voted on by the entire country. What are you talking about, man?
They solidify their power. They do what they have to now. They doing it.
How does a territory become a state?
Motherfuckers in jail. He getting rid of birthright citizenship.
Indama, how does a territory become a state?
Look, I'm not here to answer your question.
You're not here to answer my question, but just to talk bullshit that you don't know anything about, right?
I'm not here to.
What are you talking about, man? You guys are low IQ, bro.
I'm a student.
You don't even know the process of a territory becoming a state, and you talking about Biden could have made it a state. It's not up to Biden to make a state. That's not how it works.
They had it on the table. They was going to make DC.
No, it's not just Biden can just make a state. That's what you don't understand. You're talking nonsense without even understanding the full details of it.
Indecisiveness.
What are you talking about?
Facts.
You had Obama that gave us the Affordable Care Act.
He is telling the truth.
That's a major legislation. What did Trump do? What act did Trump give us?
But that Affordable Care Act came from Mitt Romney. That was a Mitt Romney legislation. The Affordable Care Act is an actual tax.
Did Mitt Romney pass it as a president? Or did he just do it in Massachusetts? Did he pass it on a national level?
Elvis, you're going to have to go back to school for about 10 years to battle me when it comes to this politics, man. You could probably tell me something about
I know what Mitt Romney did in Massachusetts.
You can tell me something about
Obama brought it on a national level, and he passed it on a national level. Okay?
Yes, but it was a Republican.
Mitt Romney tried to become president, never became president.
Listen, so there you go. All I'm saying is doing a hell of a job. We done kicked the military. We done kicked all the health. The Secretary of Health was a transgender. You had transgender army generals. We was a real clown show. Like Carla said, we were deadly clowns around the world. But now we're back, man. We're back. The world know we're back. You know we're back. And you better watch out. That birthright citizenship, you better get some right.
I won't be surprised if you have some kind of mental health issues going on with you. I won't be surprised if that's the case.
The country's back. You serious?
Listen. You could just feel it. Look at our trade deals, right? You saw the guys, the sheep herders over there in Dubai. They gave us a plane. They know a real man is back. You know what I'm saying? You know, the sheep herders, they bowing down. The Middle East bowing down. Africa been down.
The country back, and Trump want to give big tax breaks to big corporations.
I believe in a flat tax. I believe in a flat tax. If you're successful, you shouldn't be getting charged 50%. If you went to school, you built a business, your business shouldn't have to give 50% of its earnings. I believe how can a government take more than God? God only asks for 10%, and the government wants to take 50%. I'm against that.
Yeah, because God is not building roads. God is not building schools.
The rich shouldn't even be taxed.
God is not building the military. What are you talking about, man?
Listen, like these governments are. It only take 10% to get these stuff. These guys are like, it's corruption. You shouldn't be taxing people like that. Come on, man.
No way you comparing ties to a country to building a country.
Look, actually, this guy
if God only requires 10%, why is the government taking 50%? Listen, man, America's back, man. America's back.
I can't even argue with Trump is eating right now, so you can argue.
Josh spoke, Colin.
What you eating some fufu? What you eating some palm oil milk with fufu?
Let me get Ja on. He's been waiting patiently. Go ahead, Ja.
Yeah, I just looked it up. For DC to become a state, you need a simple majority vote in the House and the Senate.
Constitutional amendment, right?
I didn't get that far in the reading.
You need a constitutional amendment. You know what that takes? That means 2/3 of both houses of Congress and to nominate it, right? And it's ratified by 4/5 of states legislatures. That means legislatures, the count of America. Let's say it's like 5,000 legislatures in America, right? You need 4/5 vote of legislatures throughout the country to freaking vote to ratify it. That's how it's ratified. It has nothing to do with the presidency. That's how amendment is passed. I think that's the only thing that could basically create DC a statehood. You gotta have a constitutional amendment. That's what they said.
Facts.
Kyle, you got to teach these guys civics, man. They don't know nothing.
Yeah, that's why they said. Well, I thought it was just common knowledge. I thought that's why they said we wanted a amendment for statehood. I thought everybody knew that. They was trying to have a statehood, another amendment they were trying to pass. Okay, equal rights amendment.
Unfortunately, 1776 though Joe Biden could do
Constitution. Look, when they amended the Constitution, that's a serious friggin' thing. Last time the Constitutional amendment was in 1970 when they made 18-year-olds the right to vote. 1970. It hasn't been amended since then.
Yeah, facts.
So you want to do something like that. Now,
but Colin, please
talk about the Supreme Court ruling.
Someone else can verify it. Because the article I'm reading, it says that statehood legislation requires a simple majority vote and cannot be repealed, and the president has to sign it. And so, if that's true, I thought it was tougher. I thought it was.
Well, I think you have to fight for statehood. You got to have a constitutional amendment.
Yeah, Kyla, what's going on with the Supreme Court and Trump right now?
What happened was, I'll tell you right now. What happened was, Trump administration basically argued that the birthright citizenship thing only applied to the enfranchisement of former slaves, and that it's been Chinese.
Didn't the Chinese do it?
The Chinese use it, and they won the Supreme Court because nobody really looked at the law. It's like, okay, birthright citizen. But then there was some people the Franklin Delano Roosevelt thing. It was like assumed that if you're born here, you're a citizen, and nobody questioned it. But in the 80s, right? They were starting to say, wait a minute here. We have people coming here just to give birth and become sick. Also, you got people who don't. The whole idea of becoming a citizen means that you have assimilated into the American culture and society. And they said the law is right, and the 14th Amendment says if your parents have allegiance to another country, you don't have automatic birthright. It's only when the parents are U.S. citizens at the time of birth, right, and they have no allegiance to any other foreign crown or state, you become automatic birthright citizens. Black people in America didn't have any allegiance to any foreign state. That's why they were able to get birthright citizenship, because we didn't have anybody, no African country claimed us, or any foreign entity recognized us or claimed us. That's why we're given. Now, if some African country would have came to America and said, we claim these people as our own people, we're going to bring them back, they're our citizens, whatever like that, and black people, the consensus of black people say, yeah, I'm a member of that republic or that kingdom, whatever like that, then they wouldn't have qualified for birthright citizenship. But we didn't.
Didn't the case in 1898 with the Chinese dude settle it though?
No. They said they ruled in the Chinese guy's favor, because what happened was, he said his father was he was born in America, and his father was proved that he was a U.S. citizen, and he said, and the government was trying to say he wasn't a citizen, and the father proved that he was a citizen, so that's why that feel in their favor. But that case has never been challenged after that. It's automatically assumed since then that if you're that you could just be born here, it doesn't really matter. That's what the Supreme Court is essentially saying, because no one put up a strong argument about the father not being a U.S. citizen. His father was in the United States when he had his son, but with his legal status at the time was that he eventually became
you sure his parents' legal status was
that's not true. The Supreme hold on. The Supreme Court hasn't ruled on this issue. The Supreme Court only said that the lower courts cannot put a national stay on the issue of birthright citizenship. That's all it says.
Yeah, I know.
So they're going to look into the issue later and rule on it, but they haven't given Trump the right to take away birthright citizenship.
I know that. What I'm saying is, what it does is, it sets up the precedence where people say that, but it's like by the time people get deported, Elvis, it'll be too late. You be over there, 5-month-old baby, and think you're all safe. And next thing you know, while you're arguing your case, you'll be on the plane.
Yeah, but that's only for people who were here illegally and had a baby here. Those are the people that whole thing even affects. It doesn't affect people who were born here legally by legal parents.
Illegally,
Yeah. So how many people are born here illegally with illegal parents? Might be the Mexican.
These illegal Hispanic, they be having babies on the route to the freaking country, man. Dropping right out the border. So that happens a lot, man. So
I remember I watched a video on that. They had babies before they even get over here.
Yeah, they take them across the border and say they were born in America.
Yeah,
it's a sad situation, man. You have empathy for children and whatnot. I don't know what it is, but that's not me. It's the powers that be in this country, evidently.
But Colin, I remember it was on Dining Show one time. You was talking about people coming here illegally. You was talking about gunning them down.
I did not.
Yes, you did. I remember you said it on Dining Channel one time.
I never said that. What exactly did I say?
When Colin get mad, he said the most outrageous thing. We know that for a fact.
You did. It just popped up in my head. Remember that? It was before the presidential election. You said that, and Elvis called you out on it. Elvis called you out on it.
Something like we're gonna bum rush the country or something like that. And I said,
and you said that if you was in charge, you said you would have gunned him down and everything else. But I was like, that's crazy.
Exactly what I said. I said that if I was in charge, right? To me, the border is like a wall of fence, right? If you invade the country, right? I wouldn't shut them. I would shoot them with rubber bullets first, tear gas first, some sort of Retsin to burn them, whatnot.
That ain't what you said, but all right.
Hold up, that does not work. Then you got to use the army and use lethal force. People can't come across the border like that because you can't just bum rush a border, man. You can't do it. You just can't do it.
Yeah, now we don't even know who's here. It could be like Iran might have sleeper cells here.
They have sleeper cells that came across the border and whatnot.
Yeah, I just thought of that when you said that.
Hold on, I would like this for any of you guys to cross into Guatemala.
It's not going to happen.
Go ahead and cross into, God forbid, cross into Liberia from Ivory Coast. See what happens.
Try crossing into North Korea. Yeah. They want
nobody even wants to go there.
They have to go across the border, and they put him in 15.
Come on, DK. You can't cross North Korea.
But you know all these so-called But Kwame, you know all these so-called socialists, all these socialist countries, they have like the best border patrol. They like if you try
Because they know
sneak
the
in,
border, and
get
know
shot
that
on sight.
North Korea has it so you can't sneak out of the country. You know,
Being socialist doesn't mean you're for open borders. Do you know what socialism is?
yeah, but
But
Elvis,
all the people,
I
No, I'm
watched
just
it.
making that
Are
point
you a
of DJ because
socialist?
he's equating two different things.
I
no,
watched
all
it in
the
real
people
time.
who
I watched it in
advocate
real
for
time
socialism
for years. That's
always
what it
advocate
was.
for
I was
open
sitting there every
borders.
night watching like people just bum rushing the border and when that's wide open, and somebody telling me with a straight face that the border's secure. And I'm sitting there watching it on camera. People coming across the border, people swimming across the border, and then making their way to New York City, whatnot, the city I was born in, a city I love, whatnot, getting free hotels, all like that. Yeah, it got me.
I saw a video of the guy.
Colin, those is homeless shelters, Colin. Those ain't
Yo,
not,
so the Ritz hotels are homeless shelter, bro.
Bro,
I
they in
saw a video of
they in the
this. I saw a
Marriott
video
Okay,
of
and
this
low
guy.
budget
do I gotta
hotels.
play some of the videos for you? Like Kwame, since you asked, right? Hang tight. Go ahead, talk. Hang tight for a I can get a video for you.
Bro, I'm living in New York. I see where the migrants is at.
Okay,
They're not in no
But
five-star
Colin,
hotel.
when you made that comment though, it was like when you was really on the Trump train. I remember that on Dynasty. You was really like wanted Trump to win.
Don't remind Carlo of his political stance because he's backpedaled from that for like he's been doing backstrokes, try to backpedal from that point.
When I say
You were really
with
down
you
for Trump, man. I remember you said
I
that.
know you really didn't want that wannabe black woman with
that
that white
election
man.
was stolen.
I know that turned you off.
No way I
Oh no,
believe
I agree with you. The last
can't
election was stolen. But I'm talking about this recent
to
one
stop
where
Project 2025 and the
that
Heritage
election
Foundation.
2020 was stolen. You know.
no, but I'm talking about the 2024 election. You was really riding for Trump, and you made that comment. If you was in charge, you would have shot those people down at the border.
This election right here, Trump won he won legitimately by the other side. You know.
Right.
Let me ask you one question. If Kamala Harris was married to a black man, would you have voted for her? Would that change your mind?
No. I learned my lesson with Obama, you know.
She was all like I don't know, something about her just I didn't vote, but something about her just
why'd you vote?
I'm not gonna lie, she was a better choice than Trump. I'm not gonna lie.
I don't think so.
Okay, yeah.
I don't think so.
No,
Kwame, at least you have some sense, Kwame.
Says that it's got.
And you're not, one of the things I noticed about Dynasty's platform is, it's kind of sad. That's why I went up there every day, every night to be against the fray because they try to bully these guys into not being a Democrat. And most of these guys don't know what Democrats, but they try to do this whole, herd thing where they try everybody, can you be a Democrat? You must be a gay. How can you be a Democrat? You must be for LGBT. And I was the lone wolf many times going against all of these so-called Republicans and Trump voters. Look, I'm no coward. I will go where I'm one person against 1,000 person and I'll stand my ground. I'm not afraid to say I'm a Democrat. They try to beat it out of you because then you're not masculine if you're a Democrat, like 1776 were trying to say earlier. Stupid talking points like that, man.
But Elvis, let me ask you a question. Did the Democrats, did the far left go too far?
From the federal government seem to be at least part of an effort to determine exactly who is
watch
living in
this
these
video.
hotels.
This is what
I'll answer you after the
migrant
video.
shelters and
These
how
are the
this
hotels
effort is
in New
being
York
funded.
City
Now,
being
one of
turned
these
into
hotels that
migrant
we know have been
shelters.
subpoenaed is a
I couldn't believe what I
Roosevelt
was
Hotel
fucking
behind
seeing,
me,
man.
which is actually slated to close in the coming months, right before the summer. Now, New York City is currently housing more than 40,000 migrants, but the city has spent nearly $7 billion housing and feeding those who have arrived in the city over the last almost 3 years. Now, these subpoenas are asking the hotels for the names, birth dates, and nationalities of the migrants living there. And federal prosecutors are also requesting testimony and evidence from these hotels about the entities and individuals funding and managing the migrant shelter program. Besides the Roosevelt Hotel, Hotel Chandler was also subpoenaed, but that hotel is actually a homeless shelter, not a migrant shelter. One source tells me that they believe the federal government was trying to subpoena Hotel Candler, which is a migrant shelter, but that one is also relatively closing soon. Now, sources tell us no one at City Hall has been subpoenaed yet, and Mayor Eric Adams not really weighing in if he plans to take any action, but says he feels for the workers at these hotels.
The workers should never get caught up in the politics of it. Not one child or family slept on the streets of the city of New York. That's a success story. So if you want to criticize me. But while you're criticizing me, just take a moment and say thank you to the city employees who did their job.
Eric Adams switched
But
up
this
after he
comes
got
as
charges.
President Donald Trump's border czar Tom Homan was up in Albany yesterday saying that he will flood the city with ICE agents if Democrats don't do more to crack down on illegal immigration. Immigration advocates are now calling on Adams to step up and defend migrants living in the city.
We really hope that he would reassure New Yorkers and our clients that they will be safe in shelter and that the city will stand up and fight for their...
burden on the taxpayer, right? And you want the mayor to step up and fucking defend this. I mean, it's just insane, man.
Hey, Carla, I really think
legality and illegality are legal conclusion, Carla. You have to get it in the court and get it adjudicated, and the judge has to tell you that.
Carla, I think we need a ban on immigration for like 25 years. We don't need no more new immigrants. No more new immigrants. I'm totally against immigration.
Yeah, immigration has been a disaster in this country.
I mean, and this is Carla. This is why I sometimes, you know, I get on Carla. This is why sometimes I get on you because you don't love this country, but you see all these.
You gotta lower this guy's mic. He comes on yelling and being super loud.
Hey, look, Elvis. I mean, look, like I said, I'm with part of you. Don't understand something, right? I don't. Let's say I look at the Brooklyn Bridge. I don't love the Brooklyn Bridge either, but I don't want to see it torn down, do I?
Is my mic too loud?
I love for America, but I don't want to see it torn down. You know, just because somebody painting you don't like, did it mean you got to mark over it and kill it, destroy it? I don't want to see America destroyed.
But Carla, we need
destroy it, you know.
Hey Steve, like I was saying, we need a prohibition on immigration for like 20 to 25 years. I don't believe that people should come here like Rashada Ali and all those. I don't think you should run for office in the first generation. Your kids need to assimilate. Yeah, whatever. I don't respect no camel girl. But anyway, anybody who comes here like Elvis, first generation, he shouldn't be allowed to run for. He shouldn't be allowed to vote, right? Just like let them assimilate and learn the culture, because you're bringing third world ethics, third world mentality, third world mindset to a first world country. And if all the third world comes to the first world, it's going to become the third world. So I think.
We heard this talking point from people like Richard Spencer. Those about white supremacists.
If I go to Mexico,
this is what it is. You don't even understand what.
If I go to Africa,
you don't understand the essence of America. You don't understand the essence of America, bro. You're giving a white supremacist talking point, bro.
When JFK ran for president, people didn't want to see an Irish president. Like America really doesn't.
Nah, they didn't want to see a Catholic president because they questioned his fidelity to the United States. If you would have fidelity to the Pope or the United States, you don't even understand what you're talking about. It wasn't because he was Irish. Joe Biden is Irish. A lot of American president has had Irish ancestry. What are you talking about?
They didn't
because it was about his Catholicism. It was not about because he was Irish. You don't understand what you're talking about.
They didn't come off the boat like Talib Kweli and run for office. Carla, please tell this man that Talib Kweli, that lady in Minnesota, America never allowed that. Yeah, whatever her name is.
Rashida Tlaib.
Yeah, Rashida Tlaib. You can't come off the boat and run for office, man. That's wrong,
the Constitution allows you to do it. What do you mean you can't do it? The Constitution allows them to do it. What are you talking about?
But if I go to any country in the world, I just can't come.
Are you above the Constitution? Is your little mind bigger than the Constitution?
If I go to Liberia, can I become a congressman one day off the ship? No.
What they here one day off the ship? I mean, are you stupid? Do you know there's a time frame that one person, that somebody has to be in this country before they become a citizen? Do you know that there's a time frame?
Listen, whatever that Muslim lady is.
You don't even know. You just talking. You don't even think, bro.
I mean, whatever her name is. Listen, whatever. Talib. We just gonna call her Talib. Yo, Talib came straight off the boat, right? Went to high school and became a congresswoman. That's crazy, man. I'm against that.
Not even true. She went to the University of Minnesota, got her degree. She became a citizen before even that. But she was a city council member, and then ran for the Congress of the United States. What are you talking about?
Trust. Trump is going to get it right. We're getting rid of this birthright citizen. You're not just going to come with and shit 7 kids out and say they're American. No, not learning the language. No, this is why I'm saying the principle is back. principle is back, man. Really, like we have like Elvis.
Hey, I got a question for you, 77. So and this is an honest question. It's not a joke.
Oh,
do you have a brain injury? No, it's a serious question. Because I mean, you talk like you got some kind of speech impediment or brain injury or something.
Hey, how am I gonna have a brain injury when you came from Liberia on a submarine, hitting your head against some iron pallets and shit? How am I gonna have a brain injury?
I'm not gonna give you all of you. That was an honest question. That was an honest question. If it's a no, fine. Just say no.
Come on,
do you have a brain injury? Yes or no, bro?
You came over on a submersible trash can.
Whatever you say, fine. You're right.
All the way to
I came over come on, stop. Anything you say is right. I just want to know if you got a brain injury or not.
I'm saying, Elvis, you agree with me?
You gotta answer my question, bro. Why you dodging the question? Just answer it. Yes or no.
Kwame, a fifth-generation immigrant with third world mentality and quality.
Do you have a brain injury, bro? We hear everything else you're saying.
That's morally wrong.
Just answer me if you have a brain injury.
Hey, Elvis, I ain't insult you today. Like I told you,
I didn't insult you. I asked you a question, bro.
Through
I can see the point. I came on a submarine. I came on a floating tire. Now answer my question.
I ain't got no brain injury. I just love America. How sure you don't got a brain injury? You might be suffering from them overrun us like the city Troy. You know, like I don't like it. I don't like seeing millions of Muslim, Arab, Ugandan, refugee senators or mayors. No, I don't like that, man. If your last name is Johnson,
you don't understand the spirit of America. That's because you don't understand the spirit of America, brother. What is the thing about New York? Anybody can make it in America, right? That's the spirit of America. That's what you don't understand. Because like I told you, your brain has been replaced by a white supremacist brain, so you think like a white supremacist.
Steve, how is a Steve, how is a boy soldier refugee from Liberia?
Bro, you can't even formulate a sentence. Steve, can't even formulate a sentence, bro. I'm kind of observing you, and you seem like you got a little bit of a hitch.
My phone is breaking up.
Nah, that was not your phone. Don't try to lie. That was your brain malfunctioning, brother. That's why I said he had a brain injury, man.
He said that was his fault. Yo,
1776.
I thought we had freedom of religion.
Exactly. Elvis is your Christian brother, man. You gotta chill.
I'm cool with it. I just think he do a lot of talking without thinking. And his brain lets him down a lot of times. That's just the unfortunate part.
You two should go read some Bible verses on how to forgive your brother.
Listen, man.
I mean, I agree with him as a Christian. We agree, but I'm not just hateful. I'm not just blindly hateful for no reason. That's not Christian-like, man.
I agree with you.
I disagree with Islam, but I give you the key things in that book that I disagree with.
So Elvis,
man, everywhere Islam is like is terrible, man.
Religion, freedom of speech, and freedom.
Oh yeah. I would protect a Muslim right to be a Muslim, but I will also protect my right to disagree with their book.
Hey, Steve.
So why 1776 an evangelical Christian nation and nobody else have?
No, I didn't say that, but I'm saying Islam is a third world religion with third world values. Women don't have no rights. If you don't convert, you get killed. It's not a religion that's symbiotic with first world civilization, right? It's just backward. Wherever you see Islam, you see fucked up.
Is Abu Dhabi not a first world nation?
But those are secular. Those guys don't even pray. Pretty much they're pretty much secular. But I'm saying like Steve.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? If somebody comes fresh off the boat, right? They really can't speak English. They don't know the culture. They don't know nothing. They don't even know what a cheeseburger is, right? And then they have the audacity, right, to build up the momentum to go run for office. That's disrespectful to our government, man. It's just disrespect, man.
But, hey, if the people choose that person and the Constitution and the laws don't allow it,
That's a good point, John.
It's good to go. I mean, if
No, but
the law is once you're a naturalized citizen, you can run for any public office except vice president and president.
But anything else?
That's what I'm saying, except vice president and president. But you can run for governor. You saw it with Arnold Schwarzenegger. He ran for the governor of California and became governor.
Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Right?
But it's not.
I know white people use that word to say the word nigger, but it's nigger. Arnold Schwarzenegger. It's N-E, not N-I.
Brother is saying is that
if you
don't agree
that,
with his position, right? Then he doesn't want you to run, and he feels like the people that come here probably are less likely to agree with his position, and so he's against their opinions and their right.
Yeah, they would have probably said Westmore's mother was a illegal Jamaican, so he shouldn't be governor of Maryland.
No,
since he has a Jamaican mother.
Westmore, I think his great-great-grandfather fought in the Revolutionary War. He's not no.
You have two of those, brother. You can have one that comes from African American. You can have another that comes from your mother's side, which might be more Jamaican.
But even Puerto Rico is a territory of the United States, so he's still American.
And by the way, not to belabor the point, but I was reading it's the Constitution. It's Article 4, Section 3, Clause 1, that gives states the right.
I'm just so tired of the immigrant scams, man. Y'all immigrants, man, stay in your home country and just plan a game plan. I'm tired of the immigrant scams of using up this country for monetary purposes, man.
Did I tell you guys that they took this guy's brain out and put a white supremacist brain in his mind? All of his rationale is white supremacist rationale. What are you talking about, man?
Hey, Ja, if I went to Mexico, right, first I have to come with 40,000, right? I got to tell the Mexican government what I'm going to do in Mexico, how I'm going to take care of myself, right? I just can't go run.
That's why the United States is greater than Mexico. We're not Mexico. That's why this country is the greatest country in the world. They don't have the same mentality as a Mexico.
I'm trying to put you in your place.
You don't know because you have a white supremacist mindset, and your brain is not quick enough to put me in my place.
Elvis,
I'm two step ahead of you, man. Everything you're trying to say, I'm two step ahead of you.
If it's an immigrant coming with them immigrant third world scams, public education shouldn't even be free for an immigrant. Listen,
that's what I say. Your little mind is not the same as the United States Constitution. That's the difference, brother.
The Constitution didn't even want really African Americans.
Whatever you say, brother, the Constitution supersedes your little mind.
America doesn't want.
Lower your microphone, bro. You're giving me a headache already, man. I don't know. Maybe your hard of hearing too. Maybe that brain injury affected your hearing too.
Any third world Bushman non-utensil using.
If they didn't want African American, why you celebrate 1776 so bad?
Because that's 1776.
Nah, he think that was the peak of America when his ancestor was enslaved. So he wants to bring up that mindset.
Listen, but Elvis, can you agree that we should not have third world barbarians running for our beloved Congress?
That's not what the Constitution says. It doesn't say anything barring quote unquote third world people. It invites immigrants into this country.
Why doesn't Muslims go to Saudi Arabia? Why they don't go to Saudi Arabia? Why they don't go to
DK? Tell this guy to be quiet. Somebody else wants to ask a question. Go ahead, DK.
Hey Elvis, by any chance did you vote for Ilhan Omar, that Somali chick in Minnesota?
Well, yeah, of course.
Yeah, he's a confused Liberian, man.
I mean, you're an idiot, bro. Her politics align with my politics. The fact that she's a Muslim has nothing to do with my voting for her or not.
Why doesn't she go to Saudi Arabia and run for office? Why are you?
Do you know who Keith Ellison is? Listen, hold on, bro. Hold on for a second. Look, listen for a second, right? Keith Ellison. Listen for a second, bro. Look, Carlo, you gotta mute this guy. Keith Ellison, right? The seat that she took was a Muslim African American man, right? Black American, Keith Ellison. I think he's even mixed. He had that seat, and he stepped aside, and she won his seat. He is now our state attorney general, and he's doing an excellent job. He's a black man who's a Muslim, the first Muslim elected to Congress. She was the second Muslim elected to Congress after Keith Ellison. We're a progressive state. We don't discriminate against people based on their religion or their sex or their sexual orientation.
Why are y'all hearing such numbers that y'all are electing congressmen? That's morally wrong.
What do you mean that's what kind of brain do you have in your mind? How is that morally wrong? It's a democracy. People pick based on what they want.
But when I was growing up in this country, Minnesota was
that's
a white.
That's because you grew up with a slave mindset, and you think freedom is slavery, and you think slavery is freedom. That's how your mind is warped.
Minnesota was for Sweden
descent. Wanted to go back to 1776.
No. That's what Minnesota was the place where white boys played hockey. You know, it was a baseball. It wasn't African. It's not little Africa. I don't like that, man.
Of course you don't like that. Your white supremacist mind can't fathom it, man.
Come on, 1776. What's wrong with them moving?
But they keep on messing up our demographics. They messing up our culture. They just bringing all this shit that we don't like.
Like what?
It's not about what you like, you idiot. You eat Chinese food. Chinese food came over here later on after the country was established. You eat Italian food. They came after the country was established. It's not what you like and what you don't like.
Chinese have assimilated into this culture. Like.
Are you out of your mind? Have you ever been to a Chinatown? Have you ever heard the accent of a Chinese person? What are you talking about?
Hey, Steve, I'm gonna give you an example, right? Mm-hmm. This area where I live is a sanctuary city. Like our football team used to win national states. Good. Then we just had a bunch of 4'5" Mexicans come here, and like we can't win shit no more, man. Like we ain't got no.
Listen to what this idiot is saying. He's saying that the short Mexican beat out the strong, tall African Americans to make the football team. Is that what you're saying?
No, they just don't know how to play football. They don't know.
Then they wouldn't have made the football team if they don't know how to play football. What are you talking about, man?
You got to get back to the fruitful conversation.
Yeah, did you go to high school? Do you know how you make the football team? You think they just put anybody on the football team?
But none of them can make it. They can't run fast.
So then they wouldn't have made a team if they couldn't run or play football, man. I mean, damn, dude, your brain is fried, man. Damn.
Hey, 1776. How do y'all do in soccer though?
Man, these dudes look like that World Cup team, man. They just run like, oh man, it's terrible, man. Listen, man.
Did you try to be a comedian in your younger life, man? Did you try?
No, I'm just telling you, like, this demographic shift is too much. Like it has to be slower pace. It's just too rapid.
It's still 70% white, so you good. It's still 70%.
No, that's a lie, man. Like these Africans get on my nerve, African immigrants, but at least they like education. Africans are real progressive. Like that's one thing I give African immigrants. They don't know shit, but they know shit, right? Oh, okay. So they like education. They like when an African comes, they want to like assimilate. They want but these Mexicans, god damn, man, I can't stand it, man.
Your hatred, bro. Relax. It's gonna give you high blood pressure before your time, man. Relax.
Nah, it's just like they unassimilable, man. They don't follow no laws. They just open tattoo shops everywhere.
Hold on, DK. What'd you say, DK?
I said 1776. You don't like tacos and burritos?
Oh yeah, taco and burritos are good.
You don't like Chipotle?
I like Taco Bell.
You don't like?
That's not real Mexican food, man.
Nobody likes Mexican food. It's just hot tamales and nasty shit.
No, man. Mexican.
You haven't had Mexican cuisine, man. You're illiterate. You're socially illiterate, bro. That's what you are. Socially, you're illiterate.
Mexicans are making a killing off them food trucks where I'm at in North Carolina.
And without no license, they don't go to the health department. I can't stand. Listen, man. Shit.
So if it was up to you, you would want America to stay majority white.
I would want it to be like a 60-40, 65-35 balance.
He don't really want to say that, but we on his ass, Paul, about being white-minded.
No. I like a 65.
Say what you really want. You want to be 90% white, then 10% black.
That would be ideal for you. I want the demographics to reflect the 1955 census.
Where he died, where he
the 1955 census.
65.
That's what I'm saying. Now he's trying to backtrack. He's trying to think about what he wants to say before he say it. Now he don't really want to say what he really means.
Question 1776.
You definitely said the other day, I love when this country majority white.
And you making up stuff, Kwame. You
literally said that, bro. You said that if this country was given to the hands of black folks, it would be destroyed in the first 1 hour. You said that too.
You said it would be destroyed in 10 hours.
No. If this country If this country becomes majority black, I'm moving to Africa. There's no need to be here.
Exactly. There you go.
I'm moving to Africa. You know, I like things to be.
So why do you brag about all the things that Black Americans has done in this country if you don't think that they can run their own country?
You can't do it without white supervision. Basically, what he's saying.
No, I said the white referee is important, and
exactly
white
supervision.
Yeah, you need that referee. Yeah.
The white owner or the white referee? Which one?
Referee.
Okay. Tell you when you're doing stuff wrong. Hey, you can't do that.
Yeah.
Flag on the play.
Nah, because look at countries like South Africa. If the white population left,
what is Carla doing tonight? Carla, you just took the night off. What's going on with you, Carla?
Chilling, man.
I'm just listening to you guys, man. Just listen.
Carla over there watching Indian movie or something in the back.
Watching Hollywood. Watching Hollywood.
Carla, can we get back to the topic though? This is going a little left.
Yeah. Okay. Back to the topic. We're pretty back. I said that it's finally here. Black people are politically irrelevant. So I don't want to hear nothing about reparations ever again. It'll never happen. You know.
I agree 100% with you.
I think the guy Eric Adams.
New York City. That a guy with a socialist agenda. Yeah, and also I want to say something very controversial right now. I seen a picture of this guy, right, and he was basically had a bunch of African migrants cheesing, you know. Yeah, so I was like, see, that's what it is, man. The black Eric Adams, he lost there's a large number of Africans here illegally, and they're voting.
Too many.
You know, no, I'm just
saying. Too many. Hey, Carla, I know it's controversial, but do you agree? Carla, do you agree? Like immigrants should have to wait a generation before they run for office?
Well, I would say like this, right? I would say like this. In every culture, like the Irish, and what areas they live at, they should be their own aldermans, their own councilmen, town councilmen, or whatever like that. If they're in large numbers, I think they should have that. As far as like statewide representation and national, yeah, well, that should take a generation, you know. But the local areas, like the school board and local governments and stuff like that, you know, I have no problem with, you know. But whole thing in New York City is, I saw that. I said, look, I knew that, changing demographics of Black America was going to affect, because you had this guy, man. There, and I'm saying to myself, these African immigrants, man. I guess they
too many.
No. Let me say this. They were basically cheering him. Oh yeah, because you know, he said what they want to hear. When they talk in New York City, when they talk about giving everybody $30 an hour, that means if you're here illegally, right?
Yeah, you could get that.
$30 an hour. It ain't like you got to be have a FICA and you're not going to be paying Social Security because you don't have a Social Security number, right? So you're going to get $30 an hour. All this free health care. So it's not right to come to another country and be a parasite, you know?
I'm hearing people saying because his middle name is Kwame that he's an African. I'm like, what?
He's not an African. You know, he was born in Uganda. I think his parents from Uganda, but he was an Indians. The Indians and Pakistanis that were in the country worked in the railway. Idi Amin wanted to replace them with Black Americans. People don't know that history, you know. He wanted to replace the Indians and these people with Black Americans. He said Black Americans basically broke railways and worked in factories in America. He wanted to bring them over there. You know,
people all talk about the Irish, but the Irish went through 100 years of discrimination, oppression. They just didn't come off and become
white. Even when the Irish, when they did get some political, the Irish built Tammany Hall. When they made Tammany Hall in New York City, they started out by being aldermen, assemblymen, and stuff like that, and fire chiefs and police chiefs and whatnot. And let's see, you know, they was running New York City. You know, the Irish with Tammany Hall ran New York City, you know.
Yeah, facts. But it's just, I just got immigration fatigue, man. It's just like, you can't go. When I was growing up, you could go to Dunkin' Donuts, get a nice soft donut, man. Now these Indians got like sugar Frisbees, man. They're like hard, man. So I just tired, man.
Let me say something real quick. So this guy's an Indian born in Uganda with a Ashanti middle name. What the hell is going on?
Yeah, man.
He's one of those miscellaneous Negroes like Kamala Harris and Obama.
All the African migrants in New York voted for him. You know, they're gonna get free shit. You know, he's one of them.
The Democrats always got a miscellaneous Negro running for office, man.
He's
I really do think Eric Adams has a chance because Wall Street's going to really push him and get him because they don't want that communist guy to fuck shit up for New York.
If that happened, New York City, as we know, is finished. The great city of New York, which gave
done.
the world. That's why it's dangerous letting people into the country that don't have the values of course.
Exactly.
What's wild that he's from Queens and I never heard of him before. Until this election came up.
Actually, there's a lot of them on Jamaica Avenue. They live in that Jamaica Avenue Hillcrest area. You know, that's where they live.
New York has two. New York is like.
Yeah, you're right. A lot of the but those are main like Pakistanis and.
He is Pakistani, you know. And they're in that Hillcrest area, you know. That's where they're from.
Man. Yeah, they dominate that Jamaica station like Hillcrest area. You're right about that.
I'm just tired. I wish baseball.
They even turn Kyle, if you go there now, like they even turn that place to it's called Little Pakistan now.
Listen, man,
that old Jamaica Avenue, Parsons area might supposed to be in Bangladesh, you know.
Yeah, that's what you hate that, man. They out here in robes, they out here worshiping a stone. It's just I'm tired, man. Listen, man, I'm tired, man. There's just too much immigrant fatigue. They come here with them third world mentalities and ideologies and just
But what I'm saying is this: though, Black people in America are now politically involved. You know, our numbers are diminished. Our alliances, what it means to be Black Americans, it's like that. You know what I blame? For the last 6 years, right? We've been so focused on something stupid like reparations instead of building, talking about Black by Black solidarity.
Yeah, do for self.
The do for self movement throwing out the thing for this xenophobic FBA. We need a handout from the government. The Black people are making progress. We have Black by Black apps and everything like that going on. You know, people are talking about loans. You have Black investment clubs and all that. And Rhett Carnell come on, no. I don't believe the do for self for the government owes us or whatever.
I'm gonna tell you the only immigrant group that I like is Filipinos, man.
Hold on, 77.
Filipino.
Kala,
is your wife Filipino?
Would you vote for Representative Crockett?
For who? Hell
Representative
no.
Crockett.
Hell
she
no.
She's done.
She's done.
No.
They're trying to throw her.
I think you look. I'm like this. Let me tell you like this. Only for one reason, right? I don't even really know her policy, right? But anyway, time when someone says stupid stuff like out of nowhere, right? I'll say this, and people may hate me for saying this, right? I am sick and tired of people thinking that Black people are owed something just because you're Black. That's bullshit, you know? So these instead of improving the lives of people in her district, right? All she does is all she has to do is blame Donald Trump, blame the Republicans for everything, and she'll keep getting elected. She's making $180,000. Well, actually, she's worth like $20 million now. How did she start as a congressman first term and now she's worth like $20 million? You know, she's corrupt as all kinds of hell. You know, so these people, what they do, the game is. They basically get in office, right? They do absolutely nothing. They got transportation paid for, lunches paid for. They go in here, sitting on committees, making decisions. She got her hair done, nail done. She's living a glamorous life, and all they have to do is keep telling you, keep focused on the orange man, Donald Trump. That's the problem. Right? Look, we have not moved the needle in Black politics in like 30 years. I think the last major victory in Black America.
It's not our fault.
Wait, so what about Trump blaming Biden and Obama for everything?
Was the apartheid South Africa movement? That was the last political victory Black America came together and scored. Barack Obama.
I'm done with South Africa. They could keep that xenophobic country.
And I think that was a mistake.
Most South Africans are not xenophobic.
That was a mistake.
But Kwame, they have to
South Africa to a shithole for all I care.
But Kwame, if
they done.
But let Kwame, give them people time. South Africa shouldn't have any immigrants for the next 100 years.
No, it ain't look, that's another thing I'm tired of, right? In that case, it's not the immigrants. It's the Black elite. South Africa did not build Black African infrastructure, right? All they did was try to fit into the white infrastructure, right? And divested. South Africa is so divested for the rest. Now, look, this was sad part about it is
white people gonna rule South Africa again. Holla, we're gonna see.
They probably will. White, they're gonna
we're gonna see it.
Get this. Get like Logan said. South Africa, most of the businesses you see in modern Africa, was a ShopRite, MTN, and everything, all throughout the continent, right? All the fiber optic companies, all white South African firms listed on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, right? South Africa, under the guise of pan-Africanism, right? They hire what they call black diamonds. These are black people like Lozy, right, who work for white corporate interests in South Africa as a face of black, like South African breweries, right? How did they get into East Africa and compete against a local brewery? They simple. They put a black people as a face. Even though it was a black-owned brewery, right, in South Africa, they called it Bush beer. I remember like they sold it in carts, whatever, like that, instead of like cans. And
Colin, we do the same thing too. Like DEI,
Dave, I saw you on Focus on Liberia, man. You was watching the show, man.
Yeah, man. Hold on, let Colin finish.
No, that's not even what it was, Dave. That's not what it was.
You gotta ask everybody their tribe.
No, that's not what it was. I was asking him if he's from River G, because if you're from River G, you understand the tradition of Grand G there. That's why I was asking him that.
All right, let me finish what I'm saying, folks. We'll get back
let Colin finish real quick. He was on the show.
My point I'm trying to make was South
Liberian
African brewery, right? When that came in '95, when the black government first came in. And the bottom line is they had a fierce competition from South African breweries, right? South African breweries even had ads in black magazines in America, right? South African breweries brew a lot of American brand beers for the South African market. And the bottom line is this: the face of it was this young black South African kid. He was like, "Yeah, we're gonna be the #1 in Africa." That's how people are holding back on the power, because they have black people as the face of their businesses. White people actually controlling everything in the background, you know.
But Carla, let's be real. At this point in our evolution, the Bantu black man doesn't know how to build shit. We know how to work under somebody.
He's starting this shit again, man. You gotta put a stop to. We're gonna get in an argument over stupid shit.
Hold on. The bottom line is this. Hold on. White people like Zimbabwe, right? People say, "Oh, Zimbabwe," but we know Zimbabwe only failed right now because of sanctions. You know. That's all.
But look at Carla. Look at Haiti. Look at Haiti.
You know, Haiti was a different case, but
too. They got travel ban. They about to be under sanctions too.
Look at Jamaica without the Chinese and the British. Look. I mean, like, it's just we're not fully evolved yet to handle that responsibility of running a nation by ourselves. I think we'll get there in 75 to 100 years where we can run.
Liberia's proof that black people could build a country, and it caught up with the rest of the world.
But after the American Liberians was overthrown, what is they're doing a little bit better now. I'll leave it at that, man. But really, black leadership around the continent, if you had to give them a grade, I got to give them a C+. It's not A quality, Carla.
All right, okay, Elvis, Dave, what were you talking about? What was you were talking about with Elvis?
No, he was on Focus Liberia, you know.
What was Elvis doing now, man?
Asking they people they tribe. I'm like, hell.
The topic on the show today on Focus on Liberia is about.
But he was irritated too. Jay was irritated too about you asking him that, though.
No, listen, Dave. So do you know that?
Him irritated too.
Dave, listen, brother. I mean, maybe you know it, maybe you don't know it. Do you know that River G County became a county in like 1996 or 1997, and it used to be part of Grand G County as a whole?
Nothing, because the people down there all in Monrovia.
No. Carla, you let me finish the point, Carla.
I was on Focus Liberia. They said 40% of the country lives in Monrovia.
Yeah,
let me finish the point. Right. So the topic was that they're doing a ceremonial reburial of Samuel Doe. His wife passed away, and they're going to do like the president went to Grand G to kind of like bury him ceremoniously.
What about all the people he killed? Whatever.
That's what was having the conversation about. That's why it was a big show. We had a big audience. We're having a conversation about that whole thing. So the point is that
hold up. As long as you got that problem, I don't think Liberia's ever going to be developed.
Yo, Colin, they didn't do a memorial for the 200,000 people that died.
Yeah, so the bottom line, like I said, this is what Elvis gets mad when I say stuff like this. So, I invested in Liberia or whatnot. But I want to respect them as people and make peace with them because it's a part of our heritage and whatnot. Liberia's a part of our heritage, but some of the stuff, man, like celebrating a cannibal like Samuel Doe, something I get. And also, I get it. Let me give you an example, right? I changed my opinion on George.
They was kind of forced to do it.
Yeah,
you can't give Prince Johnson a state funeral and not give Doe a state funeral.
That's true. That's true too.
You understand? You're gonna have conflict, so they kind of had to do it.
Check this out. I basically, some of my brothers, man. This guy Dylan, not Dylan. It's another guy. I forgot his name. He used to be having a group discussing Liberia. I think he still has it now, but I forgot his name. Ed Collins. He's a real journalist. He's been really fair to me over the years, right? He's been real fair to me over the years. He's Liberian, a Liberian American. But he just told me, he said, Colin, man, let me tell you why I like George Weah. He says, you'll never understand this. And that's why I opened up a little bit. He goes, when we was at the refugee camp in
Bujumbura in
Ghana, he said it was a friggin' darkest time period in our history, right? We felt like we were nothing. We looked down upon the whole world. Our country was in shambles. We were a refugee. People had got killed with that. He said, but on the radio, all the young people would gather around and listen to a man named George Weah, soccer player and whatnot. And he said, for somebody that comes from us, who we feel gave us so much pride. And that's why people love George Weah so much, And I understand Me, I understand that. I understand.
Not only that, Carla, he went on those refugee camps and visited them, brought food.
He had somebody. There was somebody they could identify with. He says, "Look," he goes, Carla, you understand that because you basically you're black." At the time before that, I just thought all a person has to do is be black. You just be proud of my heroes, Muhammad Ali. Blah, blah, blah. He said, "Look." But this was something special, spoke to our unique experience,
Hey, Dave, you see how they cut out the benefactors of Western governments provided a lot of international aid to Liberia during that conflict, man. Western governments have always been benefactors of.
What are you talking about? The Western government was an integral part of the war. What are you talking about, bro?
Yeah, my church gave to.
They're looting diamonds, man.
Is your church a Western government?
No, I'm saying it was Western governments and missionaries that aided that conflict, and then we provided.
I would argue that it was Western governments that started it.
No, it was tribalism. It was tribalism that started it, Carla. Come on.
France. Part of it was tribalism, Carla. You can't take that away. But France was funding it. Russia was funding it through arms.
In the world.
United States was giving intel to their favorite faction.
That was true.
Not only that, here's the problem, right? Liberia, its situation is this: in 1916 and also World War II, not just 16, right? Like the number one trading partner with Liberia, the development partner was Germany, right? Because of Black Americans who were a problem, right? They basically went to Liberia, just like they went to Liberia and got rid of Garvey before he came to be Du Bois. They also used Black Americans to break up the relationship between Germany and Liberia. And then when Liberia was forced to break ties with Germany in World War I, Germany bombed the city submarines bombed the city of Monrovia to the ground. And so, therefore, America's always played a hand in manipulating Liberia. America's never been the sort of partner, or development partner. And it goes to show you what I'm talking about. Every country that trusts America ends up on the losing side. With the Philippines, Cuba, all these countries like that. It's like America doesn't even have it in it to do the right thing. I just don't understand it, So people shoot me for that.
Kyla, but why do you go so far?
What about South Korea?
Kyla, why do you go so far back? The whole thing was
South Korea. I would say Ronald Reagan right? South Korea was a military dictatorship. America basically had military occupation during after Cold War and whatnot, and South Korea benefited from its position in the Cold War. Now, with that being said, the brilliant leadership of South Korea, they modeled their business structure on like Japan's. Like your Hyundai Corporation became like a mini Mitsubishi. So they spent 5 decades in the economy, right? But by the time the late 80s came around, right, they're ready for democracy. And basically, they thought Ronald Reagan, when he came there, he was going to talk about there should be democratic elections. Ronald Reagan turned his back on them, and basically, South Korea started rioting. And a year later, they had elections. But the whole thing is, Ronald Reagan said basically he wasn't interested in pushing democracy in South Korea.
Well, Kyler, why do you blame the Western man for everything that's wrong in the world? Like the whole thing with Liberia is Samuel Doe overthrew the African Americans to provide equality for all the tribes. When he got into power, he didn't do that.
Hold on. Let me say this, right? First of all, when you look at it, the same year that Haile Selassie was overthrown, right? Several things happened geopolitically. The Ba'ath Party came into power in Iraq, right? The other party came in, overthrew Haile Selassie, and then Liberia was overthrown. All these countries were, and also a couple of years earlier than that, the Democratic government Iran was overthrown and put in the Shah. America has a thing of replacing governments that will start off as progressive for the people and everything. Nobody wants to live in a backward world.
Kyler, all Samuel Doe had to do is provide egalitarianism and equality to the other tribe. When he got in power, he put his tribe in power and persecuted other tribes. It's that simple.
Oh, yeah, hold up. Do you know how Saddam Hussein got into power? Who put him in power? Rumsfeld, the United States, CIA,
Yep.
Kyler, you almost make the white man like a god, like he's just responsible. Like you call me a coon, but you act like the white man is a god, man. Patrice Lumumba wasn't killed by.
I'm saying, look, the Bible, the mistake these people do was.
Didn't the West put in the Ayatollah in power?
They put the Shah in the power, and the Shah was overthrown by the Ayatollah. Iran had a democratic. If you see pictures from Iran from the 1960s, it was beautiful. It was modern. Women were wearing their hair out. It was like
Mohammed Mossadegh was the.
They'll say America overthrew him because he was talking about nationalizing the oil industry. See, like Saudi Arabia is ruled by a family propped up by the United States. Same thing with Kuwait. So.
Kyler, man, Kyler, you doing it again, man.
Jordan too.
Yeah, all these but 1776.
I mean, you guys are saying these things like you don't understand how foreign interests work and foreign national interests work. If you're with the United States and you can further, they will partner with you.
America has to do what it has to do, but just don't sit here and like I told, it's on top of the show. I cannot live a lie. If I say America is a great country, and I'm gonna find like that, but I also got to take the responsibility. Is when somebody comes to me and says, "Your country is doing this. You're benefiting from a country that did this." What can I say? What can I say?
Did somebody call my name?
Yeah,
nobody called your name. Just the voices you hear in your head.
I call you Steve. Look, man, this invisible, godlike.
I thought I was 1776.
It's always responsible for everything, right? Patrice Lumumba was killed by Africans. Kwame Nkrumah was killed by Africans.
It's the Belgium that had him killed.
William Cummings was killed by Africans.
I know. That's a nice try to sneak that in there, right?
No, Colin, he's right, bro. The Belgians didn't take a gun and shoot him. They got Joseph Mobutu to do it.
This is what they do, like they always do, right? They don't get themselves their hands dirty, right? They profiled Mobutu Sese Seko. They knew he was a womanizer, money hungry, and power hungry, right? They profiled the guy who took out.
Colin, his name is Joseph Mobutu. Mobutu Sese Seko is like a.
You always act like
Mobutu Sese Seko was profiled by the CIA, and this is what happened. Usually happened. You know who realized this? Gaddafi. Do you know if you're basically a Libyan student living overseas, if 3 Libyan students meet any place when Gaddafi, they knew Gaddafi was gonna find out about it, right?
Colin, but you would never
Gaddafi,
get into a high level
let college speak. Let college speak.
Gaddafi had a
Keep
spy
cutting them off.
network that was so intensive, right? That they would basically have assassinations, spy networks, and tell everybody Libyan that was over there. They knew it.
Libya was a police state, and they were arresting people for no reason, put them in prison, killing them, disappearing them.
Same thing with Cuba. So all states like that, Fidel Castro outlived 7 administrations, right? But when you basically have states that basically are lackadaisical about that stuff, they're like, oh, let foreigners come in and out, white people come in and out, whatnot. Ain't a matter of time before they invite certain students to a thing and whatnot. They'll start with things like climate change and
Hey, Dave, I got a question. Does the black man have any agency? Is he responsible for everything, or is it just this white man that makes him? Is the white man making Libyans treat Africans bad? Is the white man making Libyans sell slaves?
I know.
Why is this? Come on, man. Like we got to take responsibility and take some else.
Check this out. All you have to do is like this: if a country fails, who smiles the brightest? Sure, the fuck ain't the black people, right?
The white man.
We pay taxes to the American government.
This guy loves to hold a nutsack of the white man, bro. It's not even funny.
Huh?
I see, he loves to hold a nutsack of the white man, man.
But Elvis, you live in America. You love it like me.
I'm not saying America is not a great country, but you ready to pay for them at the drop of a hat, brother.
But I'm saying, Elvis, like I'm saying, America is a great country. People live here. You do your thing. Khaled does his thing. Dave does his thing. Kwame does his thing. We do our thing every day, right? We enjoy it. But every time it's something that goes down in the world.
Two things could be right at the same time, brother. America could be a great country and also responsible for some government overthrows. Those 2 things can be true.
But I'm saying, look.
Not some, majority of them.
I look at Samuel Doe like Robert E. Lee. He was the head of the Confederate Party, right? He took over the country, right? He's just like a Robert E. Lee figure. That's why they had that funeral for him, right? I was watching it on my Liberian TV, right? He's like Robert E. Lee.
You compare him to Robert E. Lee?
Yeah, he won the war. Samuel Doe overthrew the stupid African Americans who put him in the military. That was stupid. They gave him a gun and he ran them over. So he took over.
That's not even true. That's not even true.
Now he got about. Yeah, he ran over the country.
That's not true. You don't know what you're talking about.
But I'm saying if he had took over the country and provided equality to other tribes, there would have been no civil war. He just didn't do the right thing.
Not even true either.
You
just don't understand it. You generalize. We don't want to hash it out again, but you just generalize, man.
But I'm saying he would I look at him as Robert E. Lee,
How is he Robert E. Lee? What parallels are you drawing to him and Robert E. Lee?
Robert E. Lee is crazy. I'm not going to lie.
He got his boys. He set up. He went from private to sergeant major in like 6-7 years, right?
What are you talking about, bro? He was the
head of the 3rd Battalion, right?
He was a master sergeant in the army when the coup happened. That's why he became the leader. He wasn't even listen. Let me tell you something real quick. He was a master sergeant that was in military rank when the coup happened. There was another guy called Captain Gerbil, who was the real brains behind the coup. He was a coup guy from Grand Crew County. And he told that the president was going to be at his house in Bentall. So he left the executive mansion and was going to go to the president's house in Bentall and killed him there. And then the guards who was working on the executive mansion ground, where Samuel Doe happened to be one of them, they went and checked for the president in the executive mansion. And they were successful. And when they killed the president, which Samuel Doe didn't even kill the president, there was another guy called Nelson Toe.
Jabba.
No, Jarbo was the guy who was going to Bentall to kill President Tolbert.
That was a great for giving them good jobs, building the country.
No, listen. Let me just say this, Carla. I hear what you say. So the point is, Samuel Doe didn't kill the president. First of all, physically, he didn't kill the president. It was a different person. When they finally secured the thing, they went by the military order. He wasn't the smartest. He wasn't the person who even planned it or carried out the plan. He was just a part of it, and be based on his rank that catapulted him to be the leader of that whole thing that they did. So he wasn't no mastermind. He didn't plan any of these things. It was just happenstance that he became the head of it based on his rank. He was the highest ranking.
What about the 14 trucks and military armored personnel that he surrounded the mansion with before the crew? What they used to say, crew, and they rushed, right? They killed the man up in his drawers and shit, right? But I just look at Samuel Doe like Robert E. Lee. He was the head of the Confederacy, and he won his war, and he didn't do what he had to do to bring equality to the other indigenous people. And there's no white man involved. There was none of that.
Things got worse under him. Tribalism rears its head. Because before he came in there, people were getting along as an urbanized society.
And that's not even true also. If you
Hold up. There's a white lady. I can show you the video. She said she was in Liberia in the 70s, and she said she'd been all over West Africa. She said this was the least tribalized society.
That's what's her name? It's a British lady.
Said that too. They said it was very Liberia.
For the BBC.
Hold up. In the rural area, maybe, but Monrovia was very cosmopolitan, modern and cosmopolitan. You don't have tribalism in a cosmopolitan setting. People are urbanized. It's all about fashion, looks, and whatnot. Yeah. When you go to Liberia now you go to.
Let me make this point, Carla. Let me make this point, right? The problem with Doe was not even that he was a tribalist. He was a paranoid military guy. The first two people that he killed when he became president because they were accused of trying to overthrow his government was from his tribal group. Nelson Toe, the guy who actually killed Tolbert, and Thomas Wayson, who are both ethnically crimes related to Samuel Doe's ethnic group. He executed both of them against the wishes of his own people. He killed them.
You have to ask Elvis, right? And I look at
Elvis. So tell me. So tell everybody who was Doe's spiritual advisor.
General Butt Naked. General Butt Naked and General Mosquito Sheen.
Honestly, no, it wasn't even General Butt Naked who was his advisor. There was a man from Sinai County called Old Man J. Swain. He was a well-known Bodio, what we call Bodio, which is a Zo in our tradition.
Well, these guys are advising him, head of state, who to kill, whatever like that. You can never let tribal people run the state. I'm sorry.
No, that's not even what they're advising him on, Carl. I mean, you just jump to that conclusion.
Tribal elders, and they advise him, okay, kill this person,
No, those things only come into play in times of war. That's when they come into play.
But the whole thing is to take emotion out of it.
What about the Lutheran Church Massacre?
Yeah, the Lutheran Church Massacre was a terrible thing.
Thing, man, like 300 people he massacred.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. It was a terrible thing that happened. Samuel Doe didn't kill those people. A guy named Yompu Tille. Yompu Tille was a guy who went there and killed those people.
We can never let that callous disrespect for human life.
Doe wanted to kill 200 people that day.
You don't understand his religion, though. Like in that tribal religion, like every 10 niggas you kill, you get more power. So that was more of
only during war times, right? So here's what happened, right? Let me tell you this real quick. Let me tell you this, right? There was a guy, Colin knows it. I'm sure Dave knows it, but maybe Dusty brother, you're on informed on this point. When Samuel Doe killed those two guys who were his ethnic kinsmen, he spared somebody called Thomas Kuyampa because he was his friend, his close friend, right? He spared him, and the only thing he wanted to do was to demote him instead of having him be the what do you call it, the chief of staff of the army. He wanted to demote him to be like a secretary in a civilian role, and he saw that as an insult, and he fled to his home county of Nimba. So then Doe ordered his arrest. And when those guys went to arrest him and look for him in his home county, they committed atrocity in Nimba County. So they started killing people in the county because he felt like they were hiding the guy from being arrested. And that's when this whole tribal conflict kind of resurfaced, because the people of Nimba and the people of Granji that had tribal conflict for centuries, but we have had peace for a long time. After that, we've been really close to each other. But now these ugly sentiments started to come up again. Now it became a Granji versus Nimba situation.
If you guys had the numbers in America, like you guys outnumbered us, would you guys instigate tribal conflict with us?
Oh yeah, they'll kill us, man.
Kyler, why would you ask a crazy thing like that?
I saw the Liberian manifesto.
I get the impression when I listen to
1776. They'll line you guys up on that beach just like they did.
Yeah, they would.
That is not true. That's what I'm trying to tell you, right?
And I'm watching the Liberian numbers with fear, man. They went from 250 to 500,000.
That's not even true. There's like less than 250,000 Liberians in the United States. What are you talking about?
You scared, man.
We don't have a tribal.
I honestly do believe that would be the case. Because
that is not true. We don't have a tribal animosity with
every situation in which there's proximity with black people to another group, and the other group starts to get the numbers. That's when we start clashing with them.
Yeah, numbers we be in trouble. You know,
that's not true.
If you go to a Liberian church, the first thing they said is get the numbers up. But as soon as they get that critical numbers to like 10 million, they coming.
What is this nigga talking about, man? That's not true. The point I'm trying to make to you is that the reality was there was actual threats to him. And again, he was a terrible person. He was a dictator. But there was a guy called Famulin, right? Boyma Famulin, who was planning a coup in Sierra Leone. They came with that first coup along with Thomas Koyampa. They almost succeeded, but they forgot to secure one military regiment from shuffling that came and overthrew the whole thing. And a lot of them got killed.
Jonathan, what would you say, Jonathan?
I was saying I agree that if another group increases their number and they have close proximity to black people, at some point they'll start clashing. It doesn't matter which group does it.
Yeah, that's what's coming next, man. I fear it, man.
From who, Kyler? From which group?
I have no idea. All I know is there's a lot of hatred towards Black America as I see it.
From which group?
The only thing stopping people from violence is they don't have the numbers. You know, they did have the numbers when that hatred.
That's not even true. That is not true.
You cannot be online talking about a group of people all day and all night. And that's
Kyler, most people don't talk about us.
Yes, online. They do. No, they don't. You'll say, Kwame, remember?
Yeah, the hell they do.
Yes,
pause. But I want to say this, right? It's a big pause moment, but I want to say this. And this is to Kyler, because Kyler was a racist asshole. Right now, I'm about to peel my banana and eat it. I remember when Kyler was talking about Africans were on the beach and the people came and threw bananas at them and they started eating this shit.
Let me finish.
That was a racist ass statement you made, Kyler.
Right. Let me clarify what I said. I said Wildflower was like basically they're stealing resources. I said, okay, so what Africans are sitting on the beach eating a banana and coconut milk.
Every time I eat a banana, I think about that ridiculous statement you made, Kyler.
No, but wait, hold on. What's more ridiculous, that or somebody saying that white people just come in Africa stealing shit, stealing?
Nah, because you equate black people, white people equate black people to be monkeys, and then you use that banana as
why you didn't say mango?
Okay. Look, I changed that to mangoes. How about that?
All right.
Yeah, we love mangoes. Mangoes is cool.
Mangoes.
Yeah, not to interrupt y'all, but can y'all explain that Lutheran church massacre? What's the purpose of it?
Oh,
because I just looked it up.
I don't know the purpose. He won't let me explain it. He'll try to explain it to you, even though he doesn't know the history behind it.
It was African spirituality because every 10.
So here's what happened with the Lutheran Church massacre, right? When the coup failed, when Thomas Koyampa came in and he had announced that Samuel Doe is surrounded. There's no escape for him. He will be captured. He's surrounded. So all of the people from that ethnic group, like the Gio and the Manu people from Nima County, they started to rejoice. Everybody was in the street. People who now felt like the tide had turned started to attack other crime people who they knew were crying, were their neighbors and their friends in the community. So they started attacking them and they started antagonizing them because they felt like their time was over. And Doe had been surrounded. He's about to be captured. They were no longer being power. And then that shit flipped. And then Doe came and took Thomas Koyampa and killed him. So now all of the people from Nimba started to flee. They started to go into hiding. And a lot of them feel like, wow, they're gonna, there's gonna be retribution because now we show ourselves, we antagonizing them, we attack some of them, and our guy who we thought was gonna be our savior was captured and killed. So now the Doe guys started going around killing people from Nimba because they felt like they showed themselves. So those people ran into the church because in Liberia there's this idea that when you're in the church nobody can harm you. It's a sacred place. You're not supposed to go in there and harm people. So they all packed themselves into the Lutheran church for refuge. And this guy who was a terrible guy in those army, a crime guy by the way, his name is Yompru Tele. He's a warrior. He's a traditional warrior, but he was also in the army. He went into the church forcefully and killed almost everybody in the church. That was the first massacre that happened. It was a terrible thing. And that's the backstory behind it.
It was one dude or multiple?
He died during the war. He got killed during the war, but that's what happened.
About the first massacre.
They were led by Commander Moses Thomas. Men, women, and children had been sheltering from the fighting in Monrovia under protection of the Red Cross. The horror lasted for 8 hours. Kwegwa says he has a clear memory of what happened that night.
They entered that place that night, with guns. The moment they entered, the lights they were using, they saw women and children, exclusively women and children, no men. The moment they saw us, they started shooting from one end to another. After a little while, and then they started to use cutlasses.
Kwegwa says the soldiers shot his older brother, his uncle, and 2 cousins dead. Kwegwa was hit with a bullet. He still carries a scar. His life was spared by luck when the soldier, thinking he was dead, covered him with another victim. It's a moment he calls a miracle.
And how he stood up, he dragged a body over me, and then dropped that body over me and stood up. He turned his back. Somebody in uniform.
Kwegwa now leads the Lutheran Massacre Survivors Association. Many members of the group still live with mental and physical scars. Some live with unbearable pain. In the days after the massacre, corpses were left to rot and were later dumped in mass graves on the church's compound. Now, nearly 31 years on, justice finally feeds at hand, says Kwegwa. Today, 4 victims represented by the US-based Center for Justice and Accountability have asked a district court in Philadelphia to find Thomas responsible.
It sounds like Anthony Stevens. He's an excellent reporter. I think this is him for New Narrative.
But that has not deterred the victims. Without Thomas, a trial would not be possible. But today, victims' lawyers have presented to a judge with
sounds like a tattoo gun. Or maybe it's a microphone static.
To find Thomas responsible for the massacre because of what they call undisputed and conclusive proof that he committed torture, extrajudicial killings, war crimes, and crimes against humanity. CJ
and the guy talking about Moses Thomas came to the United States and he had to flee because the United States was about to arrest him for this. He fled back to Liberia.
Our clients are taking the steps that they need to ensure that at least the commander of this attack is held civilly responsible. We believe that this evidence is strong enough to prove that Thomas was responsible for the torture, war crimes, and crimes against humanity that took place at St. Peter's Lutheran Church that night in 1990.
Nearly 2,000 pages of evidence include testimonies from witnesses, an expert report from a former U.S. ambassador, and declassified U.S. embassy.
You know what's the sad part about all this? Like African countries got to use other countries like international court to express justice. They don't have enough credibility to indict people and whatnot. These people, like people, still alive.
It's not that they don't have enough credibility, Carla.
No.
It's the fact that there's this. No. It's a fear that, and again, I don't agree with it, but it's a fear that these people have. It's tribally attacked.
I would arrest everybody if I was freaking. You couldn't.
That's what I'm telling you. That's why you don't understand, because you're detached from the society. The fear is that these tribes will clash if you collect somebody from one, because both sides commit atrocities.
Arrest them all.
So yeah, both sides come. So if you attack this guy from the Lutheran Church massacre, you got to attack the other people from the other side who killed 5 people too.
This is some real
They never got arrested.
Nigeria had this.
There's no accountability for it. He fled the United States and went back.
General Butt Naked still running.
Yeah, he's still alive. So there's been no justice for the victims of the war.
And so the bottom line, and all that stuff, that anger out there is still lingering. I feel it.
It is on both sides. So that's why if you
people are just angry, and what happens is this: what they do is this. Every time people get time to talk about this, they all come to the conclusion. Let's just blame the Congo people. See, the country's fine.
No. Yeah, there you go, Carla talking nonsense again. I mean, Carla, you always run back to that Congo and cajoling, man. Stop it. That's not the case. We're not even talking about the Congo people now.
I know, but hold on. But every time when you talk about Civil War,
that's true,
they always put it as like the collar.
Of course, David's there to be an echo chamber.
Shout out to the African American brother Dave. Shout out to him.
He always blame the Congo.
I'm sorry to say, Carla, Liberia just ain't the place.
I don't understand.
That's true, Carlo. That's true.
I don't understand that level of savagery for a fellow black man, though. That's crazy, though, man. To have that type of hate to kill another black man like that.
Man, shut up, man. Black people kill black people all day, every day, nigga. What are you talking about?
KKK.
Like they said in Pen and 4, niggas die every day, B.
The KKK black people in the
You saw what happened in Cambodia with the Khmer Rouge when they killed all those Cambodians. You saw what happened in Mao China when they killed all those Chinese. I'm not justifying it, but to say that black people can't kill black people, what, are we some kind of special people? People commit crimes against each other all the time.
Elvis, listen. To be honest, though, have you ever heard of something like this happening? Like some hood niggas just decide to go ahead and run up inside the church or some.
This is a war. This is a war, Jonathan. This is a war. It's like this happening in Rwanda. You know, doing a genocide there. It happened in Asia, in Cambodia, doing a genocide there. It happened in Armenia, in Turkey with the Armenians. It happened all over, man. It's a terrible thing, yes, but it's not exclusive to black people.
You gotta be to run inside of a church and just kill somebody.
That's what I'm saying. That's why it was a terrible thing that happened, because he broke a social norm, and that was a terrible thing. And a lot of people went against the government forces because of that massacre.
Crazy.
Elvis should become a lawyer, man. Elvis should be a lawyer. He defend the most crazy bullshit.
Did you just hear what I said just now?
He wasn't defending it. He said it was wrong. But
what's wrong with this dude?
What about the dude who was getting baptized that they shot in the baptismal tank, man? That's brutal, man.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. The terrible things happened during the war. And when Charles Taylor came, there was opening little boys, 12-year-old kids was placing bet on if a lady who's pregnant has a boy or girl in her stomach, and then in order to get the bet, they would open her stomach with a bayonet and see what kind of sex the baby was. So terrible things happened during that war. It was a terrible thing.
But why y'all have savagery when y'all come to Western countries?
Elvis, hold on. Let me ask Elvis one question, right? Let me clear something up. This happened in the movement happened in '86, right?
No, I think they said in the '90s, right? They said 1990s. So I think
it happened in the '80s.
Right, that's what I thought. But this guy in a thing said it happened in 1990.
Yeah, 1990. He said.
Yeah, I know.
Well, that's what I thought it happened in the '80s because it was after the coup.
'80s, you know, Keopard was overthrown in '80. Was killed in '85. It was around that time period, right? And the Gigomon, that was the mid '80s. You know, because I got to remember that shit. You know,
Keopard came after the elections. The election was held in November. And they held off the coup because they thought that Jackson Doe from Nima was going to win the election.
What I'm saying is, no, I think Keopard, that happened before the coup, right around the same time. And then Doe, to legitimize his government, they had an election in 1986. I remember I was in high school.
No. The coup happened after the election. Once the election was rigged, he felt like he had no option but to come and remove Doe forcefully.
Sure about that?
Yeah, the election happened in November 1985. That's when the election happened.
Hold on. Actually,
no, the coup happened in November 21st, 1985. That's when the aborted coup happened.
What I'm saying is the same friggin' thing, right? But I'm saying my point I'm trying to make is that's what that Lutheran Church massacre. But
that's what I'm thinking too. But the guy in the report said it happened in the 1990s. That's what I'm saying. So he might be wrong. We might be wrong.
No, it happened around the same time. Then, because Doe was trying to hunt down the Gil people, Nimba, because he felt they were trying to overthrow his government. Now, what I'm saying, my point I'm trying to make is they always start the official civil war and conflict in Liberia right around the time Charles Taylor was nowhere involved in this. You know,
he was actually he was supposed to be with Thomas Cornpop to overthrow Doe. You have to remember, Carla.
But he was in the United States at the time.
No, listen.
Hold on,
Charles Taylor was working in the Samuel Doe government as the Minister of General Services Agency.
What I'm saying is this: Charles Taylor didn't come on the scene till winter of '89.
1990. He ain't coming on the
scene.
Not even true. That's what you got to understand. Charles Taylor went to West Africa in 1985. But he didn't have enough. Listen. Let me explain it to you. Listen, Carla. Listen. Let me explain it. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Let me say this part.
Rewrite history and whatnot. You know.
No, listen to what I'm saying, Carla. He went there to where? To Cote d'Ivoire, because he was friends with. Listen, Carla. He was friends with Thomas Quimpa. He was his friend. He was his friend in Doe's government.
Yeah, he was in jail.
Listen, Carla. Let me explain it. Just give me 1 second, bro. I hear you. Thomas Quimpa and Charles Taylor was friends when Doe and them took over had the coup. Thomas Quimpa was the one who recommended to Doe to give him a job to Charles Taylor, and he became the Minister of the General Services Agency, which is the agency that buys all the goods for the government, like tax, fax machine, printers, paper, stationaries, and all that thing. So the point here is, after the coup failed, he went to Ivory Coast, where most of the Liberians had ran and fled for refuge. And he gathered them. Listen, Carla, he gathered them, and they went to Tripoli to Muammar Gaddafi, and that's where they got their training for.
What happened?
He gathered those Nimba guys from Cote d'Ivoire, and they went to Libya in Tripoli, and they trained there for many years before they came to Liberia in 1989 and started the war.
Bottom line, Elvis is trying to make it seem like it was actually Liberia. They always bragged that it was peaceful up until December of Christmas Eve 1989. Now, how can somebody say that was peaceful after the Lutheran Church massacre happened?
They saying it happened in the 1990s. My memory thought it was after the coup
it said, I looked up online. It said it was in 1990.
Right. So that was the heat of the war. The war started in December 24th, 1989. That's when Charles Taylor attacked Mbutu.
Samuel Doe was the one who behind that. He stood outside and watched the thing. It was him that did that Lutheran Church massacre.
What about the Liberian genocide, where like 2 tribes, I think the Gigi tribe, they got eliminated. Like it was like 2 tribes that got eliminated in Liberia.
What are you talking about?
The Geo tribe, like he fucked up 2 tribes real bad.
Nobody got eliminated. The Geo tribe and the Mano.
Did anybody get their numbers severely reduced though?
Yeah,
probably not. Probably not. I mean,
Liberians.
The Pella people die a lot because just by numbers, the majority of the population, they die a lot. A lot of people. There's a saying that the Pella people are stupid. Is a stereotype that's not true. There are a lot of educated Pella people, but they die in a number. So the Pella people will tell you every time you say a Pella man stupid, they'll tell you now all the stupid Pella people died during the war. So a lot of Pella people die. A lot of Bassa. Just the most populous tribe would probably die more. The Crown people, our numbers are really in the Ivory Coast. We're almost like 1 million people. The majority of our numbers is in the Ivory Coast. We're only like maybe 150, 200,000 people in Liberia.
Sometimes I just wonder. I don't know.
Say, Colin, you wonder if I'm from the Ivory Coast?
I worry about the culture of violence or whatnot. That's the future of the black race, man. Killing, violence, massacres.
The thing that's astonishing. The thing that's astonishing to me is Liberia is a small country. Imagine if that country was big like America, man. You would have like 30, 40, 50 million people dead, man. That's crazy, man.
I don't know. It's just, I don't know.
How many people died during the Liberian Wars?
Say 250,000. And that was over a 14-year span.
But that's the bones they find. My references say
that's probably even a over exaggeration of the actual numbers. Because it's not statistically, funded, but they just estimated 250,000 people died. I mean, a lot of people got killed, but it was a tribal thing where if you're from one tribal group, you're asking people, where are you from? Where's your tribe?
Actually, my guy Ross told me it was an uncivil war because he told me stories that people sometimes when people would just kill each other just because they didn't like each other, It's
people took an opportunity to settle scores. A lot of people did.
somebody just like, oh yeah,
people who are enemies, you know this person is not really a crime person, but you lie on them and say, oh, this is a crime man. Just to kill him and take his property or his wife or something.
Crime people killing crime people. You had crime people raping crime people. It was an uncivil war.
You had Gil people killing Gil people, Carla. Prince Johnson killed a lot of Gil people from his county.
People killing.
A lot of those people never got punished.
None of them got punished. There's no accountability for the war. People like Prince Johnson, who was a senator. People like Thomas Yaya Nimwe from my county, he's a senator. A lot of people like Yeke Koluba are representative. They all participated and killed people in the war.
And so
but naked, walking around.
And hold on, this is what happens, right? When international people come in, right, and they say they want to take a country seriously, you put these people up there and they look at, well, who are these people running the government, right? And then with Liberian state, they think the international community is gonna have sympathy for them because they're suffering. They're like, well, this is how democracy works. You put these people in the power. You put people like Yepa and
Yeke Koluba.
Yeke and the other guy. What's his name? McCray. What's his name?
Nathaniel McGill.
No, not McGill. Not him. He's another one. But I'm talking
Cyrus Gray.
Cyrus Gray. You put people like this in power, right? A guy who spent a poor country spent $100,000 on his wedding, right? Then basically, Dave. And then he brought his celebration. He had a well built in his fucking district in Monrovia. It's embarrassing, And so I'm saying the international community, people go and see me. As like I said, all the African Americans I know live in Liberia. We love Liberia enough to give them the benefit of the doubt, and we're very patient, But white people and other people are looking at this country and Africa in general, like, why are we going to spend our time with the invest? That's why nobody invests in Africa, really. It's Africans themselves.
When they elected, what's his name? A soccer player.
But Nathaniel McGay.
I mean, you say stupid shit like that, DJ. Pakistan elected a cricket player to be their president. What are you talking about?
That situation is more terrible than anything because
America elected a reality TV star to be their president.
That's true.
Ronald Reagan was an actor. He became a president.
That's true.
All Donald Trump's children are billionaires, and
what did that have to do with anything? To do as an entertainer. He was acting in Home Alone movies, The Apprentice.
Hold on. Ronald Reagan was an actor.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So when people try to use the fact that you're not a politician,
I have no problem with somebody being president, but the whole thing is this: when George Weah was running, he did not do one single speech. He did not have one debate. All he says is somebody wrote.
Probably he's not the most articulate. He's not the most articulate. People knew that, and they still voted for him. Like you said, the love for him. You think people think that Donald Trump is the smartest man that could run for the Republicans? Of course not. He's not the most articulate either.
Brilliant. Donald Trump's brilliant, man. What are you talking about?
Of course you would say that, Kyle.
No, I'm not saying that. Look,
when George Weah was running for president, what ideas did he have? What was his whole campaign idea?
I think.
Well, he had the pro-poor agenda, to alleviate poverty. He thought the people were in poverty. He formulated a plan to help alleviate poverty. He wanted to unify the country that was still reeling from the war. He's always been a peace ambassador during his time playing soccer for the United Nations. So he wanted to bring peace back to the country. He wanted to make sure that we can get on a better footing. I mean, he wasn't a politician. People did use his popularity from his former life as a sports star to ride and become president. But again, politicians with less, have become president in more developed countries. So
this is what the occupational conscience says. People are
occupational cachet, Kyle, cash.
This is another thing I'm getting tired of, right? Are Africans so stupid that everybody can just walk in and pillage? You're acting like, people say about stereotypes.
That might be wildflower, Kyle.
What?
That might be wildflower. That's actually
when people say stupid stuff like that, that just only says to me you believe Africans are inferior, childish, silly, foolish, and everything. Like can't do nothing. Like it's like the monkey kingdom.
Allah, you doing it again? I'm eating my banana. Let me talk about monkey.
Let me tell you something, Elvis. If you look, I'm saying instead of trying being so offensive, I'm black, so why would I fucking be calling somebody a monkey? The monkey kingdom is euphemism for a foolish, silly people who looks on high like they're so this, but they're not challenged because They're isolated.
They criticized that guy for writing that book because it had racist undertones in it too. Yeah, you know that, right, Carla?
Oh, yeah, brother Kipling, but it was true though.
Oh, there you go. See?
Come on, Carla. Come on, Carla.
The third world. Hold up, the Monkey Kingdom did describe most of the third world. They don't.
There you go, Carla. You're perpetuating it. I mean, you in 1776 are kindred spirits, man.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying
1776 is what Carla won't say.
He saw the third world. As people. I don't know. Like I said, these people thought they were kings. They gave themselves.
So are African Americans monkeys? When white people were calling them monkeys, you think that was an comparison?
I'm not saying they're monkeys, man. You don't get it. You see, did anybody understand what I'm talking about? I am not.
No, we don't understand it. You'll be offended if anybody compare your people to monkeys. I'm sure you'll be very offended by it.
Hold up. There's a term that we used to call somebody's aping another one. That came from that Monkey Kingdom book. That means that you're trying to imitate or trying to be like somebody. You're not the real thing. Like when they see a person, a black man with a top hat, suit on, and whatnot, walking down the street talking proper, they say, "Yo, you're aping the white man." You're aping this person.
They're just telling you that it's a monkey trying to act like a man.
That's where it comes from. But it was also,
and it's racist, bro, because you're a black man. They put you to be in a monkey.
At the same time, we kind of actually know where the white stereotype came from. They got it from Africa.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because you guys are from Africa, so they equated you with being an African.
Doing in America, they'll say like, "Oh, these people are acting like monkeys." The stereotype came out of Africa.
It did come from
when
Africa.
When we look at the pygmies and how they live, or certain different African tribes, you gotta admit now.
The first anime, Alakazam, that was the monkey prince in Japan, right? And Alakazam was he was a magician, all his powers and whatnot, right? But there was a world that he was terrified of, that he knew he was nothing. That was the world of the humans. And he always said, even though he was at the top of his world, Alakazam was loosely based on the Monkey Kingdom, right? It was a Japanese version of that, And, he's the top of his world. He's a magician. He could do anything but become what he always wanted. Respect if he went down to the town and been around humans. When he goes to human, he's just another monkey. But in his kingdom, he's a master, and long as basically no one knows.
You ever read the Chinese folklore, The Monkey King, Journey to the West?
Well, I never read the Chinese one, but I read Alakazam and I read Rudyard Kipling. I read that one. But the whole thing is, I'm saying the main thing is this: it's basically euphemism for people who don't want to change, who want to keep their old traditions and don't want to adapt. That's all it is.
So, Carla, let's ask the question, right? You said you wanted a state. You want some kind of state, and 1776, even you have made that statement that if, for instance, this great country that we live in, I don't agree with it, but this is what you've said, and 1776 has said as much. I think Jonathan maybe would disagree with it. If all the white people disappear, and there was only black people left, just African American in particular, not even other, African immigrants, you think you can run this country, maintain it, and grow it?
Absolutely not.
You know why? Because we didn't conceive it.
Oh my gosh! What do you mean? If you're capable of governing, you can govern anywhere, regardless of if it's your concept or not.
I am dead serious. You cannot run something that you didn't fully conceive and believe in from the beginning.
Wait, so what about Namibia, Carla? You said like one of those cities was built by white people, but they run the city.
Most of the country in Namibia, whites still couldn't run the country.
Oh, okay.
Namibia.
What about
black people have been entrenched in this country for years as civil servants? Understand the bureaucracy, understand how things run in this country. They can run it.
Black people don't run nothing in America, so
you have black governors, you have black attorney generals, you have black senators.
If it was only black people in America, black people will run it successfully.
Right. I don't know what Carla tend to disagree with that. But then
the mindset, the idea is that what Carla's coming from and what probably 1776 is coming from is that they'll look at situations in which they'll see like cities that were once black.
I look at
how they probably started doing bad, but they don't actually qualify the fact that white people are actually trying to undermine those areas at the same damn time.
So also, Also, if you don't have the backing of the banks, the infrastructure,
so Carla, why wouldn't it be successful? There'll be no white supremacists to try to undermine you, to try to,
white supremacists come with the banks, Wall Street.
That's what I'm saying. All of those things will be gone. Now you make your own bank.
The white supremacy shit is out the park.
Right. So there should be no hindrance then. All of the things that undermine black people from having successful cities and running them will be gone.
Principally said, well, all we need to do is become a majority black state. First of all, that would never happen. For one is this. You got to basically bring in capital to employ people and build a tax base and like that. And that'll never happen. You're still going to rely on white people because we don't have corporations and stuff like that to build and employ people and stuff like that. So that's
Carla, you just told us about the 50 or 500 greatest black businesses, right? Yeah, man, who know how to run corporations.
Not even that, Elvis.
What do you mean?
But Carla, I think that what you're missing out is that Liberia was an example, unless you want to say that white people built Liberia.
I would say, hold up. This is why I was different. Liberia was formed in the mind of black men that from day one, when they declared their independence, whatnot, they said, we want a republic. That's all ours. The flag, the seal, everything was done by them, So therefore, yeah, they have a chance. Even the native people run the country have a chance. Because if they had just adopted, trying to be like what But the
say that again, Carla. Don't let us stick in your throat. Say it again.
The reason why the Native Americans, the Native Liberians are bumbling is because they're trying to do something like they're trying to be something that they never were. Like
so we should reform the country in our own image, right?
You should, if
that's what people have been saying. Many people think it's an affront to the American Liberians because
if the Native Liberians say, something, we want to change the flag, change the seal, change everything in our own image and start all over again, I wouldn't blame them. I wouldn't blame them.
What do you say to that, Dave?
Yeah, I agree.
Right, I agree with that idea. Not even that to take away the American Liberian, but to make it all encompassing, so that everybody comes to the table and bring their input into the new country.
Everybody knows Liberia because of the legacy.
Liberia's already a poor country. I want to make it a poorer country.
That's your mindset, Jonathan.
That's just based on the reality. It's a poor country now. It used to be one of Africa's top countries. And that's what happens when people try to make it,
I love my country.
African or make it
but
more
when people use that statistic, Jonathan, is by virtue that all the other country was under colonial rule. So you couldn't even compare it with any other country. Ghana wasn't free. Nigeria wasn't free. South Africa was on their apartheid. All the African countries that's doing well now
Liberia was doing better in the 1970s and the 1980s, and a lot of these countries are doing right now.
You think so?
According to the numbers.
Monrovia was doing well.
Elvis,
the rest of the country was as underdeveloped as it is now.
Elvis, you don't really play your favorite video, do you?
We should have video.
The wealth of Liberia, Elvis hates.
But that's Monrovia. That's not like that's what I keep saying. Those are just ports in Monrovia. What
about Sydney, Australia? Is that only Australia? The rest of the country is freaking flat.
Nah, there's Melbourne, there's Canberra. Sydney is not even the capital of Australia. Canberra is the capital.
Hold on, Gaborone, Botswana. That's only one place, right? And everything else, like same thing with Johannesburg.
Harare is also developed.
The same thing with Riyadh and Saudi Arabia, the same thing and with Dubai and Abu Dhabi and the rest of the UAE is a bunch of trash ass, weird ass looking places.
Yeah,
that's just the way the world is.
Yeah, I know.
No, a city is not a country. If the only developed place in the United States was New York City and the rest of the country is like farmland, come on.
Northwest. Look at the Pacific Northwest.
Yeah, that's over a time period. It's over a time period. It's not crazy that when you leave Jackson, Mississippi, or you leave a major city in the South, and you start going towards all these other areas, there's no roads, everything becomes dirt, that's what happens. No difference in California once you leave San Francisco. All the high-rise buildings stop.
There's not a lot of roads going to the interior of the state. A lot of dusty roads in Mississippi.
Look, I drove to Nimba.
Even in California, it does that shit.
I drove to Nimba last year. It was all paved all the way up there with green.
Hey, there's a major highway there.
I drove from Kakata, Monrovia to Kakata to Bond County to Nimba, all paved road. And up in Nimba, you have flyovers and underpasses. Everything is really developed. You know, it's a real. It's like
relatively developed for Liberia.
Oh no, it's actually really developed. You know,
compared to the other counties, developed. Is it as developed as Virginia Beach?
Every time I'm driving and I'm doing a big U around highways underneath me and whatnot, you know you got real development. I said, damn, I don't know what the hell happened, but up in Nimba is really nice.
Nimba County popping.
No, you went. Where do you go, Colin? You went to Ganta? Where do you go? Did you go to San Nicola? Did you go to?
I was in Ganta and San Nicola. That is nice up there.
It's nice.
San Nicola is not next to Ganta. It's way on the other side. It's way in
also, look,
upper Nimba.
The problem is Liberia. What the chance it might have is developing its interior. Too much of Africa is on the coast. That's the legacy of colonialism. You know, so if Nimba keeps growing the way it is right now with the trade and Lofa with the trade and business connection with the Sahel.
Estella Mitchell is there. It's bringing a lot of revenue into the county.
So I'm very impressed by the interior. It ain't all about Monrovia, you know.
I think the government needs to be reorganized.
It does, you know. It does.
A lot of people have been calling for decentralization. They want the government system structure to be decentralized.
This is what I'm talking about. Well, how come the IQ of the Liberian can't figure out that you cannot give a congressman a 10-year fucking term? You know, he's
Hey, Carla. Hey, I was watching the Liberian legislature, man. They look like a bunch of dudes playing spades that's drunk, man. Like
I mean, did you just go watch that video to come back and talk shit, bro?
Oh my god. No, I'm just telling you because of Carla, the algorithm. So I get Spoon Talk, I get Liberian TV, I got a lot of stuff, and I see them in the legislature, and they ready to fight. It's just like a brawl, man. It's just like.
Have you seen the South African legislature or the British Parliament where they're taking the mace and they're fighting over the mace?
They don't be making Cochran sounds
on their capitals.
Oh, I'm just saying, but look, like Dave can never go back to Liberia. Elvis, you never want to go back to Liberia.
What are you talking about? I always go back to Liberia.
Yeah, Dave be talking out his ass, and I know what he's saying.
But Dave, you go to Liberia for like 12 hours. Like you come right back. Elvis don't want to go
for like 2 weeks or a month. What are you talking about?
Y'all
a lot of people call.
You trying to say y'all would never move back to Liberia and live there?
Yeah. So a lot of people call me. But a lot of people on the show call me a coon, right? But they don't ever want to go back to the country that they fought for. Like Elvis, people shed blood Elvis, your people shed blood for the country, right? To take it over, to bring utopia for indigenous people, and you don't even want to be there. And your ancestors fought for the country. Y'all was a confederacy in Liberia. Yeah, I'm talking about
confederacy, nigga. We're the union, nigga. We ain't no confederacy, you racist motherfucker.
Oh man. You said they were the Confederacy. Hey, yo, 1776. Let me ask you a question, right?
What's up?
You know how you said everybody here call you a coon. I want you to address that comment you made before. The one about you want to get over heaven.
You can't get over that shit. We can't get over either.
Yeah.
Black skin, white mind. That's that nigga.
You can't wait to go to heaven so you can get out of your black skin.
I can share this black skin. It's a burden on my mind.
That was beyond the pale.
That was beyond the pale. You think? Racist motherfucker. That was beyond the pale.
That was beyond the pale, man. Oh man.
1776. Were you serious when you said that?
Nah, we was all joking that day. I just went too far.
Okay, all right, just making sure. Okay.
I can never forget that shit. I mean that was funny.
I never heard nobody say that before. I can't wait to go to my black
no offense, if I was black, I kill myself for whoever made me, you know.
Oh yeah, Carlos said shit like that too. He said he was living in Nigeria, he'll kill himself, he'll commit suicide. I mean shit, stupid shit like that.
You haven't said that, Carlos. That's messed up.
Yeah, I would. I mean, I wouldn't want to be Nigerian. No.
Oh my gosh. You are, Carla. Your DNA goes back to Nigeria.
The funniest thing Carla said was human. That human acronym. That was funny, man.
Hunger.
That would be that.
Yeah. It's like this. Okay,
I guarantee you, Carla took that over somebody on YouTube that he heard it from.
Hunger, anarchy, malnutrition.
I'm original. I got a ton of stuff, right? I got a lot of material, Elvis. It's like this. This is how it is. Like this. I'm sick and tired of people saying we need human rights. Carla, join the human rights chat.
The one thing I give you credit for that was pretty witty was that we need a nuclear food or some shit like that. He said on Titus platform. It was talking about nuclear weapons. I was like, okay, yeah, that's a good one.
What are you gonna do with the nuclear besides eat it? Come on, Africans are hungry.
Hey, Kyle, I got a serious question, right? So, like with the algorithm, I get a lot of Liberian stuff. Why does the 500,000 Liberians behave in America, in a white man's country?
Where are you coming from with 500,000? Where you get that number from?
Wait. But if you send them to Africa, they go back to being tribes and killing each other. Like Dave would be fighting Elvis. He'd be trying to cut him up.
What are you talking about, bro?
Come on. I have this wait. Brother, right? He's in America. I think it was in Philly when that. But we used to have this bad pan-African conversation when that. Then when I saw him on Facebook, he's in Liberia. He's back to doing his own, that shit.
It might be the weather. It might be the weather, man. It might be too hot.
Nah, because the thing about it is like anything. Like Jonathan will probably understand. What Jonathan can't change his accent. When you go back home, it's in your best interest to blend in and talk the way the other people talk, so that you don't get targeted and taken advantage of.
I said it many times over the years. Now, look, check us out. Human rights means H stands for hunger, U stands for unrest, M stands for malnutrition.
All the stereotypes of Africa, that's what Carla is going by.
Hey, but I got a serious question to ask Dave. I got
and it's what Negro.
Dave, I got a serious question to ask you. So when Liberians come to the white man country, they turn into a Liberian Voltron, right? A transformer, right? But when you go back to Liberia, you go back to being tribalist and fighting. You want to kill Elvis. Elvis want to kill you.
What are you talking about? Dave with big hair and heavy lip ass. We're from the same tribe on my mother's side.
Yeah, but he's from the north side, and I think you're from the south. But I'm saying, like,
what are you talking about, bro?
I'm saying, I'm just saying, like,
to be fair, you can't say that's a Liberian thing. It's an African thing.
Yeah. It's like when they come to America, everybody get along. Like all the Africans get along. It's like pan-Africanism. But when they go back to the country,
isn't like the southern regions of Africa less tribal?
Nah, they're quite tribal. They got a lot of tribes out there. The Zulu, the Hausa.
Yeah, but are they really like?
No, South according to Africa, they're more race conscious in Southern. I know Zambians, Angolans, they really see themselves as black because they got to deal with white people. West Africa is not like that.
Because according to Solomon, they practice in what is it called, Ubuntu, whatever it is down there. They don't.
That's funny. He told Baruti he can't be a Ubuntu because he's not a Bantu. Oh,
yeah, he said you're not a Bantu. I said, damn.
Oh, he said that to Baruti for real?
Baruti, leave me alone.
He didn't say it to Baruti. He didn't say that to Baruti. He said if you got some Bantu ancestry,
Bantu can't be practice Ubuntu.
No, he said if you have Bantu ancestry, which I'm sure Baruti does, like you, Kyle.
No, he said no.
So if you West African, you can't practice Ubuntu.
Yeah, because it's not our concept. I mean, we're not West Africans are not Bantu people.
Right. Don't worry about it. They don't practice Ubuntu in those areas anyway.
I was Bantu 40 years ago.
But Elvis, how does it?
Yeah,
how do you feel like, Elvis, how do you feel like the last time you looked at Liberia and say, "I'm never fucking coming back here again"? Like, how does
just shut your mouth and start talking stupid shit, man.
I'm just saying, how do you like I live in Maryland. If I move into California, I'm like, I'm never gonna fucking see Maryland again.
I mean, ask Colin that question. Colin left New York and said he's never going back to New York again. Ask him why. That's just stupid ass questions, man.
Hey, when he click his heels, he stay in America. There's no place like home. No place like home.
I would say I'm leaving New York. I'm never going back there again. Number one is probably because the rent is too damn high. Can't afford the rent. So Virginia is more.
New York right now, Elvis. Right, my cousin Debbie.
You're about to have a socialist man.
I really wanted to get a studio in one of her apartments. I could do it. I could probably get.
But you know that for that, you know for a fact that the cost of living is really high in New York compared to Virginia.
I got family members that can give me a place for nothing.
Yeah, but that's mooching on your family, Carl. I'm saying that most people leave New York because the cost of living is just too high. They go somewhere more affordable.
I'll be like, hey, look.
Facts. A lot of them end up in North Carolina.
I don't want to do
Yeah, so there's nothing wrong with it. They're just being smart. Go where you can be economically prosperous.
New York is only like a 2-hour train ride, really.
Most Black New Yorkers move down south.
Yeah. A lot of people leave New York. They'll still work in the city, but they live in New Jersey, live in Philly, take a train, go back to work every day. You know, live in Hoboken, outskirts of New Jersey. So, I mean, come on. It's human nature, man. You go where you're most prosperous.
It's better to live outskirts in New Jersey. You got more space.
But Elvis, how do you adjust from going from a country that's 130 degrees?
Nigga, I was 10 years old when I came to this country. What are you talking about? You're saying it like I made a conscious decision to leave my country and come to the United States. I came in when I was
Minnesota's cool for me. Like North Dakota.
First of all, I didn't come into this country in Minnesota. I was in New Jersey before we moved over here.
But
so when I came to the United States, I lived in New Jersey before we moved over.
Is West Africa really that hot? Like what's the hottest temperatures y'all deal with?
Yes, it's hot.
About 160.
What are you talking about? Have you seen 160? I mean, this dude, man, you die like 40 minutes from 160 degrees in Africa.
I won't ask for numbers. Like
105, 106 on a real hot day. It's humid. It's mostly humid and it's hot.
Hold on. Is that
when I was in the military?
Hold on. Is that the heat index or is that like straight?
Well, no. Hold on. I was just hot out there. February, March is like between 75 and 88. That's
okay.
February,
Yeah, right now it's cool in Liberia. It's the rainy season.
Hold on. That shit goes up to fucking like 90 something degrees or not.
But kind of that's the time you want to be there because you can sweat some of those that's fat off. You can lose a lot of weight like that. That heat will make you sweat some weight.
That's the point I'm trying to make. Then it's not
really. No, it's true. It's like an open sauna. You get a lot of sweat.
I agree with that, but I was like,
it's too fat.
Don't listen to none of this shit. It's hot than a motherfucker.
It is.
It's like Africa's like Arizona, right?
We will consider hot in America. They'll act like that shit's normal to them.
No, but seriously, Jonathan, I don't know how Nigeria is like, but during the rainy season is usually cooler. It's a lot cooler during the rainy season.
During the rainy season,
as long as you got AC, you're good.
Oh, okay. Let me.
It rains like a motherfucker and it be hot as hell.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know. Nigeria's probably different, but in Liberia, the rainy season is like in the 70s or low 70s, which is pretty cold there for them.
Kyle, you in Virginia, right?
Yep.
We just had North Carolina, Virginia. We just had like one of the hottest weeks.
Yeah, that was
where it was like
103.
Yeah, like
the last few days was actually hotter than Liberia.
Or is that's the point I'm trying to make. It was like to the point where in North Carolina we was like 109 from the heat index and whatever. So that's all I was wondering.
Well, I was only there in March, so
yeah, Africa. The temperature don't get that high really, because don't forget we're on the equator, right? We're not like in the fucking Sahara Desert. We're on the equator, and it's really a lush rainforest country. But the humidity be higher than the mud, and then you don't have anything to mitigate like AC. A lot of people don't have AC.
Right. So when I looked it up, I said it's really not as hot as I thought it was going to be and whatnot. From looking at the numbers, I said it's not really that hot, realistically.
Rosie's saying there's snow in South Africa right now.
Oh, okay.
South Africa is on the southern hemisphere pole, so they can slow out there. That's why you see a lot of South Africans are a little light skinned because they don't get that hot of a weather like West Africa.
I thought that was more for mixing with the Khoisan people or the Khoi people.
Nah, their temperature is pretty mild, and they get snow.
White people, that's what they mix with.
Because I be seeing some of these kids out here playing basketball in the middle of the daytime. I was like,
where? What are you talking about?
Like North Carolina, like it's been hot this week, and people still
had a hotter day the other day, but that shit was terrible. I'm an African. I don't even like it. Y'all barely go outside of my house, bro. Shit, I don't even like the heat anymore.
I prefer the heat, but I like North Carolina though, because we get all the seasons. So it snows in the wintertime. It's hot during the summertime. So I like.
I was thinking about it. I'm like, maybe I'll move to a state where it doesn't snow, like a Florida. But nah, man, a lot of hurricanes, a lot of wildlife, snakes and shit. We run away from Africa from that shit. We're not trying to see it in Florida. I mean, alligators,
black people do as well.
Instructors.
They don't like snakes.
You said what?
I said black Americans don't like snakes. It's all that either.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. Like, I love Florida, the idea of it, but shit, all the fucking iguanas and crocodiles and alligators and snakes and reptiles and all that shit. Because Africa, we see snake like the devil, bro. If a snake comes to your house, you probably think somebody try to wish you and send that shit to kill you or some shit. Yeah.
People down south, they see a snake, they gonna kill it regardless. They kill it immediately because people think snakes are evil.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Though. That's how Africans see. I guess maybe it's from the Bible, but you see a snake, you run like a motherfucker.
Yeah,
I had a family member who saw like little snakes. Say that again.
Hey, but what do you think?
Nigeria, they see a snake. They
go, Jonathan. Man, do Nigerians know you be talking about them like this, Jonathan?
Hold on. You want me to show you a video?
I know some people eat snake. Asians eat snake.
Literally ate snake.
I mean, down Florida, people eat snakes all the
people eat snakes
alligator snakes. A lot of black people eat snakes and alligators down Florida.
That's crazy.
I ain't never heard of that.
Of course, you never heard of that, Jonathan, because they don't think people eat snakes. You think it's all that animals that eat snakes.
I heard it tastes like chicken and whatnot.
Hey, like
what are you saying about Elvis again, bro?
Yeah, like when Florida plays Tennessee and they have the tailgates, they always got a gator out there.
Yeah,
which is crazy.
A lot of black people eat alligator. Like when they clean it, take the scales off, the meat is white, just like chicken. It's bush meat.
Crazy, bro. Why though? Why you eat that shit? You got chicken. Eat the chicken, man.
I mean, you never know, man. I mean, chicken. No,
like alligator's like a type of chicken. It's like when it's cooked right, it's all right.
Yeah, people say they eat rattlesnake in Texas. Yeah, they don't eat that shit all over the place, Jonathan. It's just you that be thinking that black people don't eat the same thing that some Africans eat.
South originally, y'all eat that shit.
In the well, we don't really got alligator in North Carolina or that, but people eat rabbit.
Man, North Carolina ain't that far from Florida. Y'all can go buy it.
Nah, North Carolina's not the South. It's like middle way.
It's like North Carolina is the mid-Atlantic.
Right.
Florida is just a whole nother country on its own.
They eat raccoon down in Mississippi, Louisiana. They eat that Cajun cuisine, a lot of snake, a lot of gator.
And you got a lot of principes down there that's eating cats and dogs. And
oh my god, bro, you just an antagonistic ass nigga, man. Damn.
Look, the thing is, they won't eat no cat. They'll use them for sacrifice. They wouldn't eat.
Yeah, that's what they use it for. They do blood sacrifices with the cats.
You gotta understand, Haitians eat cats because it's like 9 lives.
Oh no! What are you talking about, bro? What does that got to do with anything with 9 lives?
So they get 9 meals.
They get 9 meals. They can bring it back and eat it a second time. That's wrong with this dude, man.
Finding a bunch of dead animals and whatnot.
African goddess says snake meat is called con meat. There are special restaurants where you can eat it. It's expensive, so they eat snake in Nigeria.
I'm good.
A lot of this what they call.
I think African goddess is talking about Trump. They're eating cats. They're eating dogs.
Did you see that? You seen that black reporter that Trump said was beautiful? She was. I think she was from Africa today. Real beautiful lady.
Who give a man? Your calling sometimes it gets me angry, but I gotta catch myself, man. Who give a damn what Trump said?
Look it up. She was a real beautiful. But Haitians eat cats. Yeah. He complimented her. He said she's real beautiful, man. Very like real nice.
So because Trump said it, that means it's true.
No, he just has good taste.
1776. Okay. You be watching a whole bunch of Trump speeches.
This nigga watch Trump everywhere he goes, bro.
He got a Trump poster inside his house.
Don't have an interview. He watched.
You got the C-SPAN on.
I keep it locked on Fox, man. I keep it locked on Fox.
Of course.
Yeah.
Jonathan, are you willing to get in heaven to take off your black skin and put on the white man's skin even though you hate the white man?
If I go to heaven to see white people there too, I'm just gonna crash out and kill them.
Oh man.
That shit was crazy, bro. I clipped that shit. I got it in my arsenal, man. I clipped it.
Yeah,
That's something that we would probably put in a museum or some shit.
Yo, 1776. What tribe were the Africans? What was the name of the tribe that was selling them during slavery?
Oh, Catch a Nigga tribe. Yeah, they was all along the coast. All along the coast.
Talking about you put a Bantu DNA on a microscope, they'll be fighting. Nigga, they put your DNA on a microscope. They see you. Me, Tyler. Really. I hope you know that, Tyler. I hope you know that regular Jordan dancing.
Hey, Kyla, bring up that reporter he was talking to today. Bring up that sister. She was beautiful, man.
What makes a book a book?
Kyla, you deleted TikTok yet?
Tyler's addicted to TikTok. He never deleting that shit.
That's my connection with your Africans, you know.
Nah, man, you gotta get out that TikTok.
First Institute gives you the tools to enter the industry in less
It's
than
not
a
good
year
for your mental.
through hands-on projects.
Hey, look up Trump complimentary reporter.
Well, you find it, man. I ain't gonna look at it. You find it your damn self, man. I ain't gonna do
Yeah, this dude, he loves him some Trump, man. He loves white people. He loves Trump.
But I just like I say, the white man's just a universal referee, man. Like it's just a referee. Like everybody.
But I wanted to ask you though, right? If you take off your black body, what kind of body are you gonna be putting on?
White boy. I'm a spirit. No, you're not gonna have like.
Okay.
You're gonna be a spirit. You know, you're gonna look like God.
You're gonna have your heavenly body, right?
Nigga say he can't wait to get out of his black skin. You think your black skin is a burden or a blessing?
He said he was joking.
Oh, I know. I'm asking him. You think your black skin is a burden or a blessing?
Actually, if you read the Bible, nobody ever in the Bible was cursed with black skin, but it was somebody that was cursed with a.
I didn't say curse. I'm asking 77.6. If you think it's a burden or a blessing to be a black man in a black skin. This Negro can't answer it.
Oh, he muted his mic.
Okay. Probably talking to the white man to tell him what to say, like Jesse Lee Peterson.
Oh man, but yeah, that's when I realized Africa is not really that hot. I don't know.
I mean, don't tell Jonathan that, because the thing about it is, in Africa you have to be outside a lot more, right?
I'm outside all the time.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, people can't just sit in the house and run that AC for 24 hours. You got to turn that shit up and go outside. Then you really feel the heat. Here, I don't even have to go outside my house a damn minute if I don't want to, unless I'm going to work or I'm going to the store. But in Africa, you got to sit outside. You got to go for a walk. You got to go to the store. So you know that heat will hit you harder than just sitting in the house all day with your AC on.
I see where you're coming from.
Yeah.
So it just depends on your lifestyle, how you live. See, I'm outside all the
just
time.
your exposure to it and how often you're exposed to it. It becomes overbearing shit.
But yeah, I thought it was much hotter than what it was.
But, yeah, it's not hotter. You just spend more time in it, so it seems hot. Shit. How was it, Kyla? Did you spend a lot of time outside when you was in Liberia, or you was in the house most of the time?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Most of the time I was inside.
Yeah. So most people do, man. They stay in the house.
Or I go out to the restaurant where there's air conditioning. Right, I'm not outside, So we go on vacation, go up to the beach, Nana Lodge, Wakalara Lodge, Labasa. That's when you're outside, but other than that, there's no sense of being outside. I'm inside, we're just chilling, That's the best thing about it, man. You don't have to do nothing. I have more fun in Liberia just sitting in a fucking house. It's that tranquil feeling of knowing that shit, you're in a fucking black country.
A white man ain't gonna tell you, get your ass out of here, boy. That's that. It's that freedom.
It's not that. I like the fact that I just have that feeling that my ancestors did something for me in the past. The only thing I could ever
was it really our ancestors though, Kyla?
Yeah, I mean, don't tell him that. He'll get mad. That's why I don't even say that shit anymore. He feels offended when you say that to him.
Our ancestors, our ancestors.
Like I'm gonna put it like this. I don't think I have anybody like who actually went to Liberia and like built.
It doesn't matter. I don't have anybody who actually lived in Oklahoma, right?
Was it your ancestor that built Lagos, Carla? Would you say that?
I don't know.
Yeah, you should know because you come from there too. So you can claim Lagos. You can claim Nigeria. By that logic.
Hold on, Lagos was built by the Portuguese and the British.
It wasn't built to what it is now. The regular Nigerians added to it.
But hold on, Lagos basically was built by the Nigerians.
Yeah, but those are your brothers. That's what I'm saying.
They're not my brothers.
What do you mean? You got Nigerian DNA. Those are your ancestors.
Take you off the plaque. You say that one more time. You out of here. I'm not Nigerian.
See?
He didn't say you were Nigerian. He just said you probably had some.
Don't call them my brothers. They're not my brothers. Right?
Wait.
Okay. Say I'm wrong, Carla. Have you not said it out of your mouth that you do?
Nigerian.
Okay, yeah, you're not Nigerian. I get it, but you did say you have DNA from Eastern Cameroon and Nigeria, right?
Wait, hold on. You know that triggers me and pushes my buttons. I say I only been in Liberia because of the historical. I believe in being African American. Right? That's my identity. Right? So if an African American goes to Dominican Republic, Suriname, whatever the place is called, I'm with that. African Americans went to Costa Rica, I'm with that. African Americans went to Canada, I'm with that. We went to Tulsa, Oklahoma. We went to Los Angeles. Wherever we went, that's what my people are. We went.
Okay, your ethnic group. I got you.
I don't give a shit about the rest of Africa. I don't care about my people.
Okay. I ain't gonna say all that. I care about all Africans, though.
I do, but I don't.
Of course, Tyler. We know you.
I care about my people. There's enough of us.
I care about my people.
We know you're selfish guy who doesn't care about all Africans.
Look, that's why I said I don't tell Africans what to do. Like Liberians, I don't tell them what to do. If you guys want to elect George Weah again, hey, that's on you. If you want to elect this, you guys.
They're gonna elect him again. Come 2029.
Yeah, if you guys want to go, look, you guys want your country to sink into shit again, go right the fuck ahead. Oh, I know. When I was there, and I love George Weah, but the country from the first time I went to Liberia to this last time was like night and day. I'm just telling you the truth, So, so
it got better or worse?
Way better.
Oh, okay.
Like night and day.
How did it get better, Carla? The president that's in there now has only been there for a year.
One Elvis is cleaner. When I went there with George Weah, okay, it was all right, but I was better than I was expecting.
No, it's cleaner. It's cleaner, Carla. I can agree with that. I agree with you on that. It's cleaner. The lights are on a little bit.
Yeah, the lights are on, whatnot. It's way better.
Dave, have you ever disagreed with Carla?
What?
Nah, Dave he's Carla in the thoughts. That's what Dave is. It's Carla's inner thoughts. He regurgitates what Carla says.
But hey, look, but the Liberian also. This guy.
I lived in my administration and Weah's administration.
This administration actually bringing major investments to the country. Now, if they want all that,
I ain't live in Brockers. I ain't live in Brockers administration though. But from what I'm seeing, it's better. Another thing too, he giving out 3-year visas now. That's the first time.
And also, now that he's basically giving African Americans visas. He's encouraging African Americans to come there.
You don't even understand what you're talking about. The fact that he's even giving. Hold on, Carla. The fact that he's even giving African American visas because of George Weah, who passed a bill to allow dual citizenship.
No, George Weah. No,
George Weah did he pass a bill to allow dual citizenship, Carla?
My friend, Dr. Fellows.
Did he do it for African Americans?
He did it for any black person.
No. Hold on. George Weah tried to make it easy for his wife and Jamaicans to come over here.
What are you talking about, Carla? I mean, gosh, man, you're so uninformed.
Do we benefit from it?
George Weah was close to.
There was a law in Liberia that you couldn't be a dual citizen. You had to declare your citizenship by 18 if you have one parent that was Liberian. And George Weah passed a bill that allowed you to have two citizenships. That allows African American to be American and Liberians now.
I was in power, got in office. Cynthia Nash, Blanford Nash out of Atlanta. Me and Diane know her for years and whatnot. She was a former honorary ambassador, a counselor to Liberia from the African Americans. Now she has an office there, consulting business office. I was there meeting with them when I was in Liberia, and they run International Focus magazine, which I'm going to be featured in one of the articles coming up. So the bottom line is this, they sat down with the president and also Hester Baker, all these people, Dr. Kula, all these people are working together and bringing high-level Black people in America and Liberia together. George Weah didn't do that, So, hey, but if you guys think
George Weah not a statesman, man. He
doesn't know what he's doing. He's a nice guy.
Man.
I love George Weah.
I love him too. I love him too, but not for politics.
The story is amazing. The guy was basically a poor boy from nothing, and he rose to international fame. It gave Liberians such a friggin' uplift when they needed it the most. That's why I love him. Because like I said, he did a lot to the self-esteem of Liberian.
Tyler, you don't even know the depths of it. George Weah, it was a stupid thing to do. A lot of people. Hold on. A lot of people think it was a stupid thing to make fun of him. But he spent let me say what I'm going to say, Tyler. He spent $3 million of his own money chartering private jets for the national team, buying all of the equipment. He did a lot for the country. So when people talk shit about him, they don't know how much he sacrificed. He gave a lot of young Liberian soccer players professional.
He obviously loves Liberia, his people. He loves. I seen him interacting with people one night when I was there. One night I seen him. The people really love him. But somewhere along the line, I talked to the average Liberian when I was over there in 2023. They said we love George Weah, we love Mana Weah, whatever, like Joel. They call him Joel. Yeah, we love Joel and whatnot, but life is hard,
Paula, that's what I'm saying. You see, Dave saw the show that I was on earlier. I'm entrenched in the politics of Liberia. You don't even understand how things are actually worse off now than it was before.
I was at the polling station, the registration station in Brewerville. I was working that, and people were just like telling me.
You were working at your polling station in Liberia as a non-citizen?
No, I was working there, just not helping out.
Elvis, Liberia need a whole new party, man.
So the bottom line is this:
the point is the guy lost by 20,000 votes the last election.
That's all it took. That's
what I'm saying. So he's not that unpopular. He lost by like a percentage point. And he willingly gave up the presidency. He didn't fight for it like most African presidents would do.
He had no choice, man.
No, that's what you say, Colin, and that's what I'm trying to tell you. He won a lot of awards because it took Africa. You've been to Africa. You understand what we're talking about. I don't know if Jonathan was in Nigeria during the election with Tinubu or what happened in that election. But people don't give up power. Political parties don't just relinquish power. If it's even in the margin of error, they will contest it.
Elvis, the problem with George Weah when he was president, he didn't have a good team with him, man.
That's what people say. Yeah, I mean, I'm not telling you he's perfect. I'm just telling you that,
Hold on, you're talking about running a fucking government, Elvis. You ain't talking about a popularity contest.
No, politics is literally a popularity contest, Colin.
Hold on, you're talking about people's lives,
But that's what it is. It's a popularity contest. People do a popularity contest to decide who's going to run their lives.
Hey, America, we have an electoral college for a reason.
That's the difference. Most other places don't.
More states and counties with the most concentration of business tends to win the election. It ain't about popular. It's like basically because you could have everybody in California vote when that could basically give you the popular.
Are you going to have an electoral college, Colin, in Afghanistan instead of a popular vote?
I think they should have graduated to something because popular vote and look, the worst thing is illiterates going to a damn poll to vote. I mean, I'm just sorry. That's the most scariest thing in the world. People, ill-informed people. Lee Kuan Yew talked about. You have ill-informed people going to the polls. Going to fucking decide future. Socrates talked about that.
So whose duty is it to conscientize people to civics? It's the government. You have an idea. That's just a cop out, Colin. It's the government's responsibility to give the young people civics.
I do not believe African culture is ready for that sort of democracy. I don't think.
Of course, Colin. We know how loaded you think of African culture.
It's like instead of taking that and saying, something, how can we?
You're purposely being disrespectful. And inciting, and you want me to take it in a positive light. Come on, man.
Being disrespectful, Elvis. He's just being honest.
Whatever you say, bro. Well, I'm telling you, Carter, that's what you said, and I think the way you said it.
Hey, Jonathan, do that sound like I'm being disrespectful? I'm just being honest.
You think
No.
lowly of African culture.
I mean, I watched
You think
African
Africans are
politics up
primitive.
close and
That's
personal.
just a reflection of your
Scaring
subclass.
people away from being able to vote, making it a hassle for them to get registered to vote, scaring people from being able to go
No, that's not
vote,
what he was saying,
shooting at
Jonathan. He's saying
people.
that they're illiterate and thereby they should be ineligible to vote. He's not talking about scaring people away
Yeah,
from it.
that part too. I
Right,
didn't
that's what
want to
I'm
go that
saying. You
far,
guys,
but that's
do you
accurate
know how
too.
many people vote in the United States who can barely read or write?
Listen. Do you know how many illiterate people work in places that they have no business being next to? They can't type for shit, but they're touching the computer, and they work in a professional job.
Okay,
that's your African government.
But you got to understand, Africans are not compatible with democracy because they didn't go through that evolutionary process of.
Did you just come from eating a whole rave stick? Coming back from eating a whole 2-course meal?
Nah, a Liberian DoorDash brought me some.
I guess that's what I'm saying. I knew you just keep from eating. That's why I'm asking you.
Nah. I had some Waffle House. But anyway, Africans are not compatible with democracy. African needs to have a strong man, a king. Because
are African Americans compatible with democracy?
Yeah, we got socialized over 400 years, so we understand.
Who socialized you?
It was a sharing of experience between Western.
Who socialized you, bro?
Enslaved. It was a socialization process between Western influences.
It was on both parts, because at one point Black Americans had to fight to get the right to vote, and also in that fight they fought for everyone else to get the right to vote. So even the white people that tried to civilize us, they weren't civilized enough to give Black people or other people the right to vote, nor give them citizenship.
But the fact that you're saying that white people civilized you is an
the United
insult to your
States of
people.
America wouldn't be what it is today. It would be an uncivilized place.
Yeah, America is advanced civilization of us, for a reason.
But
if you ever,
well, you don't think that if you have power, you can run it effectively. So how civilized are you?
No, I'm saying like this. This is people don't like when I say this, right? I know my people, Black people, right? We don't have what we call this thing where we have responsibility. We always think that, even when when I look at judges, right, Black judges, right, and I never forget this. I remember this a long time ago, back in the 90s, right? I was in court, right? Guilty as all fucking hell, right? Guilty as hell, right? And I was driving, suspended license, and the cop had every right to pull me over. This lady cop gave it a ticket, right? But instead of this Black judge, right, just basically giving me my regular punishment, everybody that came in there, guys before me, worse than me, you ain't supposed to be robbing nobody with a gun, right? Well, blah 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 blah, and the whole thing was there's two, and then they talked about her a couple months later on the news, right? How she's so soft on crime, the police were tired of it, right? And I said to myself, yeah, I remember that because I was in court with that lady, judge, right? And she, dudes were doing real serious crimes, and she basically couldn't bring herself to saying, "Yo, you need to go to jail." The whole idea.
So she should have thrown you behind bars, Carla.
I'm saying no. I should. I got away with nothing. I should have got a fine or something. Why?
So leniency is a bad thing.
Right? You got to apply equal, even if it look.
That's not how it works, Carla. You know that when you go to court, your lawyer will tell you, "Okay, this judge is kind of lenient. We're probably going to get a favorable ruling." They'll tell you that.
A few years later, right? I'm in Virginia Beach court, right? That's Norfolk court. I'm in, and this one judge, Judge Bunch, he's a fucking asshole, right? He's gone now, but you do not want to get this judge in court, right? I remember seeing this little white boy came in there, right? And he come in there, he goes, "Sir, you was going such and such over the speed limit, blah, 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 blah." And all of a sudden the kid goes, "Well, you see, Your Honor," try to sound all cute. "I was coming back from church practice and whatnot." Judges looked at him like,
"You mean choir practice or some shit like that? Not church practice."
It was like, and I was picking up my sister from lunch, and I was a little late for getting my sister, something like that. He was saying. The judge looked at him saying, "Okay, guilty." And he goes, "I'm gonna warn you, son. I'll catch you in my courtroom one more time. One more time. This is like your third offense. You're going down." You know, instead like that. This little white boy, I thought he was like, oh man, he got a sob story. I was ready to let the dude go, you know, because this gave this little sob story about such a. That judge looked at him. That white judge looked at him like, oh really? Oh really? You was going how much over the speed limit? Blah blah blah. And the cop, older cop, looked like it could be his grandfather, and whatnot. You know, gray hair. You know, I thought, okay, you got an older judge and older cop, whatnot. They probably look at this as their grandson or something like that. Man, they were ready to lock this little kid up, man. You know,
but Colin, there are different judges with different judicial philosophies, Colin.
I'm saying
so
that
every judge can't be the same.
What I'm saying is this: when you give black people power, right? We have this.
You think all black judges are weak on crime? Is that what you're saying?
No, because I have a female friend of mine, right? She was real pretty, right? I took her to court. I told her, whatever you do not plead guilty, right? She didn't listen to me, right?
You were giving her legal advice, Colin?
No, I just told her, I told her what to do. She listened to me and she pled guilty, right? Because she went up there, she saw the lady was a light-skinned judge, black girl, lady like her, a little older. She probably thought she would go up there and look cute, whatnot. The lady said, Miss such and such, whatnot, you did this and whatnot, blah, blah, blah. And she goes, why did you freaking persuade me? I said, I told you, but you didn't persuade me enough. I said,
man, Carla, you know, she knew that if you plead not guilty and you go to trial, you're found guilty, your punishment is even harsher.
No, she saw the judge. She saw it was a fellow black woman, light-skinned like her. You know, she thought she was going to get off easy and whatnot. And a lot of people think that is, oh, I got a black judge, I'm going to get off. You know, and so we basically,
I don't agree with that, Carla. But from my experience, not my experience, but people I talk to, a lot of times they say the black judges are the worst as far as handing out.
Yeah, a lot of black judges have to be extra hard on crime because they don't want to think that they're playing favoritism with black people.
But hold on, that's another imbalance. Because on the other hand, you got black judges who act extra hard because they don't want to be accused of letting black people see how
that's what I'm saying.
But white judges never, even if they partial, like there was one guy told me, his driver class told me, he said, look, let me tell you something. In this state, you got cute girl privilege. I know a couple of white girls, right? They did some fucked up shit, right? I said, how the fuck did you get off from that shit? White girls in this state, man, they be doing some shit like anybody else be facing 100 years and whatnot. Oh yeah, well, my such and such talked to the lawyer.
Part of it is lawyering, Colin. Part of it is character witness.
So in other words, yeah, they do have their moments where some white girls got cute girl privilege, whatever like that, and everything.
And that's what I'm saying. It's not what it is, Colin. Usually, when you look into these, let me say this, Colin. Let me just speak, bro.
My point I'm trying to make is their civilization to get away with. We cannot get away with what they.
It's not getting away. That's what I'm trying to tell you. There's a science to it. If you go to court, first of all, you get a good. Yeah, you pay for a good lawyer, and then you do character witness. You can get your teacher, your pastor. They bring all of those people from their communities to tell you that this person has been a good kid since she was a child. She never hurt anybody. It was just one bad day on a bad night. And the judge will lean a certain way because of all the way you build your case. Black people don't have that privilege. They don't have the money to get those kind of lawyers. Usually,
about the prosecutor, you know, they really don't care about all that shit like that.
But most black people don't even break the law, though.
Most don't break the law. But my experience, black judges and black district attorneys tend to be the most lenient on crime when it comes down to the black people.
They are. John's telling the truth. Yeah, they are. That's why crime.
So, by Collin logic, you're saying that if black people took over this country, crime would be going haywire because we have all black judges and they would be lenient on crime. Is that what you agree with that idea, John?
No, that's not it at all. I think the issue is that a lot of people don't understand the difference of what type of crime we're talking about. You talk about somebody that's been a drug addict, someone that maybe done some little petty, dumb, stupid shit, and they don't get hammered to death. They shouldn't be hammered to death. But no one's being lenient on people that, he committed a murder. They're not lenient.
That's what people say. Temper justice with mercy, right, Colin? But saying that it should have been tough on him because he was guilty of that ticket and they should have give him a fine.
Hold up. I was watching this program one time, right? It was this Indian people. And I had no idea rural India was just fucking developed, right? They showed this one thing where they had a bridge, right, that was coming apart, right? And the guy says, I remember when the bridge was built, it was off by like a half an inch, right? The beams and whatever like that. He said, over the years, people driving across the bridge, it widened, right? And then it's eventually split, right? And so therefore, this guy showed when every time every day they got to log down what they see, and so I keep track of that. They went over the books when on this day 30 years ago, blah 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 blah. Excellent record keeping and maintenance and whatnot. It was scheduled for a maintenance overhaul on this day right here, but it was somehow was overlooked or whatever like that. But the fact that they in this rural area, right? They keep track of stuff like that. It was just amazing to me, that you think of that's how societies work. Somebody has to be in charge. That's why you have an inspector general, making sure government officers are doing the right thing and everything like that, And so therefore he said the bridge passed inspection. When they were going over how the bridge passed inspection, it said, well, the problem was when the bridge was initially they overlooked. They said, "Oh, that's that little 6 inches." Somehow, when the piles are put down, it has to be completely precision, right? It said like a half an inch threw it off, and the bridge starts shaking. Every time the bridge would shake, it would come apart. Go further and further apart. And then it eventually split. They said, "How'd that happen?" Well, they went all the way back to the beginning, because that's because they took actual record keeping and everything like that. He said it should have been solved in the beginning, when they built the bridge, when they salvaged the issue. They had to take a whole section out. The bridge was down for like 5 months or whatnot, so they had to take a whole section out, right? Re-put the piles in the ground, right, and re-section it again. Point I'm trying to make is, to run a country, you have to be thorough, 100% thorough. You cannot have Negroism, and everything's everything, whatnot. No.
What is Negroism?
But that's what Cadola says. He's like, we don't have the attention span or the delayed gratification to actually engineer a society. That guy is real smart, man. Cadola, man. He's like,
of course you think he's smart. Cadola also said that we are just corrupt by nature. He just said that before.
I say all black people don't have a sense of delayed gratification. That's a black African culture.
You said Cadola or Kaiser?
Cadola. I remember that time he was on Dinah's channel. He said that it's innately just corrupt.
He got that. Cadola got that from me. I said I was the
I knew the moment you said delayed gratification kind of thing, he invented that term.
Well, I got it from someplace else, but I know.
Right. So why you want to take credit for it? Other black people heard about it before you brought it up to your platform, Colin.
Cadola got it from me.
Why would you think that? Cadola is a well-learned man. You probably heard it elsewhere.
Colin's the type of guy to say, "I put you on."
Colin said nobody in America knew about Liberia until he started talking about it.
A lot of people. What I'm saying is, I never hear that in black discussions. Delayed gratification, like what you call.
You put things off. You put things off till you accomplish what you need to accomplish. It's just like a delayed gratification is.
Let me get a perfect example of why I don't believe
it's prevalent in the business society. I'm sure Jonathan knows it.
Why I don't believe.
It's just like say you're gonna get your degree.
You don't start taking salary until you reach a certain profit.
Why I don't believe black people.
What's that, Jonathan?
I've been practicing it the whole damn time.
Yeah.
Right.
Check us out. I don't believe black people build pyramids, because that takes 30 years to see something in the end. That takes.
Because that's not black people. That's
most people don't do 30 years
most
before.
People. Yeah. Most people ain't doing no damn delayed gratification.
I do agree with you.
Especially not for 30 years. They might go 3 or 4 years. But
you see those stone temples in Cambodia that go all the way to the ground and whatnot. Like that took 40 years to build complete. Each king would come and say, "I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do this, one that." And so, therefore, after 40 years, the king that inherited that had something finished, right?
But Kala, those people you're talking about, they were rulers. They wasn't actually delaying gratification. They was telling people, "Hey, go do this shit."
Yeah, they were building something grand and monumental. That was actually about their ego, not even about. They were trying to gratify themselves.
Even myself, why would build something if you can't enjoy it? For somebody else.
No, because they knew they would be remembered after it was completed. They wasn't building it for self-consumption. They were building it for self-gratification in the future.
Other people's culture. I don't see that in our culture. You know,
like the pyramids. I don't believe no black or Arab build the pyramids. I think
of course it must have been a white Hyksos that came and built it, right?
I don't know. It could be.
I believe
this dude, man. Every time we say some stupid shit, there's gonna be some cool shit, man.
I just believe. I believe that ancient aliens or interdimensional forces built the pyramids.
I don't run away from it being a white man that built it.
No, I just don't believe no Arab milking a goat to put together a structure that strong. You know.
What are you talking about? Ancient Egypt was well civilized. They had they were integrated with the Nile River was bringing irrigation in that area. It was really advanced civilization.
The pyramids are in direct relation with the solar system.
Elvis, you know, civilization evolves. It keeps evolving for better. That's why.
And sometimes civilization devolves.
That's not true. Sometimes
it evolves, Colin.
Yeah,
maybe the ancient Egyptian was even on a higher plane in the understanding of geography and geometry and architecture than we do today. Maybe there's certain lost art that we don't have the way that they used to build the pyramids.
The pyramids was built by aliens.
Everything in black people is lost, man. We lost this, we lost that.
Look, they had advanced technique in building in Africa, bro. People mess around with certain building material, mud, and other things.
You don't believe that. You don't believe that.
Have you seen the Library of Timbuktu? You think that was somebody that did that didn't have a brain?
Elvis, I told you last time that most African history is oral babble bullshit, man.
I'm not talking about oral thing. I'm talking about a tangible structure. Have you seen the Library of Timbuktu?
I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
I think Steve wanted to ask me a question. Go ahead, Steve.
Elvis. Do you believe that black people built the pyramids?
I mean, first of all, I don't believe that the Egyptian was black, like we are black. I think they were dark, darker skin.
100% black.
And I agree with you on
but
that.
But not black like you and I, Jonathan. Where you had nappy hair. They're probably more like the Ethiopian, Somalis kind of black people.
I agree with you on that.
Yeah, they're probably those kind of mixed black people that look acidic, curly hair, more like a straight curly hair rather than nappy hair like ours.
We probably understand sub-Saharan Africans. Keep Egypt on your mouth with sub-Saharan Africans.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So they might have been darker skinned folks, but not black folks like you and I.
That's basically what he said.
But
he said it wasn't us; it was other Africans that
those pyramids. Those pyramids are just too.
Well, Carla, actually, the indigenous people of North Africa. That's why I hate when people say they're Arabs and whatnot, because they're not Arabs.
Look, the Agassiz, whatever, Berbers, they've been there for 10,000 years, bro.
Okay, right, but
I'm not Z.
But remember, Colin.
So how do you go from a pyramid to a mud hut? That don't make sense, man.
That's what I don't seem to understand.
People said, I don't know if it's true. People say that the people build with mud because it deflect heat, and you can be in a cool environment and build with mud.
Our ancient ancestors.
I know that there are some tribes in Africa that tend to be a lot more better off than other tribes in Africa. That's kind of how you can have it. Because on one hand, you'll be in the Congo, you'll see, why do these people want to live in the trees and some weird ass shit? But then you have a whole bunch of other people that don't live like that. It ain't that damn deep.
The bottom line is this. I look at the Egyptian civilization and everything like that. So how do you go from that to fucking hunting and gathering?
Carla, we never said that they were the sub-Saharan Africans that did that. We never said that.
I'm saying it was
before our ancestors once.
You got no proof for that. I have to go against you on that point.
Yeah, but there's no proof that they didn't do it either.
You ever seen
you just go about
black people have at this point.
You just go about possibility, bro. You gotta have
white people don't. When white people don't agree with it, we tend to go ahead and say that it's not true. Even though white people lie like a motherfucker.
Before slavery, the way I picture my ancestors is probably just herding cattle, 30, 40 cattle with a plate in the lip. Some big earrings.
That's not even you don't come from those people, bro. You come from West Africa. You don't do plate in the lip.
That's the point, though. That's the point. When you try to be Pan-African, you lump all black people into one big ass Negro group. So when I show a video to my wife and we're looking at like the plate people, the people with the lips and all those weird pistons, she's like, who the fuck are these people? They're not African. No, they are African. That's
They're
how
not
broad
West
Africa
Africans.
is. So you had some very outstanding, intellectual, advanced tribe, but then you had a whole bunch of dumbass tribes afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like the Slavic people, they're looked down on by the Goths and the the Anglo-Saxons as being backwards, as being less civilized than they are. Every group of people, every race have their more developed, ethnicity in it, and at least developed. The same thing in Africa.
They got
So
this
when you
team
look at
tribe in
Egypt,
Nigeria. One of the ways that they greet people to come over to the house, they let you fuck their wife.
Yeah, they all.
So that's not all tribes in
Why you
Nigeria.
think? Why you think Puff Daddy is the way he is? It's African DNA, man. Like
he got
what part of Africa did he get that DNA from? 1776.
That's what Jonathan said it, man. Jonathan.
Jonathan said that shit.
He said you got to share your wife, man.
Oh, did they look at Diddy's DNA and saw him sharing his wife and being a freaky nigga with a baby oil next to himself?
I gotta admit, Diddy do got a weird shape, weird shape look.
Oh man,
he does look like a Somali though. You can't close his mouth all the way. You always gotta see a little butt cheek showing out when you close his lips.
Let me ask you a question.
Just got that Somali look, man.
So Kala, right? The thing about this,
my voice says but I don't have them blocked. It must have been one of my. If you're blocked, one of my moderators did it. I didn't block.
Yeah, somebody blocked. What is his name? I think he came up with a different name. What was it again?
It must have been
Musa. Yeah.
Must have been Frenchie or somebody blocked him. I didn't block him. I don't block anybody. It must have been one of my moderators.
Man, I was listening to the show. I had got off, but when 1776 was arguing with Amara, that shit was hilarious, bro. That nigga was yelling at the top of his lungs, almost having a stroke trying to argue with this nigga.
Yo, that shit was fucking hilarious.
You think you have more rights than me? You don't have no fucking more rights than me, nigga. I said, shit. I took my headphones out. That shit was treacherous, man. But this 1776 dude is an antagonist, man. He try to antagonize people.
But Kyle, let me tell you something, right?
Interesting to watch.
Aren't the North Africans what is it, right? Because most
the Berbers,
right, but aren't there like their lineage, the haplogroup is E1B1B?
No,
right?
wait a minute. Is Berbers an ethnic group?
Fucking not black.
Berbers are they're technically an ethnic group. They're Arabs because they're desert dwellers, but they're more dark skinned. They're considered more African, more dark skinned Africans than the lighter skinned Africans. Arabs, I mean.
On a genetic level, they're
Hold up. They'll tell me this is what they tell me. But most Moroccans, I know a lot of Moroccans. They'll say, "I'm African, but we're Africans with white skin. We're the only true white Africans." That's what they tell me. We're not Arabs.
I was watching a documentary. I was watching a documentary how the Libyans treat black Africans. That's terrible, man.
But the Egyptians, when I see a picture of ancient Egyptians, they don't look like white people to me. They didn't draw themselves.
No, they're not white, but definitely they ain't Negro like us. That's the point that I'm making. They're somewhere in between.
They were not like some white people.
But no, the ancient Africans, the ancient Egyptians were like those people in Sudan. They was real black. The ancient Egyptians.
Not true. Only the one of the dynasty with the real dark guy, the real guy that came from Nubia and got beat back.
The point I'm trying to make though, Colin, right? Realistically speaking, like most West African descent, most of us, we come from a lineage, right? It's E1B1A, but they come from E1B1B, right? And
I thought that E1B1A was prevalent with the Bantu people. Most of us are not Bantu from West Africa.
You said you thought E1B1A was what?
Was prevalent with the Bantu people from the central to southern part of Africa.
Prevalent in West Africans.
Prevalent in West Africa? I thought it was mostly
South Africans, all of it. Like it came.
Nah, but it can't be because we don't have we don't have the same haplotype as the South Africans. The West Africans were different. We're closer to the Central Africans, like the Cameroonians. But the farther down south you start going in Africa, they have a different genetic makeup than we do in terms of haplogroup.
I think it, like I said, it depends on tribe to tribe. Like some people have A, some people have B, but I think it was like 70% of men in Africa come from that E1B1A lineage, whether it's in West Africa, southern parts of Africa, and anything else, which is true. And it came from out of East Africa and spread out to the rest of the continent. From what from the research I did, you can.
But I'm saying this, right, bro? Think about it, right? Had black people like Negroes like you and myself actually built the pyramids, it will be even more of an embarrassment now for us that we lost.
No, I'm not saying.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's when people like Kwame, I know Kwame's not on, but when people like Kwame who's repping this Mahaj and all that nonsense, when you try to claim Egypt, you know, even white people try to claim Egypt in the Freemasonry and the Shriners, they do all that Egyptian stuff. But if you claim a civilization and you lost it and you're in a worse position today and you can't replicate it after thousands of years, that's not a flex, bro. It's not a flex.
You are absolutely right. But the point I'm trying to make is that through science and whatnot, E1 they call E1B1A and E1B1B.
No, that's a flex.
They call it. They
think so, Jonathan?
Yeah, no, I mean, you're not going to go and tell the people, you know, in Iran, hey, y'all used to be this really great empire, the Persian Empire, but y'all can't remake that shit again, so y'all ain't shit.
I mean, they can. That's why when empires fall, like the fall of the Greek, you know,
you can't go to Greece and be like, hey, y'all used to be the wonderful ancient Greece,
for real,
Greek
Jonathan.
Empire,
Greece went bankrupt in like 2010, and they couldn't pay their debt. They had to go into receivership. The entire country of Greece, bro, a country that was an empire. Alexander the Great hailed from there, and they went into receivership because they were so broke. And you can't, you know, that's an embarrassment, bro. You was at the top, tippy top, and now you're at the very bottom. It's a big drop off.
Macedonian.
Yeah, but that's just what happens with civilizations in general. No one stays on top forever.
Look, bottom line is no one ever convinced me that our culture, our Black American culture that came here to advance the slave trade had anything to do with ancient civilization.
But you gotta just accept the gifts that God gave you. The black man is a farmer.
If I look at Liberia as an ancient civilization.
Yeah, Liberia was an exception. That's because it's Black America.
What?
Yeah, it was an
they go college supremacists.
Liberia was an aberration. It wasn't the norm.
500 years from now.
Liberia was
what about Songhai, Mali?
You know.
What about Songhai, Mali? What about that?
And Steve, stop bringing up fictional shit, man.
So you don't believe those empires really existed, or you joking now because you want to claim you're joking later? Are you joking? Or are you being for real?
I'm serious. If they existed and they were strong, like my teacher, she was real Afrocentric. Just pushed a lot of bullshit in my head in my formative years, right? And I'm like,
everything positive about black people is bullshit. Now you gotta take that off and put all kind of white centric shit in your head.
No, but you had the Arab invasion. If these empires were strong, how did the Arabs penetrate into sub-Saharan Africa?
The Arabs were stronger, bro. They had caliphates. What are you talking about, man?
If you had an empire strong with soldiers and warriors,
empires are relative, right? They're empires in that region. They were the strongest in that region, and there were stronger people from other regions that came and usurped them. That's how it worked. What are you talking about, man?
40 thieves take over your country.
Because they were stronger.
Just like
the Chinese got taken over by the Mongols, who were stronger than them. They had to build a whole war around their country to keep the Mongols out. Today, the Mongols are nothing, and the Chinese are quite powerful. What are you talking about?
See, you got African Dane Calloways that make up shit like Ghana, Songhai.
Don't call Dane Calloway African. He'll take it to court for that shit.
But they existed though.
But the thing about African, all of us in the diaspora and in Africa, we make up shit when we get conquered. Like, so it helps us cope with getting
this is a historical fact, brother. Kyle, do you believe the Mali Empire, the Songhai Empire, Ghana Empire? Do you believe those empires existed, Kyle?
Yeah, I agree with they existed. You know, I agree that they were existed, but those empires were much older than ancient Egypt. You know that, right? And they went to a state of development. They stayed there, but it was actually advanced civilization. But the bottom line is this. Here's the thing, Elvis. Listen to this carefully. When we start talking about civilization, right? Most black people, like my good friend Jonathan Miller, are black Anglo-Saxons, you know?
Since 1776, he's more black Anglo-Saxon than Jonathan.
Hold on. Let me say this, right? The Anglo-Saxon, right, judges civilizations by not like what it did to humanity and the advancement. They always judge civilizations by the material, existential things like temples, walls and stuff like that. That's how Europeans view great civilization. They don't view civilization as how the people got along and stuff like that, you know? So therefore, that's why people will look at Egypt, right? Oh, they got these stone temples, stone pyramids. Let's about that. But when you look at Mali and Songhai, the culture and the way of life and everything like that, the way they described, I studied it it seemed like the daily life in Mali was way more advanced than Egypt. Ancient Egypt was, you know, way
you hear that 1776?
No, what I'm saying is this. But the thing is, though,
Tyler, you're only saying that because you're biased to West African because you hail from West Africa.
I'm saying the fact that when you look at how I judge civilization about how well organized a city, you look at cities like Mopti, Jenne. Those are beautiful cities that they had trading ports. They trade among each other. They have a lateral trade system. They had a trading system that was the largest system in the world. Right, goods came from far away as China, you know, and goods came from Mali went all the way to friggin' Europe. You know, gold, everything else went to Europe.
I can't take it no more.
Oh, hold on. Egypt was a great civilization, but when it came down to like trade and stuff like that, Mali had them beat. You know, but the people still say Egypt was a better civilization because it had the pyramids. That's what we judge civilization by. Your
Hold on, Carl. Let me ask 1776 a question. Why don't you believe that these empires existed? I don't get that.
Okay, because any empire that exists has vestiges of civilization. Like when you talk about the when you talk about the Mongols or the Chinese Empire, you can see the Great Wall. You can see ancient Egypt. You see residue of greatness. You know, like a residue. Like when I look at a lot of West Africa. All the ethnic groups, I just call them little gangs.
You haven't gone to Mali to see the remnants of the Mali Empire, brother. You haven't gone to the city of Timbuktu to see their buildings made from muds and sticks and stuff like that. You haven't done that, so you can't say there's no vestiges of it. There are remnants of those civilizations all throughout West Africa. What are you talking about?
Like you couldn't stop the Islamic invasion.
Yes, other people are just stronger than you. Nobody's all powerful.
You couldn't stop the invasion. Like
Ancient Egypt fell to Alexander the Great.
West Africa was invaded by Islam, bro. It never happened. You know. All right, now what you call it? Now these like structures in ancient Mali. This is a Mali.
Yeah.
Empire. You know,
they're there today. Those are vestiges of the empire, brother. What are you talking about? Is this your first time seeing this, Dusty, brother?
I'm looking at this AI shit.
So you said it's AI. This dude, bro.
Mopti, you know, there's a temples. These temples right here. This is how they look thousands of years.
Yeah, with the sticks coming out of them. Yeah, I knew this when I was a kid. I read about this when I was in 9th grade in history class, man.
Right here is a Mopti, right there on the river. That's like a port city, you know, right there on the Niger.
I mean, who taught you your history of Africa, bro? That you think so lowly of Africans, bro? There was civilization in West Africa, bro.
These are Bantu people built this.
These are West African Mandinga people, Mende people that built this civilization, bro. The people of Mali, the Mandingas, you know.
That's above one story.
What are like was it Bambara people there or
the Bambara, the Malinke, you know.
Malinkas, the city is Mopti, Jenne, Gao, what's the other city? Timbuktu. All the cities on the Niger River with major trading ports, you know.
Like come on 1776.
Is this your first time seeing it, or have you seen these buildings before?
Yeah, that's my first. I gotta do some research. I gotta.
That's what I said. Your brain is whitewashed, brother.
So you didn't know?
There's no way this is your first time seeing it. I'm sure, Jonathan, you've seen these buildings before, right? It's not your first time seeing it, Jonathan.
Cities in the world. West Africa is one of
I've seen it before.
Cities in the world.
Yeah, I saw this shit in history books, man. What are you talking about? 1776.
Right. You talked about
it. Like 3-story buildings, like.
Now you're criticizing how many stories it is. Nobody said it was skyscrapers. We're just telling you that they built civilization, and there are remnants of the civilization still there today.
Yeah, this looks nice. I got to do some research. I got to source up on this.
Yeah, built by black people. See that?
Mandinka and Mende people, some of the darkest white people on the planet.
This architecture is thousands of years old. It's one of the first civilizations in the world, you know?
Got to do some more Googles. 1776.
That goes to a library. You go to the library.
Yeah, and your argument that how could it fall? That's what I'm trying to tell you. Empires fall all the time, bro. Rome fell to some fucking tribes like the Gauls and the Vandals. You know, the Huns.
You ain't even got to go that far back. The Russian Empire fell.
Right.
In the 1990s, the Soviets collapsed.
Yeah, USSR.
I mean, we as black people like to think we're the strongest. Nobody can defeat us. No, the Arabs came and kicked their ass. You know, they took over the fucking modern empire.
You really didn't think West Africans built anything?
Nah.
I mean, sometimes you want to think he's trolling, other times you think he's just ignorant. It probably a mixture of both.
I think you were serious about this part.
Oh, sir. I got to do some more investigation.
That's what I mean. Where do you get your education from? Have you ever been inquisitive as a black man to see what black people have accomplished, even though, you know, we know we're not at the top, but just to go do history and research some of the great things that black people did throughout history? You never had that itch to do that?
I'm more into like Western civilization.
Oh, there you go. I mean, man, are you serious, bro? Sometimes I gotta take a pause before I really go in on you because I think you might be trolling me, and I don't want to get overworked.
I'm serious. I ain't never.
You're more interested in Western civilization and not African civilization. I mean, you could be interested in both. That's fine, but the fact that you never had a curiosity to see what your people did, to see what your people did or accomplished.
The Haitians built their beautiful island before the earthquake, before they were constantly being raided by the United States of America and other countries. The Haitians developed their shit.
Yeah, this looks pretty good, man. I gotta source up and do some investigation, find out what
African goddess is asking us now. How do we rise? I mean, obviously we had our heyday. It almost seemed like our African heyday was in the past. Now we have to have a renaissance.
No, the way we rise is we just stopped giving a fuck about all those little tiny tribes.
Yeah,
that ain't shit.
Like that's what. But
that's the way Black America will rise too, in the same way. If all the people that say, you know what, we ain't gonna worry about the little poor niggas no more. Elvis, we're just gonna try to focus on increasing our wealth. We'll be fine too.
These structures go back to the.
Kyle, he wants to ask a ridiculous question. Let him ask it. Go ahead. 1776.
I'm looking at it. It's just hard to believe that these structures emanated out of the mind of a Bantu man.
I mean, oh my gosh, bro. First of all, they're not Bantu. They're Mende people.
Yeah, they were West African.
The Mendes are a group from West Africa.
He using the word Bantu to describe like sub-Saharan Africans because that's what some scientists do.
These are Mende people, a Niger Congo people.
This is interesting, man.
This is like the one of my favorite scenes right here. This is on the banks of the Niger.
Yeah, on the banks of the river there. I mean, it's beautiful, man. It really is.
That's when empires rose, sailed on the
Niger. And I think we can be proud of these things that's closer to us in terms of genetics than even Egypt. Egypt has been glamorized, but this is even more impressive. They had structures. They had a library that rivaled that of the Library of Alexandria.
Those top things are right? And those on top of them are ostrich egg shells. You know, that's a symbol, of fertility,
This is interesting, man.
This is how they built with mud brick, this the hardened clay brick.
It's like I just really can't believe that he didn't know this. Like he didn't. So you didn't bother looking it up and saying, "What have West Africans built?" You just assume they didn't build anything.
Like West Africans, I just think they're like like farmers, like herds, goats.
Of course, your mind has been replaced with a white supremacist mind.
Was the center of world trade and commerce in the Middle Age and for the slave trade. West Africa is where all the goods from Asia passed through West Africa and went to Europe because Europe trading from.
Colin, show the trade routes. Pull up a picture of the trade routes from back in the day.
All right, okay.
Places like Kano. Talk about Kano, Colin. Even they got some ancient buildings in Kano too, and Kano is there right now in Nigeria. Even though it became an Islamic place, but it's really an important place in West Africa too. Kano in Nigeria is really important.
This is hard to swallow and digest, man.
What is this bursting your bubbles? Is this bursting your bubbles, bro? This is bursting your white supremacist bubble, man. Come on.
This like you need some historical metamucil.
I mean, Colin, did you have this dude came up to make sure he's a black dude and not a white dude masquerading?
I don't know. I think he is black.
But I'm saying this is just hard to digest, man. This is
what
like
do you mean it's hard to digest black greatness, bro? What are you talking about? It's hard to digest.
Like I'm not joking. It's hard to digest to see something like a structure like that, and then you see like Africa has to outsource to the Chinese and other groups to build a basic road. Like the map ain't matting, you know. It's just
listen. Things, you know, like they said before, sometimes people devolve or whatnot, which I don't think that's what happened, but I mean,
the people in Mali today are not the same people that built those buildings.
How did they build these houses? Did they have cranes? Did they have crane technology? How did you get?
That's what I'm saying. The technology is lost to us.
Okay, but this.
Just because your grandfather used to be a great hunter, that means you're a hunter. Some things are not passed through genetically. You have to get taught. If your empire is sacked and your civilization is being ruined, who's going to pass that information down to you how to build?
Where are the cranes? Where are the listen, y'all gonna make me go excavate some shit, man. Because
there were clay bricks, different thing. Clay bricks.
Okay, so what platform did these Africans get on to put those bricks together?
Let me tell you something, brother. Hold, let me tell you something. Let me teach you about what the Nyama Kala is, right? Where I got my name from, Kala Nation, right? The Nyama Kala means a craft group system. God came to earth right now, came to earth and gave the black man in West Africa several basic skills of civilization. One was a blacksmith, drum making, you know, goldsmiths, which is called the Wangara, you know, and he also gave them architecture, agriculture, the god of agriculture, Taiwara. All these basic things were put in West Africa and to build civilizations. Architecture, all that stuff like that was unique to West Africa. And let me hold up. Let me see. Did I have the map up? Let's see. Let me show you the map of West Africa. These are the trade routes of ancient West Africa. See right here, where the center of all this trade coming from the Akan forest, right? Cola nuts and all that come from the Akan forest, gold, and Timbuktu, Gao, and all these other places like that on the thing. The trade routes went to Tagaza, that was an industrial town, and then it went out to Morocco, to Tripoli, Egypt, all these things to the Mecca. This was West Africa was a center of world trade, you know, and then the Far East right there connected, you know, the trade routes the Mali Empire even stretched down into Southern Africa. That's how powerful the Mali Empire was. It was stretched all the way down to Southern Africa. That's how its influence was, you know.
So you're saying they was traveling without compasses? Like what
all that. They had all that.
Without GPS, without a compass.
The Dogons knew the star system way before Europeans did.
Oh man, this is brother polite literature, man. Come on, man.
These are facts, bro. We learn these things in history school in classes, man. In 9th grade history, war history, I learned this shit, bro.
Yeah, this is
hold on a second. Right here. This is 1776. How did you travel before Google Maps existed?
MapQuest, 30 pages of MapQuest.
And before that existed.
You gotta go to 7-Eleven, get one of them.
People looked at the stars back in the day. They had a star that guided them. You know,
exactly. Even during slavery, the Big Dipper, right?
Hold up. I'm talking. The trade route goes all from China through the Middle East and through West Africa and then to Europe. That's how powerful. Mali Empire was the richest empire the world's ever seen. No other kingdom civilization.
But the African didn't develop the wheel till they didn't have wheels though.
All these stupid. You gotta stop staying off these fucking racist white porn sites and whatnot. Africa was way more.
His mind is warped, Colin. You're right. His brain is warped.
He ain't got on 4chan right after the show ends.
This is the trade route right here. This is West Africa. All this stuff was all these cities and stuff like that.
But Kyla, this is hard to digest because today Africa don't even have that many roads going all through.
That's not true. What are you talking about? You been in Abuja, Accra? What are you talking about?
Hold on now.
Trading empire from.
I would be a liar if
you know.
I went on a trip to Calabar and we rode there. I'd be a liar if for the first time ever I went to this area and we got on a bridge and I thought, wow, this motherfucker's like America. Unfortunately, once we got off that bridge, it was bad all over again. That ain't true, bro. They got some very nice,
Yeah, they
roads.
got some nice areas there, man.
It's just not all throughout the damn area.
This is a map of this is an map. This is
You want one that's all throughout the country.
This is King Mansa.
Yeah, this is what the Hebrew Israelite used to tell you that was the king of Judah. That was a map of Judah.
This is him sitting on his throne, and a Berber king, could be Ibn Battuta. You know, he was the one who wrote about the Mali Empire in the 1300s. You know, so all these places like that. Tagaza was an industrial city, ironworks. Timbuktu, Gao, Jenne, all these stuff. Benin, all these cities were connected. Mecca, Cairo, everything. You understand? Fez, Tanisha.
Carla, after all this information, after all this information you give in 1776, he is now a proud black man.
I don't know about that. He said it's hard to digest, so I don't know if he's digesting it.
We woke him up. Everyone give him a hand clap. See that, nigga? Let's hope for you.
Are you awakened 1776 or are you still in that 1776 mindset?
Hey, I got Lewis up here. I had random for the show. Should I let him up there?
Hey, like
you said who wants to come on, Carla?
Lewis. I had Ben.
Oh yeah, Ben Lewis. Lewis want to teach him about the Ghana Empire or some shit.
Yeah, I don't want to hear about Ghana. All right, Lewis, I'm gonna let you up.
The Ghana Empire. The Ghana Empire.
Ghana Empire was not Ghana. So
I was listening to Dynasty today, and the African American dude said like he had to build his own roads for his houses. Like he said, the government.
Let's stick to the subject, right? You say, when did we build a will? Okay, Carla, pull up King Tut. Pull up King Tut on his throne.
Don't put no damn king. We left Egypt, Lewis. We're not even worried about Egypt. We're talking about West African civilizations.
Yeah, we got in Egypt, man.
Pull up King Tut on his chariot.
Pull up King Tut, man, dude.
Pull up King Tut on his chariot.
King Tut is not us, Lewis. We're talking about Great Mali Empire that's closest to us, bro.
Listen, that's where your problem is. You see, brother? That's where your problem is. You've got to start with where the whites start, okay? Because that's where it begins. It starts from A before you go to B. It started from there, and we came down with those skills. So go to King Tut on his chariot, and we'll show you where the will come from. Yeah, because he's obviously got white supremacy in his mind. So you got to show him the evidence, Carla.
The Egyptians did not invent the wheel, Lewis.
My friend, Egyptians invented the wheel. They were the start of all civilizations after the Great Flood. So
not true. Sumeria was the start of all the civilizations.
That's rubbish.
I thought it was Mesopotamia.
That is white supremacy.
Yeah, Sumeria.
No. Listen, that's white supremacy trying to jab in to blackness. Okay, they were not.
Even the Bible says that, Louis.
Listen,
even the Bible says that.
Yes, the Bible says that, and then the history backs it up. You got to match the two. That's how it works.
So what are you saying, Louis? The black people start civilization?
Yes, it all.
Oh my gosh, Louis.
No, civilization started in the Middle East.
Listen, it's not. No. It's not my gosh, right? All that East stuff and Middle East and all that is all bullshit. East of what? It started with the black race.
Excuse me, West Asia.
Listen, hear me out. The Bible says it, okay, and the history backs it. And all you got to do is show King Tut on his chariot, okay, which is a carriage, which is where the word car come from. A carriage, a chariot, it comes from that. Then you know where it begins. But if you don't want to do that,
did they call it a carriage in ancient Egypt, or is that a British word?
Ancient Egypt is the first. Is the beginning.
They call it a carriage. What's the Egyptian word for it?
A chariot, and the car comes from that.
What's the Egyptian word for a chariot, Lewis?
It started with a horsepower, as we still got the engine as horsepower.
What's the Egyptian word for it?
Okay, so
what's the Egyptian?
I can't. I don't speak high.
Of course. So don't say that it comes from there. It's a chariot and the chariot are all English British words.
What's the meaning of chariot?
You asked me what the meaning of a chariot is?
Yeah, what does it
mean? A chariot is usually a vehicle that has a wheel on it that's pulled by a horse.
Thank you. Okay, where do you think we get horsepower from when we talk about cars? Where do you think the word car come from? Carriage.
I mean, horses was cool in carriage here in North America,
Okay, no
Lewis.
problem. That's just languages. Let's not get away from that. Just pull up King Tut on his chariot. That's all.
Okay,
it's one of the most ancient things in Egypt.
I'm pulling up King Tut
Okay,
now.
and that will answer the brother's question where the will come from and all that, and you will be able to battle this white supremacists who pulling up shit, messing up black people's mind. But you don't want to pull up the evidence, Carla, because you don't want to see black people.
I don't want to claim Egypt, bro. Egypt is not us. Is that King Tut? Is that really King Tut?
I said King Tut. I said King Tut.
Is that on King Tut, Lewis?
No. You see,
Carla did this on purpose. Carla did this shit on purpose, man. I know Carla's diabolical. We did this shit.
All right, listen. I know you guys gonna joke about it. I'm my stuff. I gotta get to work. Listen, Martin Bernard, okay? Right? Martin Bernard.
He's walking like an Egyptian, Lewis. Walking like an Egyptian.
I've rung up your show. Let's not make it a joke thing, right? I've rung up your show, so let me just say what I'm going to say before I go. Listen, Martin Bernard. Okay?
Tyler, stop fucking around, man. Showing the real picture.
Yeah? Martin Bernard, okay? Black Athena, the book that is celebrated worldwide that broke away all these stupid white supremacist shit that backed up what all the black professors were saying. Give some respect to black. You can't disrespect black people and then 1 minute you want to uplift them. That's where you go wrong, Carla. You got a woman on your show who says she ain't even black, and you uplift her just to disrespect West Africa.
Don't go back to that girl, man. Let's talk about our ancient Mali Empire, bro.
Right? Because if you start from Egypt, everything makes sense. We took the skills from Egypt and went down to
But Egypt is not us, Lewis. Can you agree that Egypt was not a black West African civilization?
Who told you that? The Bible didn't say that either. So what are you talking about?
Egypt was a mixed society. It was a mixed society.
What does the Bible say that black people came from Egypt?
That's where it starts. So if you lose it, if you lose that, you've lost everything else.
But the Bible doesn't even say black people came from Egypt.
African goddess says, "Oh gosh, we're in an alternative universe." Lewis is awake.
No.
When Lewis comes home, everything is upside down.
Right. The Bible makes it quite clear, okay, that the children of Ham, okay, are the ones who set up the ancient Egyptian civilization. They were all Hamitic.
Right.
Because you don't want to accept this, that's where you guys fall off.
But who said that Mizraim was a black African like you and myself, Lewis? Did the Bible say that?
All the children were nowhere were blacks. That's where you
where do you get that information from that all of them were black?
The only ones that were considered black were the Cushites. They literally translated to black.
All of them were blacks.
Cushites mean burn face.
Listen, all of them were black. Burnt face came later on.
That's not true, Lewis. Everybody was not black. There were variations of races in the Bible, Lewis. Everybody wasn't black.
The word Egypt came later on from the Greeks.
Yeah, we know that the land was called Mizraim because it was occupied by the Mizraim, the son of Ham.
But listen to me. When you understand this, everything makes sense. They were all blacks. From the blacks, then came the other different races that you see, the Greeks and so on and so forth. That's what the
the Greeks came and usurped the ancient Egyptian empire and became their leader and became their terrorists.
Okay, where do white people come from then?
What do you mean? Where do white people come from? Like, how did they?
Are you speaking as far as the Bible? Are you speaking as far as the Bible?
I'm telling you the Bible and history. When you put it together, it makes sense. Then you'll understand. When you
Lewis, we're not going that far. We're going right in our region in West Africa, where we can walk to Mali from Ghana and see that there's great empires that existed. We're not going to ancient Egypt, where we can't even verify if they were really black like us. But we can tell you for a fact that the people in Mali was black like us.
Right.
Yeah, he makes a little bit of sense because they were all Hamitic people.
Right. What are you doing?
All Hamitic people are not dark African people like you and myself. That's the point.
That's how they used to make it simple.
That was the curse.
Do any of y'all got a picture of anybody from West Africa on a chariot, just so we can get to the point?
Yes, but he doesn't want to pull it up. He wants to make joke about it. See, this is why
he asked you a different question. West African.
The brother came in, right? If Carla would have done what I said, and he knows this. Because this
Carla, pull up, Carla,
he
please.
won't do
Let's
it.
pull up King Tut. Pull up King Tut, Carla.
No,
Do y'all got
when you
Mansa
mention
Musa on the chariot at any
no,
point?
this is before. This is before
basically
Mansa
what I'm
Musa.
reading.
We've seen some ancient depiction of Mansa Musa that he was a black man, a typical Malinkin looking man. So he's black. We can take that and ride with it.
Carla, pull up
Not
He
some
came
King
later.
Tut,
racially
please.
When you
ambiguous
want to talk
Egyptian.
about serious, no, when you want to talk about serious thing, people like kind of want to joke and put
Stop,
this.
Colin, stop messing around, man. Play
No,
the thing that Lewis is
stop it.
asking for.
If
He
you're
makes a
gonna
good
do
point.
something, be serious when it's time to be serious.
And
Don't be
people,
joking with it and then get serious when you want to get serious. Don't worry about that.
migrated from the east, they lost a lot of.
Hey, Carla, pull it up on Google Images, King Tut.
Right? He won't do that because he knows
Yeah,
you're gonna see
Google
a black man.
images King Tut and his
He will
carriage
never
or his
do it.
chariot.
All of
King
them.
Tut's
Just pull up his
chariot.
chariot first. You can pull up the chariot first, and we can
It
pull up
better
the
not be no
Refugee
white
movie.
looking dude, Lewis. I'll lose all respect for this argument. Tyler, go to Google. It's
Why
not
do
going
you
to be
think
on
I don't
YouTube.
want to
Just
pull
go
it
to
up?
Google
He's
Images.
not a white looking dude at all. All his statues.
If you're a Negro, but there's a white looking dude right there that I'm talking
because
about. That's
Carla
the most
pulled it
popular
up.
image of him we know.
That's
He
because
looks
Carla's
damn white,
pulled it up
bro.
because he's trying to act a fool.
Lewis, I
Okay?
just tried to look up a picture of Mansa Musa on the
Show the
chariot. I
actual black
can't
man on
find
the
it. He
chariot. Look
was
at
the
it.
richest person that ever lived.
Right, listen. Forget that. That came later on. Right? And he was not the richest person. He's the richest person you know of. Right?
Does that look a
But
Negro?
listen, all I'm
Tyler,
going to
go
say
to
to
the
you
Google
is,
image, please. Not the YouTube.
listen. All I'm going to say to you is the books that are respected worldwide, the scholastic books written by whites, not even blacks. Martin Bernard, Black Athena. Okay, that's all I'm gonna say to you. You wanna get go down Google Martin Bernard, Black Athena, because Carla is not a serious guy.
Hey, Lewis.
So I'm not gonna waste my time.
Lewis.
I come on here, take my time to try and bring things up so a young man like who rang up could understand. But you want to joke with what Black history is based on. You cannot go to B before you go to A. It started in Egypt.
I just looked it up. Even King Tut.
You see, you can't even pull up the most basic picture of King Tut. He cannot even pull that up because he's just trying to fuck around. Listen, I'm gonna go work. I'll catch you guys later on. Good show. Nah, because you just fucking around. You're not serious. You're getting a black woman from East Africa telling her she ain't even black, and you don't even pull that up. Stop this, Carla, man.
Lewis. Yes, brother. Lewis. I just looked it up. They said that King Tut's male lineage goes back to Western Europe.
Oh, please. You guys ain't serious.
He's not an African like you and I, Lewis. Come on, man. Every depiction of the guy looks like a white Arab. At minimum, he looks like a white Arab, but at worst, he's probably some kind of white guy from Greek or some shit.
Egypt was a very mixed place. Like, well, who was it? Ramses. He has a lineage that he says a lineage that the other quote unquote Bantu Africans here. So I mean, there were black people in Egypt, but I don't believe that the indigenous people were black. In my opinion,
You think that's a black man, Lewis? That's a like a wax thing of King Tut, right, Kyler?
He looks like Steph Curry. It could have been like a light.
And he looked more like that dude from the Mummy. He looked like the Pharaoh from the Mummy, that white dude.
King chariot right there.
Almost look like The Rock a little bit, like that complexion.
What? Yeah, we see the chariots in the museum. Yeah. Oh, Lewis left? You got Lewis mad, man. You pissed him off, Colin.
What I do, man?
The man was talking about something serious and you started playing some kind of Steve Martin skit from SNL, man.
That's what I feel like every time Negroes talk about Egypt, that skit comes to my mind, you know. But how does Lewis, man, black as the ace of spades from Ghana, always be claiming all these people that clearly ain't black at all? You know, eat Jews.
Listen, it's so crazy because
a mixed society, though. That's what.
Egypt was a
multiracial society, the first multiracial society in history.
When they do DNA tests on a lot of different Egyptians, you know, you get different things. Like there was some, it was one woman they pulled up out of a grave site, and she was like South Sudanese or something like that genetically.
Yeah, there was all kinds of people lived there.
Right.
Yeah, but there were people always from Asia. You know, it could be Persians, Chinese, Sumerians, all these other people lived in that region. That was a
what is it like? What's his name? King Ramses the Third and whatnot. Like,
okay, so you might have
Ramesses. The name is Ramesses.
Oh, Ramesses.
Go to Morocco. In Morocco, you may have a person has white skin, and he may have a first cousin who's completely black. You know, that's how it was. You know, in Egypt. Go to Morocco. Morocco give you a taste of what Egypt could have been like. You know, you have people who are black in Morocco, and people look like they're white. You know,
ever since Carla went to Casablanca, he loves Morocco now all of a sudden.
No, I just thought it was amazing culture, man. People just go cool.
The only reason they like you is because you.
How is it that they're on the same continent and that country's so clean and so beautiful? You know,
I mean, what is his name? Herodotus. But even he said when he went to Egypt, he saw. Oh, that's how you say his name. Say it again.
Aristotle.
Aristotle? No, not Aristotle.
Herodotus. The historian.
Yeah, the historian. Even when he went to Egypt, he said he saw black people in Egypt.
He said he called Sudan land of the blacks, land of the bird-faced people. Ethiopia, land of the bird-faced people.
But he also saw them in Egypt as well.
No, he never said that about Egypt. He said he called.
He never. So you said
there were darker skinned people there, but not black like the other people.
Oh, okay.
Black said darker, but olive skin, but they didn't say black. You know.
So yeah, there were dark skinned people in Egypt, but not dark skinned like you and I. That's what I keep saying.
Like, yo, the black Putin's coming off. He goes. Lewis said he's a Hebrew Israelite. He is the first African black man from UK that I can ever claim that. Yeah, Lewis.
No, I'm saying people claim to be Hebrew Israelites, especially the Jamaicans in the UK.
Man,
that ain't true. They got like 1 million Igbo people that claim to be Israelites in Nigeria.
I saw. Yeah, that's why. I saw that because it said Yuda, Wida,
in Benin, which is a voodoo city right next to the water. Wida.
But the Igbo, I can believe the Igbo are probably have Semitic blood because they tend to be very good engineers, man. They might have.
What about man? Your mind is so warped. You know that very good engineer who are you guys?
Man, I watch a lot of documentaries.
Yeah, a lot of great Ashanti engineers. Do you know that?
A rabbi went to Igbo land and they were saying, Yuda, Wida.
What?
No.
What's wrong with this nigga, man? Yuda.
I'm done with this nigga. Hey, nigga, you're not African American no more.
That's why I said if you had a brain injury, people think I was bringing you into it, man.
On the back chat. I gotta put some stuff. They had a.
Hold on, I just
you die. What?
I got it, man. I gotta put that stuff. Go ahead.
Hold on, I just looked it up but this is on AI. This is AI overview on Google. We're talking about Herodotus. Well, he said he described Egyptians, those from Upper Egypt, as dark skinned with African features. He specifically used terms. I don't know how to say that.
Oh, Upper Egypt is? Upper Egypt is.
It's Lower Egypt. It's based on the Nile. So Upper Egypt is actually closer to Sudan and Nubia.
Right.
So Southern Egypt is Upper Egypt.
Right. That's I know that, but and it says
where we know that the Nubians live.
In the north,
Southern Egypt. Egypt is Egypt.
And he had
Cairo and the capital of Egypt is in the actual northern.
And they said that they had woolly hair and kinky hair and whatnot.
Hey, Steve, look up.
Black people's hair nappy, not woolly.
Hey, Steve, look up Wida. Look up Wida and Judah.
Hold on one second. But it said woolly or kinky hair, Colin.
Woolly hair. Somalis, Ethiopians, they have woolly hair. You have nappy hair, you know?
No, we got woolly hair too. I mean,
you have
they're black people that have woolly hair color.
You have naps,
what is? Let me pull up a picture of somebody with woolly hair.
Y'all got nappy heads, you know. So just be
Woolly hair is like sheep hair. You know, not all black people got that sheep hair. Some of us got those real tight curls, and some of us got the more looser curls.
If you look up the documentary on the Ebus, they from the tribe of Gad. They didn't go into the promised land. They stayed out, and they used to like to eat pigs. That's why they didn't go into the promised land. But Judah, they're all the same interpretation of
it can't be, because you don't understand that Judah was a separate geographic than Israel. Judah had three tribes. It had Benjamin, it had the tribe of Judah, and it had a Levite. Those are the three tribes that occupied Judah, and the rest of Israel had the other tribes in there. So the Hebrews can't call themselves Judah if they actually come from Gad, because they're not Judah. Judah is their brother. So I don't know what you're talking about.
You gotta learn to take the win. He said that the Igbo people were advanced people. You gotta take the win.
But he said that's because they got Semitic DNA or something like that.
Right, I ain't talking about it great because they're great engineers.
You gotta give it to him.
Nah, sir, seriously.
He complimented some black African people. Okay. Now I kind of question that shit, but that's okay.
Yeah, what are you saying, Carla? You said ending jumping on now. What does that mean, Carla?
I'm saying I'm ending the show, so anybody want to jump on now? You guys want to stay?
Why are you ending the show, Carla? It's Friday.
I'm fucking tired, man. I'm about to fall
Well,
asleep.
technically, it's Saturday.
Carla had a co-host who used to keep the show going, but you know.
Exactly. Let Elvis stay in charge and whatnot. You go to bed.
I'll resign, so.
Let me down. We forced him out, Carla. It was a coup.
well, leave somebody in charge, Carla.
We just learning about you die and you die.
You die. Is you die. You die. We die. If you look at the script, that's how they did. And a rabbi from Israel came and blessed the Igbo people. You know what I'm saying?
Bro, the Igbo are from Reed, right there around the eastern part of Nigeria. In Reed, that's where their civilization started. That's what their